Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, small law firm in central Minnesota. Happy Friday to you. Happy Friday. This is, it is the next day in the Theodore Edgecomb trial. It's super early in the morning. I am exhausted, of course, because that's how it goes. That's how it is. Let's see if we can find the gotta see if I can find that trial here. Trial footage for Theodore Edgecomb. It's supposed to start any minute. It takes the way they have this streaming set up, it's, kind of a mess. So let me find it. No, not that. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Getting everything set up. So the court is not quite there yet. Whew. Let's see. How is that? That's the same thing. Okay. Well, sorry, I've got to get the feed up here as soon as we can. I'm trying to get it on Fox 6, but I got to wait till their feed is actually live. Oh, here we go. There it is. Let's get rid of this. Get a little bit of this. Oh man. Sorry. Getting everything up. They just posted this link to this one a few minutes ago. There it is. There it is. All right. So that's ready for whenever it actually decides to start. We'll hear it at this point. Now that that's set up, I will hopefully have some panelists join me today, as I have had for the past couple days, because that is good fun times. All right. Is there some housekeeping stuff? I think there's some housekeeping stuff. There are a couple super chats that are early, so let me get those. Let me get those sorted out. Goodness gracious! I hope some of you got to join me last night. I know the live stream schedule of watching at night and watching in the morning is brutal. I know that it's brutal because the streaming schedule is brutal. What I need to tell you guys, I'm not sure how Monday's going to play out yet. Lady Rackets. Okay. Lady Rackets has an appointment not anywhere near our house, and typically I would drive her to this type of appointment because it's a long drive and I'm not Joe. Right? So as the man, I would drive her somewhere. You know, it's my genetic role and all that stuff. Whereas Joe would be sitting around playing on his Nintendo Switch, I would actually drive my wife to a thing. So we're trying to figure out if that would work, how that's going to work out. Because if I have to drive her on Monday, I won't be able to stream in the right way. Nick, are you really moving to Austin? I'm not moving anywhere. Oh my God. I wish. Well, I don't wish I was moving to Austin. I just wish I was moving away from Minnesota. But yeah, so the no, not new baby racket. No. But what we're looking at is if we stay overnight somewhere or something. So I'll keep everybody posted on that, but I just wanted to give a mild warning that there is a possible chance that I would not be streaming the trial on Monday. I'm trying desperately to avoid that, because that would be super duper mega giga lame. So, let's see. What is this schedule on that? I don't even know. I'm just out of it. It would be a weird, it'd be a messy thing. We'll have to see what we can do. But I think we've got something to figure out. Or I think we've got something potentially figured out. I was talking to her about it this morning. Let's hit these early super chats while we wait for the court to show up. Jack Riley says, "Yo, Rackets. Thanks for all the streams. Turned 23 on the 5th. Also had COVID finally. Burned for 2 days of chills. Lost smell, but luckily it's coming back to me. Been a fun month of not dying. Best of luck with long crime bullshit." Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Trouble Lord says, "Hire a driver with your super chats." Yeah, it's less about that. It's less about it's more about like the the companionship and all of that comes with things like that. But Billy Witch Doctor 99 says, "On time and hetero." Oh, yes, we are. Pie is God says, "I normally watch these after the fact at double speed. At regular speed, you sound stoned AF." Well, listen, at regular speed, as in right now, I'm exhausted. So it's, I got to wake up and get into the groove of this whole thing. And then we'll see how it goes. Nintendo Power says, "Do you think Microsoft buying Activision is them traipsing into antitrust territory? Sony accounted for 70% of Call of Duty sales, and wonder if a regulatory committee would see this purchase as Microsoft cutting Sony out." I don't see how it would be antitrust on that one. I mean, the way that they've been doing this stuff, I don't think we're in antitrust territory at this point. I don't think so at all, actually. But I could be wrong, but I mean, Call of Duty was a big selling game, and if Sony was 70% of that, let me see. I do have a thought on that in regards to Sony and what Microsoft has done. Let me just a second here. All right. Here's my thoughts on it. Stupid Sony. Get wrecked. I got no sympathy for them. They can eat shit. Okay, anyway. Let's see. Quicks DC 614 says, would you cover William Husel's Ohio doctor's death court case if broadcast 25 counts of unaliving patients? Oh, damn. Keep up the great work. Maybe. That would potentially be fun. I don't know. Got to see if it's live streamed, man. If it's live streamed, very possible. Okay. The Dragon's Treasure says, Nick, I fear I am becoming too strong, masculine, and in shape with my life getting in order. Can you please bully me into becoming a fat, disgusting pig who doesn't have his ship together? Yeah, sure. Dragon's Treasure. What do you think this is? You think you just waste your time every day going to the gym so you can go like what? Get all greasy and oily, curling up weights or whatever you call it, doing leg presses, and most importantly for you, I'm sure, watching the boys do squats. Is that what we're doing with our life now? We're just a gym bro, just some muscle bound gym Chad. My body fat is measured in single digits. Oh, of course. You think that's what's important in life? You disgusting, greasy, muscular Chad. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Go, sit down on a couch and open a bag of chips like a normal person. Maybe you could be sociable and likable for once in your life. No, instead, all you ever do is talk about your drop sets and all of this BS. Stop it. You're a disgrace to humanity. And more importantly, you're a disgrace to betadom everywhere. Get on the couch, turn on the TV, shove chips into your mouth and your anus at the same time, and get fat, you weirdo. I hope that helped you. There you go. Charlie Eckert says, using this today to encourage you to do a sleep test. It took one of those to find out to stop breathing up to 90 times per hour at night. Charlie, I have a sleep disorder. I have narcolepsy, man. I already know. I already did my sleep test. I did my time. I do not have sleep apnea. I have no trouble sleeping through the night, or through the day, or through any portion of anything. I don't wake up when I sleep until it's time to wake up. I'm exhausted because I'm only sleeping a couple hours a night. Nathan DeBruin's in chat. Where is he? Where do we have Nathan? Nathan, I'm going to throw a moderator wrench your way, but you don't have to do anything. Just so I can kind of see you when you're there. There you go. I almost put you in timeout on accident. So thank you. Thanks for being here, Nathan. How you doing, man? I hope things are going well for you. Ryan Cannell, RK Outpost says sleep apnea is fake. It just means you suck at sleeping. Can't good. Nice. Well done. How you doing, Ryan? Guys, you got to check out RK Outpost. Ryan Cannell, the Fed boy. He just passed 100,000 subscribers over on YouTube. At some point, he'll get his lazy act together and he'll get one of these cool check marks that all the great kids have. Now that he's over 100K, I can't believe it. This guy's out here. He's like, oh, I'm streaming on YouTube all the time. And he's not getting his blue or his gray check mark. Embarrassing. Why don't you call up your Fed Washington contacts with your plaid pants and your like close fitting t-shirts and your Ray-Bans walking around. Hello, fellow conservatives or whatever you're doing. Why don't you do that and get your check mark, lazy? Anyway, what do we got? We've got good morning, Mr. Bronco.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
I I caught you in full rant about something.
Oh yeah, well just RK Outposts over on he's another channel. Ryan Cannell, and he just passed 100,000 subscribers. And I was just berating him for not having a cool YouTube check mark for, all those of us very important folks with over 100,000 subscribers get a YouTube check mark. Only when we're lazy or not lazy enough to get it. Only when we tell YouTube we want it. And he clearly did not do that. But
okay, learn something new every day.
yes. TP says the dulcet tones of your voice rocked me to sleep, and now I get to start my workday to your perky snark. How? Well,
It's like that first month of marriage.
Oh man. So I've got the trial stream waiting. There's just nothing happening yet. We should be there pretty soon.
Okay. Can I ask you again to send me that link?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's kind of a pain to find.
I can't find it. So, and I'm at that news channel, and
it wasn't on
to ask you for it.
Normally I go on the channel page and grab it from the front page when the stream starts. What the heck is this? Where are we? Where'd you go? Where's my message thing with you? There it is. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Here we go. So what do you any thoughts on the case as you have had time to reflect and think about all of your mistakes in life, but more importantly the case itself? We were watching, of course, the past 2 days, but any thoughts on how this case is developing so far?
Well, I mean, we always have to be cautious when we're only hearing one side of the story, right? And so far, we
Right.
really are mostly. It's the state's case in chief. They're calling the witnesses. You expect the witnesses to be the ones that are favorable to the state. I mean, I think some of them are surprisingly favorable, like that Cameron character in the prison duds with the large police officer behind him. He was remarkably favorable to the police, despite his circumstances, right? He's clearly unhappy. I mean, he said he was unhappy about having been brought into court on a material witness warrant, having been arrested, when he says he would have just come in to voluntarily testify, and none of this was necessary. But he nevertheless testified that he wouldn't have shot Clearman in the face if he was in Edgecomb's shoes. He just would have fought him. He described the shooting of Clearman by Edgecomb as cold-blooded. He said, he testified that when Edgecomb punched Clearman through the window, there didn't appear to be any fear or apprehension on the part of Edgecomb, at least at that moment. So it's overall a favorable witness to the state. When the defense attorney Lamar tried to impeach him, I just came across as kind of irrationally angry, and just not very productive. And it went on and on. I mean, they did direct, cross, redirect, recross, redirect. I think they did recross. Maybe not that last step, but
the biggest one was the recross that they tried to do. And then, of course, the things have just not been going well for the defense in general, on a lot of this stuff. I mean, there's some weird witnesses, like the forensic people who just didn't manage to get a print at all, and it's like they're not helpful, but they're not hurtful to either side. It's like, did you find a print? No, I didn't.
The state has to kind of bring them just so they check the box, because otherwise the defense will talk about they didn't even bother to fingerprint the door, So
right.
You bring them in, they testify for 20 minutes. There's no need for cross-examination because they don't have any substantive testimony really, and you check the box and you get them over with. Yeah,
and there's this is another one of those cases that we're in where it's not a whodunit. So the state has, they have some motions to go through, but they're not that extensive. And that's one of the nice things about this case so far. And we'll see with this medical examiner testimony and how long it kind of drags on. But, the state's not needing to prove this. In Rittenhouse, we saw the state extensively go through a lot of the sort of forensics, even though to me they weren't really necessary. because we knew that Kyle Rittenhouse did it, you know. But there were some necessary parts of it. Obviously, they're trying to find DNA of the attackers on the gun and stuff like that, or fingerprints and things. But we just had a lot of testimony that seemed extraneous on that one. But on this one, they've been moving testimony along, and I'm appreciative of that, because they just really don't need to belabor this stuff. It's we know, well, I think we're all in agreement at this point that this is the guy who killed the attorney. So we just need to know, I guess how he died. The gunshot wound to the head seems to be enough, but there's some other stuff in the process of the death that I think is interesting. The lacerations to the face that are not caused by him falling on the pavement, for example. Things like that we can show that the punch had some impact that explains why there's blood on his hand and stuff like that, and why there's blood in the car. Hammering some of these details out is I guess good, but at the end of the day, we just need to know that the bullet's what killed him, because the state has to prove that. I mean, they have to prove that he died. Otherwise they haven't done their job, and you don't have you don't really stipulate to this sort of stuff, even if everybody agrees. So, here we go.
Great shipment for the state.
Morning, Theodore Edgecomb, appearing by Anik Ahmad.
And Attorney Bjarby Lamar.
All right, here we go.
All right, it's about 8:45. The jury's back. Mr. Hubner, who are you planning on calling this morning? Can you give me a... Right, I know, after that.
I like this judge.
After that will be a detective who got a bullet, unless I can get it in through the ME. And then we'll probably be going to Miss Clearman.
So 2 witnesses and then Mrs. Clearman.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
This could be a very interesting
All
day.
right, I'm bringing the jury in. Everybody can remain seated. The defendant's in court, in custody, in street clothes. We'll bring the jury in.
All right. Well, I don't know if you saw, but or we talked about it yesterday, but yeah, Chandler Halderson trial wrapped up. Obviously guilty on 8 counts. He'll go to prison forever. Most likely. The 2 of the counts are first-degree intentional homicide, and in Wisconsin, that's life without parole. So he's gonna cook. There was a really interesting moment during the closing arguments, though. Particularly during the rebuttal. The rebuttal was done by the guy who did the opening statements, and he was really, really fantastic in opening and really fantastic in closing, right up until he told the jury that defense counsel just
Or a bunch of liars.
yeah, not just that, but asked the jury to lie on behalf of the she asked you to lie on behalf of Chandler Halderson. And then went on to say, yes, she lied directly to you. And it was very tense. And then they did object and do a sidebar, and the judge came back and tried to rehabilitate the situation and said, he didn't tell you to lie or suggest that counsel was lying to you. It's like, judge, he explicitly said that.
These are not the droids you were looking for.
It was wild. It was wild. We'll see. It's like, what made it interesting is I don't think it'll get this far, but it did offer a potential mistrial for the guy on appeal, because I mean, this very, very prejudicial statement offered during close about this. And then the judge just flatly denying what happened. Didn't ask them to strike it. Didn't ask them to strike that line of the close or anything. Just had it in there. So it'll give some research attorney a nice amount of work to do.
Yep.
Yes, the jury's coming in.
On the public defender appeal office, probably.
Yes.
Please
folks,
help with the
I'm
appeal.
57 years old. Obviously, I'm a Meatloaf fan. It's required.
Yes. It's too bad. His name was Robert Paulson. Kat in the chat says, please help us with the appeal. Kat, you better stop. You better stop. It's got the profile picture of his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, and her name was Kat. So I can't imagine. It would be funny if that was actually her, though. The judge looks more pissed off than usual. It is a Friday morning. I mean, aren't you mad? Oh, so there we go. There was the they
All
just
right,
had
jury's
the
back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a
legal
good
assistant on
evening.
stream who
I'd
may
like
have
to get right
represented
back
herself
to
as a police
testimony.
officer.
The medical examiner is still on the stand. If you can raise your right hand, be sworn in again, please.
So back to Dr. Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Philip Douglas Kelly, Philipkelley.
And he likes that Douglas.
Philip Douglas Kelly,
Dr.
that's three
Ruby
first
had
names.
left
That's a
off
serial killer, I think, by the
was
rules.
At the, yesterday, was talking about the gunshot wound that the victim had received to the face. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the bullet that entered the victim's head was recovered inside his head. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Where was it recovered?
It was, according to the report, it was covered under the scalp to the left back of the head.
And did you observe photos of where that bullet was recovered?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 44. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Oh, come on.
This is the photo
Oh,
of
God.
the bullet that Dr.
Stop.
Smith took at the time of autopsy.
Just that audio.
That's the bullet that was pulled from the victim's head. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
44. No problem.
Much like the bullet was recovered from Rosenbaum.
Doctor, just from looking at it, you yourself cannot tell us the caliber of that bullet. Can
No, I cannot.
Well, I can.
you? Now,
Yeah, but he's not a gun.
Yeah.
additionally, doctor,
Additionally, Doc.
you had mentioned that the victim had suffered other what appeared to be abrasions and scrapes consistent with potentially falling down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 42, 43, 45, and 46. If you could take a look at those for me, tell me if you recognize.
Yes, I recognize them.
What do they show?
These are photographs that were taken at autopsy that show the abrasions to the back of the left shoulder, to the back of the left hand, and to the upper left arm.
Could be consistent with the victim falling or something happening towards the left side of his body after being shot.
Yes, could be.
Showing you on the big screen, we see 42, which is the shoulder. Is that correct?
Yes,
43 is the left hand.
yes.
45 is what?
45 is the left arm.
And is 46 kind of would draw a bigger photo of that.
Yeah, yes.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibits numbers 42 through 46 in evidence. I may have already moved in 44, but just to be certain.
No objection.
Received.
Additionally, doctor, was there toxicology results run on the victim?
There was.
Okay.
He
Did
was
have any
drunk
alcohol in
AF.
the system?
He did.
What was the blood alcohol level?
His
All
blood
the alcohol.
concentration was
He had all the alcohol.
0.121 in the blood.
And did he have traces of THC in his system?
Marijuana.
The screen was positive for THC metabolite, it would have to be confirmed in order for us to say for certain that that's a true result.
And was that done?
I'm sorry?
Was that done?
Oh, the kind of confirmation? No, we didn't confirm the metabolite.
What's up, Kurt?
And the metabolite, can you tell us, is it possible to say how long that's in his system?
No, it's not.
So it could have been that night, could have been the night before, you don't know.
I don't. There was no THC, the tetrahydrocannabinol itself. It was the metabolite that was found in the screen again.
And again, just so we're talking about a metabolite, you're a doctor. I'm barely a lawyer. What does that mean?
It's a breakdown product. So drugs break down.
I really like
into
this
other
guy's
products, which
self-deprecation.
then get removed from the body by the urine or other means.
I think it
So
cuts
this
the
is
edge
something
of
that
his
is breaking
rather
down
abrasive demeanor.
That's correct.
You didn't see like we see the alcohol.
The judge is abrasive.
Don't know
Oh,
how
yeah.
long this one was in his
He's not
system, but the
self-deprecating, so it
body
doesn't
was
nothing to
breaking
cut
it
that.
down or absorbing.
Right. I can't even, without confirming it, I can't even tell you that it's a true result.
You can't even tell us right now.
I won my channel strike, by the
That
way.
it in fact was THC.
That's correct.
So yeah,
We did have alcohol, right?
That was
He
quick.
did.
Seems like.
And that was at a 0.12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, doctor, based on everything we have discussed, based on your autopsy, all of these findings.
So you actually can't
or,
prove
sorry,
that he was
based
on
the
weed.
autopsy, that
No.
you observed, the photos, the notes,
I mean, the implication is that he
diagrams,
wasn't.
the report. Was this enough for you to be able to come to a conclusion as to the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
Are
Wait,
these
did you
the
say you
source
got
of
your
facts
strike
and
overturned?
data
yes, I did.
that
I won.
someone in your field
Great.
as a forensic
Awesome.
pathologist would use to come
What's
to
up,
a
Nate?
conclusion
Nate.
of the cause and manner of
Hey, Nate.
Yo.
Been a while.
death? Okay.
What's going on,
So
guys?
first of all,
It has been a
what
while.
was your
Seems like
conclusion
I haven't
as
streamed
to
with
the
Nate in a while.
cause of the victim's death?
Yeah, I've been,
Just
you
watch-
know, I've had my kid with me all this time and all that shit. So
What was your conclusion
Just
as
watching
to
the shooting
manner
trial.
of the victim's death?
The manner is homicide.
oh, this is the ME, huh?
Cross.
Yep.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, let's see if he can pull off a competent cross during this trial.
Morning.
Good morning.
This guy's terrible.
Just had some follow-up questions for you.
Watching
And,
this
we
trial,
went
watching these
through
trials
your-
have made
some
me
of your
feel like I missed my
testimony
calling as a litigator. It's like I'm ready to go,
All of
man.
us about the science.
Just put me in, coach.
You say
medical
that, but when you get in front of that
exam.
judge, I remember that first
we
time I was
have
in there, I was like a scared little bitch. I was like,
And just to be clear,
because
Mr.
you're
Bishop,
so
said
nervous. I was like,
you didn't
I
actually
bitched up. I
physically
bitched up. I'm not going to
conduct the
front.
autopsy
First time I had to
on the
speak,
morning of
my
September
co-counsel was
23rd,
pushing me.
2020,
Say
right?
something. I'm
That's
like,
correct.
Be like, fuck you, judge. If I don't want it contempted within the first 20 minutes, I'm not doing my job.
And there are other medical.
judge was very
examiners
gentle with me, though.
besides you and
She
Dr.
helped me
Smith
through it,
in-
but
in these
the first time is
outcomes
not
here
easy.
in
It's not
Milwaukee.
easy. Well, it wasn't easy for me. So other people are,
Just approximately how
naturals.
many?
Oh, there are 5 of us in the office now. Dr. Smith has moved on to another office.
Okay, so he's no longer with the office.
That's correct.
Now, normally, would you testify as to your own autopsy, or do you fill in for other examiners?
Normally, I testify to my own autopsies as well, but when necessary, somebody has to fill in.
Okay. So.
I got to say something for
obviously,
law and
you had
crime.
the opportunity
This
to
is MAGA country.
clear minutes.
Fuck law and crime. We watching your shit.
So, you were talking yesterday
If the
about
phrase "this is
photos
MAGA country" doesn't wind
for
up
us,
in a complaint, I'm going to be
you reviewed the
disappointed.
photograph,
Yes, it needs to
Right.
go. It needs to be in there.
Yes,
you reviewed the autopsy report that Dr. Smith had drafted. Is that
that's right.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, the autopsy report, the toxicology, the photographs, as you mentioned, and, and then the investigator's report.
The investigator's report?
Yeah, our investigator's report.
Do you remember who the investigator was?
I don't. We have investigators, and they respond to scenes and take some photographs. And
We don't really consider them people. They're not doctors or anything, so they're kind of
Well,
fungible.
those things are. So it gives us a synopsis of what was seen by them at the scene.
Okay, now yesterday we were talking about things such as range, I believe you had mentioned that in this case, your opinion was that the gunshot was fired from an intermediate range. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's kind of break that down a bit. In your field, is it fair to say that things are categorized in, when it comes to gunshot ranges, in 3 different categories?
Well, in several categories, not necessarily 3, but there's obviously contact range, there's close contact and tight contact, there's intermediate range, and then there's the indeterminate range we talked about.
Tight contact is
Can you
ugly.
just kind of give us an
Ugly
overview of
wounds.
the different ranges that there are when it comes to estimating distance when a firearm is discharged?
Sure. The contact range, which we'll just put that in one category. Contact range means that the skin is in contact with the surface of the muzzle. And so there are certain features that we would look for in those types of cases, and including abrasions to the skin. Sometimes it actually will create an abrasion that mimics the characteristics of the muzzle. So it's a muzzle stamp, if you will. And it actually can be a very close copy of the muzzle. You can look at the end of the muzzle and it looks just like what you see in the abrasion on the skin. Then as you get a little further away, you'll see some soot to the skin, maybe the beginnings of intermediate range, but when you are gunpowder stippling. But when you see gunpowder stippling, that's when we call that an intermediate range gunshot wound. And that means that, as I said before, that can start even as close as 1/2 inch and can extend out for several feet. Beyond that, there's nothing that hits the skin that gives us any clue as to the distance, and so we just call those indeterminate range.
Okay. So indeterminate range is something that exceeds intermediate range. Is that fair to say?
That's true.
And generally speaking, I believe you said that the maximum range when it comes to intermediate range would be maybe up to 4 feet.
In general, handguns, the gunpowder doesn't have enough energy to create the scrapes on the skin or embed in the skin beyond about 4 feet.
And we were looking at a photo yesterday. I believe it was exhibit 47. Specifically referring to the photograph that we had observed.
So I guess their job here is to somehow try and elicit
Exhibit 47, just to
some fact that this
refresh
was
everyone's memory.
defensive. I mean,
So-
that would be the idea. I'm not sure what they need. We know it was a close range shot within
So
within
these,
just a few feet.
these dots here that we see at the top of
Yeah,
exhibit.
I mean,
47.
close is somewhat ambiguous. You could argue it either way. If it was far, that would look bad for the
It
defense.
is. This is the
Right.
edge. This is a much more dense pattern when you look at the front of the face around the wound itself.
Okay, so it is a dense pattern. My question about that is, so just so we can kind of understand from our common experiences, so stippling is basically, if you could just describe again to us what that is.
Certainly. So as I said, the gunpowder that leaves the barrel of the gun, it's traveling with some speed and therefore with some energy. When it hits the skin, if it has enough energy to actually scrape the skin or to embed in the skin, it'll create these little punctate or pinpoint or slightly elongated abrasions or scrapes, and we refer to those as gunpowder stippling.
Okay, so it's kind of just, if you think of it kind of like as a spray that comes from the gun.
Yes.
So let's say I had a spray can, like a paint can, and if I was holding it very close to, let's say, a wall or any other flat surface, there'd be a denser pattern. And as I moved that spray can backwards, it would kind of disperse into a more larger area, right?
That's right.
So it's kind of just like a spray can or a paint can that we use in common experience, the same kind of concept, right?
Same general concept, yeah.
Okay. So if there's a denser pattern, it would be consistent with something being much closer. And if it's a more sparse or spread out pattern, then it would be consistent with it being farther, right?
That's right.
Okay. And you're aware that Dr. Smith's opinion in this case was about this being from 2 to 3 inches to 2 feet, right?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The intermediate range being 2 to 3 inches to up to 2 feet in this specific case.
And who said that?
Dr. Smith?
No, I'm not aware of any comments Dr. Smith gave.
Okay, so you weren't aware of that. But as far as your opinion in this case, I believe you said intermediate range could be anywhere from
So what's the evidence of that?
half an inch to 4 feet.
Yeah, I'm being, as I said yesterday, I'm being conservative about this because, you know, certainly you can see a little bit of gunpowder stippling with some gunshot wounds even at a half an inch away. But obviously it becomes a little more concentrated when you get a few inches away. But the 4 feet is, again, a generalization. We just know that handguns, the gunpowder leaving a handgun doesn't have as much energy as you get out around that range. And testing of some of these weapons has shown that it dissipates completely by 3.5 feet or so. So my conservative answer was that this is within 4 feet.
Okay. And you wouldn't see any pattern after 3.5 feet, generally speaking?
They would dissipate to the point where, as I said, they would dissipate to the point where you wouldn't see these injuries to the skin. You know, these would scatter, and there would be so few that you wouldn't see any.
Okay. Now, in your review of the autopsy protocol that was authored by Dr. Smith, you were able to determine certain facts you had to rely on that report, right?
Yes, I relied on that report.
Such as Mr. Clearman was, do you remember what his weight was?
Yes, he was 250 pounds.
And the height?
I believe he was 75 inches, 6 foot 3 inches.
Okay.
Big guy.
Yep.
As we've been saying.
And I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 13.
I gotta throw out fuck law and crime just so they don't think that we're copyrighting their shit. So you know, you gotta say that every couple of minutes. Fuck law and crime.
Well, I'm not
You're good.
I'm not using their stream today, although people could be confused about that because it's the exact same stream
That's
that
not
Fox 6
possible.
Milwaukee is using.
That's not possible because they don't pull content. So you must be mistaken.
By the way,
Yeah.
my attorney's response has been sent to Law and Crime today. I'll be covering.
Was it just FU smeared in blood or shit, or was it more formal than that?
It was more formal, and
Okay.
we did remind them of a couple of the orders that were issued by the court in the cases that are in question.
Did it have a sentence in there about stop being sad that we're more successful than you? We're sorry about the being more successful, but you know,
Yeah.
try harder.
No, they're trying to they're trying to intimidate. They're trying to intimidate Nick. That's the one funny thing I think they fucked up. They're trying to intimidate the one guy you can't intimidate.
Nick is not that guy.
They fucked up on that one. Yeah, they messed up pretty bad on that one.
In this case, right?
Yes, I did.
Permission to publish, Judge?
The other aspect of that that makes me smile is, as an eternal tribute to Law Twitter, Mike Dunford spent 2.5 hours yesterday telling me how Law and Crime was right on Twitch. It was embarrassing to watch. It made me want to die.
No, ask the questions. They don't
There's
need to
no way
see
they
it.
can copyright a public trial. That's
There's plenty of
ridiculous.
numbers that are not going to make
Oh my
sense
God.
to the jury anyways. No, deny. Ask the questions.
All right, well, I'm going to hand you this exhibit, Doctor. Hand it back to you. So,
Doesn't this doctor look like the guy from the Floyd trial?
Rittenhouse.
It's Rittenhouse.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of people said he looked like Floyd and Potter's ME, so it might just be that MEs are stamped out, mass produced.
That was Mr. Clearman's blood at the time of the autopsy.
It was 0.121.
Funny if it turned out
Now,
he
in
was like
that
one of these
document,
fraud guys that
two
just goes from
different,
trial to trial, jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and just walks in and says, "Yeah, I'm the ME."
The other blood alcohol concentration.
Get him on the stand. Get him on the stand.
The universal ME.
Say that again, Doctor.
Oh.
Say that more clearly.
clearly and, no offense, a little more articulately so that all of us common people can get it.
Sorry, Your Honor. That's the fluid from within the eye.
Say it more
And
slowly
they're
for us
about the
dummies in the
same,
court.
right?
Yes, they are.
So one indicates vitreous blood alcohol concentration, and the other one, which is the other one? How is that pronounced?
One is vitreous and the other is blood. Iliac blood.
Pronounced as blood.
Blood.
Call those doctor.
Certainly. ILIAC.
BLOOD.
And the other one starts with a V.
The other one is VITREOUS.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's the difference between those two? You said vitreous is something that's extracted from the eye. And from my understanding, that's like a gel-like fluid, right?
It's thicker, yes. The difference is we collect both those specimens routinely. We collect both the specimens routinely. Obviously, the blood is tested generally for all substances. The vitreous fluid, what's useful about the alcohol level in the vitreous is that the body equilibrates between the vitreous and the blood. In other words, substances in the blood, basically take a couple of hours, 1 or 2 hours to equilibrate or to match what's in the blood. And so you can kind of think of the vitreous as a look back an hour or two. So
He was blind
for
drunk.
instance, if we were to see that the vitreous level is much higher than the blood level, that would tell us that the blood alcohol is on its way down, that it was higher previously. If it's lower, it tells us that the alcohol level is on its way up.
Blood alcohol.
So these are
trajectory.
about the same. So they're basically that just tells us that
He's
it
reached
tells
a
us
happy
they're the
drunken
same. It tells us the
equilibrium.
Blood alcohol levels
At 0.121.
Okay, so when
That's a lot of.
He could have been
that's
on
a-
your nighttime show, Rick.
unfortunately dies, passes away.
That's a decent amount of
Well,
liquor for
let
a
me
guy
back
who's
up. So
6'3",
normally,
250.
Blood alcohol, right, is absorbed through the body.
That's like 500 White Claws.
As time progresses, the body can eliminate that and people basically can sober up, right?
He's still got to work to reach my
Body,
level.
Metabolizes alcohol.
1,000
begins
White Claws?
metabolizing alcohol immediately.
And how
Or
does the
Joe's
body
level. Hold on, let me
metabolize
turn
it?
off my camera.
Like, what organs are used to do that?
It's metabolized in the liver.
Okay. And just a small.
One thing that occurred to
percentage
me
might be through
yesterday, I
blood,
haven't seen brought up yet, but
or
his
urine,
glasses apparently got
or
punched off
things
his
like
face
that.
by the punch.
A small
And
amount.
he was
can be-
facing
can be
Edgecomb
lost in
right at the moment that
the,
shot was
urine,
fired into
for
his head.
instance.
He may not even have
Yeah.
been able to see that
But
there was a
I'm
gun
gonna
pointed at him.
Just take a guess here, doctor. So when
Maybe.
someone passes
Up
away.
to, not that it
those
matters for the
are
self-defense
the
argument, but
body's
he may have
elimination
thought right up until that bullet came into his head that he was just looking for a
Is
fist
there
fight.
any sort of dissipation of alcohol after death? And if so, how long does that last until the body just ceases to function?
I think I understand your question. After death, the alcohol level is actually pretty stable. Once a person decomposes, the story is different, but this obviously isn't that type of case. But until you start seeing decomposition, those alcohol levels are pretty reliable.
Okay, so the 0.12 would have likely been very accurate as the BAC at the time Mr. Clearman died. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the THC, that was some trace amount, I believe you said it was a metabolite.
It's a metabolite, so it's a breakdown product of THC. The fact it was picked up on our screen, it means that we detected that substance on the screen, but in order for it to be confirmed, we would have had to run an additional test. But since it's a metabolite, we didn't run a confirmation on this case.
Okay, so there's really no way to determine.
Could have been
when
an
that
artifact from one of our
THC
lab
was
techs.
Consumed, when it would have been consumed.
That's correct.
Yeah, so as your body metabolizes weed, you have two different chemical compounds in your blood that they can detect. The one is the unmetabolized THC, and the
Now,
other
are you
is the
familiar
metabolite
with,
of
just
THC.
generally speaking,
And so if you just have the metabolite,
amount of
your body's
alcohol
finished processing
that
all of the
individuals
stuff, and now it's
consume
flushing it out.
that,
So it means you took
excuse me,
it
in terms of
at some
drinks
time in the
that can
past.
result in a certain blood alcohol concentration level?
I would have to brush up on that. I'm not real, my memory's not that good.
If I remember that right, I think that's the way it goes anyway. I'm not a doctor. If I was a doctor, my mouth would be perpetually dry like this guy's.
Well, hopefully he glued his teeth back in today. They were flopping around like crazy yesterday.
Do that and the
They
smacking.
were like wind-up teeth.
Ugh. Nate, you weren't here. I don't know if Kurt was here at the time, but it was just, it's like, oh God, stop. Oh, just get some water, please. Oh,
You're not as
word.
familiar with blood alcohol concentrations, like, if someone weighs this much and they had this many drinks, what their likely BAC would have been?
I'm not able to calculate that for you right now, no.
All right. And then you were telling us about cause of death and manner of death. So you said cause of death was a gunshot to the head, right?
Correct.
And then manner of death, you said it was a homicide, as in that just refers to someone else had shot the weapon that had killed or shot the gun that discharged the bullet that
It wasn't a drop sig 230
That's
or
correct.
320.
As in it wasn't a suicide or anything like that.
That's correct.
And that, of course, has nothing to do with whether it was in self-defense or not in self-defense, right?
No, it has nothing to do with that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nothing further.
State.
I think he ended
Okay,
strong.
thank you.
That's a good ending.
Yeah,
You can
there's just
step
not
down,
much
Doctor.
useful.
Thank you.
There's just not much
Who's the
useful to
state
get
sex
out of
witness?
this guy. They know he was
State
shot
calls Detective Sullivan.
in the head, relatively close range, and they got that.
Yeah, because one thing you want to. I think the point was, just because it's a homicide doesn't mean this guy killed him. That's essentially what the whole cross examination was trying to get out of him. So,
Well, this guy killed him. I mean, there's no
I'm talking
dispute
it
about
wasn't
that.
the self-defense issue, I should say. It wasn't.
Yeah.
That has no bearing on it being self-defense or not because they labeled it a homicide. I'm sorry, you're right.
My man has a roster of Diet Cokes on the table.
What's your blood coke level?
Jeffrey Sullivan, Jeffrey Sullivan, Sullivan.
Detective, how are you employed? You can remove your mask too.
Yeah, is he being sponsored by Coca-Cola? I mean, he doesn't have the label really facing the camera, though.
About 8 years.
Diet Coke.
I want to draw your attention specifically to the homicide of Jason Clearman that occurred on September 22nd of 2020. Were you involved in that investigation?
Yes.
And did there
So maybe now we're going to get to find out
that
how
you
they
were at the
actually
medical
figured out it was this
examiner's
guy.
office for a reason?
Yes, the next day.
And what was the purpose of that?
To monitor the autopsy of the victim.
And what is the purpose of having a detective monitoring the autopsy?
To make note of any visible injuries on the deceased, to recover any evidence from the deceased given to us by the doctor.
And would that include any projectiles or bullets or anything that may have been recovered from inside the victim's body?
Yes,
In this case, regarding Mr. Clearman's autopsy, were you present when something was removed from inside his head?
I was.
What was that?
The doctor removed a projectile from the back of the victim's head during the autopsy and ultimately gave it to me.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 50. I'd ask you to take a look at it. Tell me if you recognize it.
This appears to be the envelope that I packaged the projectile in, and it indicates the same grain that I recovered, so the doctor gave it to me during the autopsy.
All right, and Detective, just going to kind of look a little bit at the top of the exhibit. Is there anything else there?
The projectile, a bullet.
Okay, so this has both the envelope as well as the actual projectile that was removed from the victim's head.
Yes.
Does this have all the hallmarks, notations, initials, inventory numbers that let us know that you were the person who took this from the MD's office and inventoried it?
Yes.
Chain of custody. Yeah.
Yes.
I got beat up one time over chain of
Exhibit
custody.
number 50 in evidence. I've
I
no
got to fucking initial something. And like, oh, you fucking, oh my gosh, shit.
Yes.
Wow. Got nothing. Like, no, there's nothing to that testimony.
Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
Just a couple
Put
questions.
the bullet in.
So
This bullet came
you
from him?
were present when
Yep.
the autopsy was conducted along with Dr. Smith, right?
Yes.
I mean, obviously, you were able to testify about the casing. So in your investigation, you also learned that the gunshot was fired from an intermediate range, right?
I learned that through speaking with the doctor.
Okay, you also learned as part of your investigation that the estimate was anywhere from 2 to 3 inches to 2 feet, correct?
Your words are 2 to 3 inches. I think it's several inches to 2 feet. Yes.
Okay, several inches to up to 2 feet, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you had written a report about that and filed that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing else.
What the hell was that?
It's like I put a tie on
This
to
is,
this.
this is the greatest witness ever. 4 minutes and we're done.
There's been a couple witnesses like that. I mean, they're not belaboring the
Can
minutia
we
here.
potentially just take a small break while we get our next witness out?
Yes,
Sometimes
take
you
5
even have to,
minutes.
you know,
I have my bailiffs lead the jury
cross-
out. Everyone else is to remain seated and not move until the jury is excused.
Not move.
Not move. Yeah, but it's like sometimes it's better not to cross them. But you wrote a report about it. Yeah, I wrote a report. No further questions. That helped the fucking prosecution out.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, on that guy, his whole job, I guess, is just to enter the bullet into it. They're not disputing that he's the shooter. It's on video.
All right, 10-minute recess off the record.
But you still gotta have enough evidence to prove the elements of the crime. So that's why they got to go through.
And he just has a simple
process.
little leather chair. I don't know if we've commented on his chair.
Yeah, he doesn't have
need to start ranking judges by their chair game.
He does not have like a
He doesn't have the throne,
judicial
and he doesn't have
throne.
like the Aeron chair. He just has this little like half leather chair thing.
That courtroom seems to be in utter disarray. I don't know if it's in process of a renovation too. There are boxes everywhere. Their tables are like just basic. If you notice, the prosecutor has like a wooden dinner chair, like a wooden dinner table chair. Some of the other guys just have like a basic black like office lobby waiting room chair. It's weird. There's no consistency to any of the furniture. It's a mess. What a disaster. Oh man. But yeah, so what you been up to, Nate?
If a bunch of college kids had their own trial off campus, that's what it would look like. All the cutlery's different, all the furniture's different.
I bring your own chair.
Today I fucking lost a couple of my transgender friends because I'm doing this story on I don't know if you guys know, the NCAA just came out saying that, all right, there's a transgender swimmer who was swimming on the men's team for UPenn for 3 years, right? He was on the men's team for 3 years. You know, it was all right. But then he was like, you know what? I want to compete on the women's team. So he transgendered to the women's team and went and competed and blew out all the women, right? He won the race so bad. Well, I'm going to be canceled. She won the race so bad that the other, like, it was like 2 laps. She lapped them by like 2. So she's chilling there while the other women are still there. So now they're saying tying the college times of swimmers like Katie Ledecky, right? Like, yeah, she's killing it.
Yeah, just ramped up to like number 1 NCAA swimmer in the world by a lot.
Yeah. But so then the next race, she happens to now come in 6th place and lose. Oh my God, I had a bad race. Like all of a sudden you're lapping them. Now you can't even, now you're in 6th place. So we know what happened. She throttled it down because she knew what the news was going to say. So now they're saying, so I, my opinion on it has always been consistent. Obviously we have men's sports and women's sports for a reason, right? We just don't say
Yeah.
go compete in a sport. The reason why we do this, and most people don't realize that there is no bar to compete in men's sports, right? Any woman who is qualified or who is competent can compete in men's sports. That's why if you notice for the Division I football, they now have this woman who's a kicker competed in a football game, right? Because there's really no
Her
bar.
name
in
is
that
Kathy Ireland, right? And she's on the team with
I
Scott
remember that.
Bakula and Sinbad.
No.
No, but I saw that movie and I liked it. But
Very watchable football.
But oh yeah, very watchable football. But there's a bar going the other way where men can't compete in the women's leagues because obviously it would be unfair. So now they're saying that this is unfair, and this person's calling themselves the Jackie Robinson of transgender sports. So I'm saying, I'm just saying it's all bullshit, right? It's bullshit. This essentially is a guy who's competing with the men after, and it's unfair. It's just generally unfair. So now we're trying to figure out, so people are now calling me a bigot. Nate is masculinity, all this other stuff. And I'm saying, no, I believe women should be, if you guys just want to just eradicate women's sports, then fine, just do it, right? And let's see what happens. But obviously, if you're allowing people with these we know there's biological differences. If you're allowing them to compete against biological women, this is an uneven playing field, and it's going to lead to this. But I'm talking nonsense and craziness. Biology doesn't matter. It's not who you are, but how you feel about it. So, it is what it is. So that's why now I'm being canceled because of my views that women should compete with women and men should compete with men. It's a crazy idea. Yeah. I know.
I'm being canceled too. I think I legitimately think the reason that I got this challenge strike was someone got super salty when I did my coverage of the Dr. Phil episode with Matt Walsh, and someone decided to go flag some old videos in an attempt to get me canceled. I think that's probably the impetus. And then yesterday on with Alita, holy God, I was talking about the situation with Drake, and I was saying all kinds of things that are going to get me canceled. Lord have mercy. But I like what Matt Walsh said. Is like, can you define what a woman is? And I from the Dr. Phil show, it's an interesting segment with these transgender, I guess we'll call them activists for lack of a better word. And they're like, no, I can't define what a woman is. And he said, and says, so what is a woman? And the person says, I can't define it because I'm not one. It's like, but how do you know you're not one if you can't define it? I mean, the whole thing is incredibly illogically circular.
It's like one of those old Star Trek TV shows where Kirk gets the alien satellite to blow itself up by asking the logical questions.
Exactly. Now listen to me carefully. I am lying. Yes, I am mud, I believe was the episode, if memory serves correctly, from original series.
There are a few phrases in this world that I'm always surprised to hear. I have like a little book of these phrases. And one of them is, I like something Matt Walsh said. I'm always surprised to hear that in the wild. It's amazing.
Well, I mean, the man speaks some truth and he speaks logic because he asks these people, what is a woman? And they literally say, I can't answer the question. It's different for every person. It's different for every woman, which it's like, it's different for every who? Because
to be fair,
what's
that
the
is kind of a womanly answer.
Well, it's like
they never make up their minds.
What did Dave Chappelle say? I love his joke when he says Caitlyn Jenner, transitioned to a woman 6 months ago and became Woman of the Year. It's like, well, what about the women who've been women all their lives, right?
That was a great
these women have been women for 50 years, and he goes to 6 months and he's Women of the Year. Like, what are you talking about? He's had the best of both worlds. He's been a cis white male, right? Dominated the sport. And then guess what? You know what? Let's go woke. I'm the Woman of the Year. You can't beat it.
I hope she runs for governor of California and wins. I think that'd be
hilarious.
That'd be hilarious. But just to be clear, also, Caitlyn Jenner is against this person competing against women. Caitlyn Jenner, she is saying it's also unfair.
Yeah, I mean,
it's obviously unfair, she says, which makes sense.
You have to have two minds about this. Either there's a biological difference that merits some level of delineation between the two, which I think there has to be. I mean, I think that's objectively demonstrable that there are different performance categories in different sports, and there are certain types of sports that women are better at than men as well, right? Like some of the gymnastic events women are more suited for than men.
That whole bearing children thing is pretty much a competitive advantage.
Well, Yeah, the bigot. The trans men can be moms too, or whatever. But no, so you either acknowledge that that's true, which they really don't want to do for some reason. Like they don't want to just acknowledge that. Well, if you look at sprinter times, I mean, you've got a 1.5 seconds difference, which amounts to something like 17 to 20% difference in the top level sprinters between men and women. Which is quite a stark difference when you get down to percentages. Or you either have to acknowledge that or you have to pretend it doesn't exist. And if you pretend it doesn't exist and you're fine, then what you're going to end up having is men coming into women's sports and dominating just not due to harder work or anything like that. I mean, all of the people at this level of the game are working hard, but it's not that this person is working harder or more naturally talented. They have an out of the gate advantage that cannot be overcome by training. And the real trick is that we have not had the top level competitor men transition yet, right? We haven't had a Usain Bolt switch. And if you ran Usain Bolt against, back a couple years ago anyways, especially against the top female sprinters in the world, it wouldn't even be close. I mean, it would look like cheating because it kind of would.
Didn't the female professional soccer team lose to a high school boys team?
Yes, the women's U.S. national team got smoked by a 15-year-old boys team
a couple times, I believe.
Look, and I've played soccer. I've played soccer as an adult man against a 15-year-old boys team that got into the men's league. They were a high school team in the off season playing indoor. It was a fucking nightmare. Those kids could run forever. It's like, oh my God.
This is the example. So this is, when you see this red arrow is the transgender athlete. This is the competition they were in. So this is the end of the race because I didn't want to play the whole thing. So this is the end of the race. Yes. Well, transgendered woman. So I'm going to play it. So with that arrow she's about to end the race. And everybody else has to say, so now wait till you'll see the arrow pop up for number 2. Watch how long it takes number 2 to catch up to the man who's already, to the transgender woman. I'm going to be going crazy here. But the transgender woman who wants.
You're going to be LGBTQ'd off the planet.
Should I break up my stopwatch or an hourglass or what?
No, it's like a couple of seconds. Watch it. Here we go. All right, so
crack a cold one.
Right. So now, boom. So she's won a race. So she's done. Now we're waiting for the next arrow to come for number 2.
Nope.
Oh my.
This is in real time. It does not slow down.
Oh, they're still making the turns.
They're still making the turns. She's lapped them twice.
Oh my God.
The next arrow, that's number 2.
It's going to be that lane 2 up top, I think, right? Or is that one still making it?
No, that lane 2 is 3 lanes, 3 behind. She's going up the other one.
Oh my God.
There we go. Yay.
Just finished. So she lapped number 2 by 2 freaking laps. And they say that's fair.
That makes me mad. It makes me rage inside mad.
That's brutal. That's brutal.
It's like where's my baseball bat? Time to take the streets again. Damn it. It's been a whole 20 minutes since I felt that feeling.
Well, did you guys see Australia is such a backwards and fake place that they have basketball, but it doesn't have a backboard. It's called like hoop ball or whatever.
Netball. Yeah.
Netball. Did you see the netball controversy?
No, what they got?
Yes.
Because there aren't a lot of men's netball teams, so they had there weren't enough men's netball teams to actually have their own tournament, so they let one of the men's netball teams play in the women's tournament, and they the final. It was like a 38-point spread or something. It was absolute domination, and it wasn't even. I mean, it's like, come on. And then of course some of the moms and coaches and stuff were like, this is ridiculous. This isn't fair. And people were pissed. And oh my gosh, it's like, well, you can't, you can't do it. Men are built a little bit differently and women are built a little bit differently too, and that's fine. Like Andrew said, that whole childbirthing thing, there isn't really a competition going on that one. Men have a hard time getting up to their level. But
it's worse than that. Not only did they win everything, they didn't lose a game, and none of the games were even close. Even close. So it was like the championship, like you're right. Every game was a blowout, and they said, "Oh well, we don't think it's fair." Like what? Oh, what you just said? So you can't win either way. But Australia's a little crazy. So
you know who I like on this subject? John McEnroe was talking about it with tennis, and he got, he got so much heat. And then I think it was Serena Williams was on and the same show, or it was maybe a different show, but around the same time and addressing that issue. And she's like, I wouldn't even be close to the top level men's competitors.
Yeah.
Like, she had no bones about it. She's like, it's a different sport. Men's tennis and women's tennis is a different sport, and
not a small woman herself.
Right. And
because McEnroe said that anyone in the top 300 men could beat the Williams sisters, and then I think doubled down by saying top 500.
Something
and he's
like
probably right. I forget where the numbers are, because the Williams sisters are on par with, what is it, like your average college level male or something like that. I mean, not even professional level. It's not even close.
And again, it's literally a different sport, because when you look at the serving speed difference between men and women, you're like 15 to 20 miles an hour faster on the average serve. And trying to adjust your reaction time to that is impossible. You've been training your whole life at this average or at the speed that's average for your competitors and for where you are. And then to suddenly have someone come out who's serving the ball, 9% faster, and the amount of distance we're talking about here, that's a huge difference. You can't get to the ball. And that's what ends up happening. It's like only if the ball is served within a tighter region where they can actually react to it at the, in real time, do they even get to return the serve. And it's just crazy that people want to deny the reality that is staring at you in, just like, as you showed, Nate, just look at it. Just watch. This is the difference. But if you don't like the just watch argument, here's all of the math, because we have statistics on all.
Well, math is racist. Math is whiteness.
That's true.
I've heard people say that. You can't win with anything. Math is whiteness.
Yeah.
Well, I hate everybody.
I found that Serena Williams interview. It's like less than a minute, but this is her talking about her playing against the men's players.
Here we go.
And I'm like, Andy, seriously, like, are you kidding me? Because for me, tennis and men's tennis and women's tennis are completely almost two separate sports. So I'm like, if I were to play Andy Murray, I would lose 6-0, 6-0 in 5 to 6 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, because it's true. It's true. It's a completely different sport. The men are a lot faster. And they serve harder, they hit harder. It's just a different game. And I love to play women's tennis. And I only want to play girls because I don't want to be embarrassed. I would not do the tour. I won't do Billie Jean any justice. So Andy, stop it.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you kill me.
And at that point, Andy Murray wasn't even the top person in the country. I mean, in the world. He was like number 6 or 7. So it's crazy, because if we were to say that, we're all misogynist assholes. But she can say that, and it's like, oh, she's speaking her truth. It's like, what? No.
But now that was several years ago. Now, women who are speaking up about it are considered just as hateful and bigoted as men who talk about it, which is crazy.
Yeah. Here's a judge.
Yeah, I got him pulled up here. Just waiting for some
I like the
audio
tie
to come through.
I'll give him points.
Yeah, he's not wearing a bow tie like that Chandler Halderson judge. Just terrible. Don't wear a bow tie. Oh my gosh. I hate bow ties. Waiting for, come on, where's the audio? You don't have any audio on your stream, do you, Bronco? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there it is. They just weren't saying anything.
Okay.
Butted down collar, though. I don't know.
All right, we're going back on the record.
The jury's not here. I'm going to bring the jury in. For the bailiffs, I don't want anybody coming in and out for the next hour while this testimony is going on. Nobody.
Oh, it's the wife, the widow.
I don't want any disruptions in the gallery. Anything that borders on a disruption, you'll be removed. That applies to all sides.
Me.
Oh, shit.
Look at his face.
This is not on record. We'll talk about this later. All right, the jury. I'm bringing the jury in. Everybody's to remain seated and silent.
I like this judge. He is no BS, and he moves his court along. It's the opposite. You know, Schrader's sitting there playing Jeopardy or whatever with the jurors, and he gets kind of heated. I haven't seen this judge blow up at anyone, but he did. I mean, he excoriated the defense yesterday, and I felt like it's like when your dad dresses you down but doesn't raise his voice. It's just like, you have 5 seconds to tell me why you're such a screw up with your stupid life, you moron.
I knew your mother cheated on me.
It's your fault. No, he's and it's not like Regina Chu, who takes 900 hours to say anything and is, oh, okay, I'll allow it. It's fine. This guy is just straight to the point. And if more judges were him, we would have less of a backlog in this country.
Yes. Jury's coming in. Everybody can remain seated and silent, please.
Don't make me stop this court. I'll turn this courtroom right around.
I want to go to Wally World.
Pete Bronson says Judge Milton Hardcastle. No, that's not the police impersonator behind the defendant there. The police impersonator is to our left of the defendant, his right.
Ma'am,
she's not his
stand and raise your
right
right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
I do.
State your full name, spelling first and last.
Be interesting what the cross will be like.
My name's Evangelina Clearman, spelled Evangelina.
Yeah, Nate, if you haven't been watching this, the defense is that it's basically her fault that her husband died because she didn't administer CPR after he got shot in the head.
Damn. They really got nothing to go on then, huh?
I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 85.
Mr. Beeman, can you just adjust the mic a bit?
Will do. There you go. We'll just get you in.
Is this the bullet hole in your husband's head?
I hate that you made me laugh at that.
And that was your
My husband.
How long were you married?
We were married 23 years.
Long, hard years.
Do you have any kids?
2.
What did he do for a living?
He was an immigration attorney.
And did you help him?
I did.
Now, ma'am, I want to draw your attention to the day he died. You were present for that, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Before this incident, where had you and your husband been?
We had left work that day. We had I remember we worked really hard that day, and Jason was really proud of himself. He said, I really, really kicked the work out today, honey. And our plan was originally to just, go home and
Husband-wife date night.
I feel like going to Scaffidi's hideout to get a drink. And I said, okay, sure, we can do that.
So you went there for what, happy hour?
I think we missed the happy hour.
Look at Nick's avatar.
Now, when you went to Scaffidi's, how long were you there?
We were there a little over an hour.
And did
Let
he
me go
drink?
finish this work. I'll
He
see you
did.
guys in a second.
Did you drink?
Okay, Nate.
I did.
How much did you have to drink?
I had 1 glass of wine.
How about your husband?
He had 3 beers.
It's a
Now,
0.12 after 3 beers, huh?
is Scaffidi's in any way, is it related to you or your husband?
Yes, it is.
This is like a restaurant guide to
Scaffidi's
Milwaukee.
is owned by my husband's brother-in-law, his sister's husband.
So this is a place you guys go.
Yes.
And is it close to where your law office was, or his law office was?
Half a mile.
Oh, I guess if it was 3 pints,
Who drove
yeah.
to the bar?
Jason drove to the bar.
And when you guys decided to leave, who drove?
I drove.
How come you drove?
I drove because Jason asked me to drive. He said I'd rather be careful. He said I'm not drunk or I don't feel anything, but I'd rather be careful if you drove.
I want to show you what has been marked as States Exhibits numbers 19 and 20. Do you recognize that vehicle?
That is my vehicle.
Where is Scaffidi's?
It's on Humboldt. I don't know the exact cross street, but it's about 2 blocks north of Humboldt.
So when you left, which way did you head on Humboldt?
I was heading south on Humboldt.
And what street did you go to?
Well, I was proceeding straight. I was going to go back towards our office. And I was going to take, it's Ogden, and then make a right to go past Pick and Save there, and then left on Jefferson to get onto the expressway. But at that moment, when I was heading, or I approached Brady Street, my husband said, "You know, it's a really nice day. Why don't you just take a right and drive down Brady Street?"
Kind of scenic route.
A scenic route.
Were your windows up or down?
They were halfway down. Maybe a little bit less than halfway down.
So you're driving down Humboldt, you get to Brady. Which way do you turn?
I turn right on Humboldt onto Brady, so I'm heading west on Brady.
And while you're driving, do you encounter anybody on a bicycle?
Yes. I was driving down Brady. I remember I just had passed Dynamite. There's a restaurant on the north side of Brady. I just passed Dynamite, and all of a sudden, this bicyclist came out off the like Marshall and Brady, came off of the sidewalk into my lane in front of my car, and so I swerved very quickly to avoid hitting him.
And your husband, the victim, did he say anything at this moment?
Well, after I swerved and then went around him, my husband said, "What the heck?" He shouted out, "What the heck?"
Now, you remember him saying, "What the heck?" Is that correct?
That's what I remember.
Do you remember that night when you talked to officers when they're first arriving on scene saying that your husband said, "What the fuck"?
I don't remember saying that.
We'll come back to that in a little bit. So you're driving, just want to make sure, you're driving westbound on Brady, and this bicyclist comes kind of like what, from the sidewalk area into your lane?
From the sidewalk area into my lane, riding on the right side of my vehicle.
You had to swerve around him?
Yes.
The same people who were surprised that the
hit
people
anything?
Rittenhouse shot were not black are shocked to learn that this woman's not a daughter of the American Revolution.
Yeah.
Your husband makes a comment. What happens next?
So after that happened and my husband shouted out the window, "What the heck?" I kept driving and he's like, "Can you believe that?" I said, "No, I can't believe that." And I kept driving and then the light turned red and we were stopped at the red light in front of, I think it was Zana's Pizza or maybe it was the other restaurant. And then while we were sitting at the stoplight, the bicyclist came back to the vehicle or approached the vehicle.
Now, I just want to stop you right there. You stated that you're stopped at a red light kind of by Zana's Pizza, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm the court reporter, needs yeses and nos.
Was your husband shouting the N-word into a bullhorn at the time?
As you are at that intersection, that would be basically Brady and Holden, right?
Yes.
Kind of the bridge is off to your right.
So that's where Van Buren and Holden change.
Okay. Now, you indicated that a person on a bicycle then came up on and approached your vehicle on his bicycle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. One thing I want to get into right now, were you ever able to identify who this bicyclist was?
No.
The bicyclist comes up. Does he come up on the driver's side or the passenger side of your vehicle?
On the passenger side.
And when the bicyclist comes up on the passenger side of your vehicle, does he stop or does he keep going?
He stops.
What happens?
He stops at the window and he looks at my husband and he says, "Were you talking to me?"
Does your husband say anything?
My husband looks up and he says, "Yes."
And then what happens?
And then the man on the bike violently punches my husband in the face.
Okay.
And then my husband's glasses, his head came towards my side, and then his glasses flew off of his face across me and then hit my window because it was partially up, and his glasses fell down into the well.
Do you ever remember saying that maybe you thought they fell around your lap?
No, they fell in the well.
Okay.
They fell on what?
In the well.
And when you're saying the well, I want to show you right now what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 28.
The space between the door and the seat.
Do you recognize what we're seeing here on the driver's side of your vehicle?
That'd be one hell of a punch.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's now been marked as 27. Do you recognize those glasses?
Yes, those are Jason's glasses.
Let me ask you a question about Jason. When we see the victim here in State's Exhibit number 85, he's wearing glasses, right?
Yes.
Did he wear them all the time?
Yes.
Could he see without them?
No.
Now, Your Honor, State would move 85 into evidence if I had not already done so.
Received.
So the bicyclist reaches in, punches your husband, his glasses go flying. Did you see any injuries to your husband?
No. I didn't look at him. He put his hand up to his face, and then he said, "Where are my glasses?" And I said, "I'm trying to reach them. They're in the well." And then he goes like this, and he goes, "I'm bleeding."
And just so
Ruh-roh.
we're clear, you reached up with your right hand as you were saying this and touched the right side of your face. Is that correct?
My husband.
But you just showed us that was what you were doing with your hand to your face. Was a depiction of what your husband did, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he gets punched on the right side. He reaches up with his right hand and says he's bleeding.
That is correct.
Did you see the blood?
I did not.
What's the bicyclist doing?
The bicyclist then rides off.
And when he rides off, what direction does he go?
I believe, well, what I remember was he rode off and he turned the corner to go up Holton.
What did you do then?
At that moment, I was stunned. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand why this man on the bike came up to the car to punch him. You know, we didn't do anything. I just swerved around him. My husband said, "What the heck?" And then he comes up and he punches my husband. So all this is happening. I'm thinking, you know, why did this happen? And at the same time, I'm trying to reach down to find my husband's glasses. And as I'm trying to do that, the light turns green. And then I start thinking, okay, I can't hold up traffic, so I need to start driving. So I start driving to go straight, to continue going the direction I was going originally.
You end up turning north.
Yes.
Why?
Well, as I was driving straight, Jason said, just turn the corner. I want to talk to him.
And when you turned the corner, where was the bicyclist?
Well, I didn't see him at first. I turned the corner, and as I turned the corner, once I saw him, I stopped.
And then what happened?
And then my husband exited the vehicle.
What'd your husband do then?
He started walking towards the man on the bike.
Did he eventually start jogging?
It's not a leading question. A leading question would
I
be
don't
he started
recall
jogging,
was
didn't
running.
he?
Because I started driving forward.
Okay. So your husband gets out, he starts walking, and you start driving forward, right?
Yes,
Why'd you drive forward?
because I wanted to meet up with my husband. I wanted to be next to him.
Did you put your hazards on?
I don't remember.
Now, your husband, while he's moving in whatever speed he is towards this bicyclist, where is the bicyclist now?
So after I turned the corner and I stopped and my husband exited the car, the bicyclist got onto the sidewalk and started riding his bike north, and then stopped riding his bike, and then got off of his bike, and then walked his bike over to the right.
Is there like some stairs that go down there?
There's some stairs there, yes.
And as your husband is moving towards the bicyclist, what's the bicyclist doing?
He's standing there and looking at me.
You've pulled up in your car,
I
right?
pulled up and he's looking at me.
What's your husband doing?
My husband's walking or approaching him.
Now, ma'am, you stated that your husband told you that he wanted to talk to him. Do you remember telling the police that your husband was going to go confront him?
I don't remember that.
Your husband did go towards this bicyclist, didn't he?
Yes,
And as he's going towards this bicyclist, did you hear any yelling or screaming?
no,
Did anyone ever use the N-word during this?
no.
Drew Jumpman Gillette says, I just want to talk to him, a guy who doesn't want to talk to
As your
him.
husband kind of gets to that area where the bicyclist is, What happens next?
So as my husband is approaching the bicyclist is, and he's looking at me, I'm looking at him, and he had these really dark, cold eyes. He was staring at me.
And then what happens?
And then I see him pull out his hand, and then I see a gun in his hand.
And then what happens?
And then I shout out to my husband, he has a gun.
What happens?
My husband didn't hear me.
What's your husband do?
All I saw was this man's eyes and the gun. And then I knew he was going to shoot my husband. I could just feel it. And then he pulled the trigger on his head. And then he looked at me. He kept looking at me. Actually, he never took his eyes off of me. And I felt like he was contemplating on shooting me next.
So after your husband is shot, there's a pause. Is that what you're telling me?
There was a pause.
Okay. When you see this man shoot your husband, the victim, what does he do? What happens to your husband after the shot?
My husband dropped to the floor, to the ground. Instantly dropped.
And then there's this pause. Then what does the bicyclist do?
Just stares at me.
And then what?
And then I look to the right and I see that there's someone standing there to the right. And then I look back at him. And then he slowly turns, but maintaining eye contact with me. And then he walks over and he steps over my husband and then he walks down the stairs with his bike.
What do you do next?
I went up to my husband.
So you got out of your car?
I got out of my car. And I run up to my husband. And I put my hand on his back. And I start screaming, Jason, Jason. Jason, are you alive? Jason, are you okay? And he didn't move.
Then what did you do?
And then I realized that he was dead.
Did you go back to your car?
I don't remember going back to my car.
Did you?
I remember trying to dial 911.
And were you able to do so?
I was so shaken I couldn't put my 6-digit number code in there.
Your code, you get your phone in?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Yes, I was struggling. I was trembling. I was trying to put my passcode in there and I couldn't do it. So then I turned to look again at the people who were behind me. And I think I walked up to them or ran up to them. I can't recall. And I shouted, I said, can you please call 911? I can't do it. Please call 911. This man just shot and killed my husband. Please. And I remember they hesitated. They didn't start dialing right away. And then I started screaming, please call 911. Please call 911. Why isn't anybody helping me?
She did call 911.
So that would be the lady in the red SUV, I guess?
Then I saw her when I said, why isn't anybody helping me? Then she started to dial 911.
And this was a vehicle that you believed had been behind you the entire time, or you saw pull up behind you?
No, I don't know if they were behind me the entire time. I just saw them there after I saw my husband get shot, and then I thought I was all alone, and I thought I was going to get shot next, and so I looked to see if there was any other witnesses.
And that's when you saw a vehicle behind you?
Mhm. Yes,
that-
yes,
And then you go, just so I'm clear, you go to your husband's body, and then at some point you're having an interaction with a woman in a car. Is that correct, or a truck?
yes.
So what about the phone
Now-
call that she did make? That's
Once
testified
you
to.
know that this woman is calling 911, do you call anybody?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, sure. Do you call anybody on your phone after you know that this woman is calling 911?
Yes, I call my daughter.
You call your daughter. And how does she take the news?
She didn't believe me. She thought I was joking.
And then do you call anyone else?
I was still on the phone with her, and I said to her, I said, Amelia, your father's been shot. Your father's dead. I need you to come down here. I'm on Holton and Brady. I need you. And she says, Mom, well, that's not funny. And I said, no, I'm telling you the truth.
Do you call anyone else after your daughter?
Then I called she's my friend. Her name's Ivana, and I called her. She's like a sister to me.
You call her ask her to come join you to give you support?
I did. I called her. I've known her for the whole time I've known Jason. I actually met her through Jason. Ivana is my husband's ex-girlfriend's sister. And
Bueller?
we became
Bueller?
sisters. We're really close.
Anyone?
And her daughter lives down the street. She lives on Astor and Brady. And her aunt Maria lives also on Astor. And they're family to me. And I wanted family to be there with me. So I called her because I asked her I told her, I said, Jason's been shot. She didn't believe me either. And I said, I need you here. I need you here. Can you please call Maria too? I need her here.
And that would be her daughter?
No, her aunt. And she said, I will. I'll call everybody and we'll be there.
And is there someone that's related to Anna that is dating a South Milwaukee police officer?
Yes,
Who is that?
Davina is her daughter.
Did you call Davina?
No,
Did you call that boyfriend?
no, I don't have his number.
When that family shows up and he shows up along with them, do you have anything to do with that?
No,
Ma'am, you're calling people. At some point, do you go back to your husband's body a second time?
yes.
What do you do when you go over there?
I go over there.
Someone else is calling 911. Everybody
and
keeps
I'm
saying everyone but
wanting to hug
911.
him. I wanted to pick him up. I wanted to hug him, but I couldn't. I knew I couldn't touch him and move him. So I wanted something of his that I could hold on to. And so I grabbed his wallet.
Where was his wallet?
It was in his back right pocket.
His back right pants pocket?
Yes,
Did you grab anything from the front?
no,
Was he laying face down?
yes.
Now,
You know, they didn't recover a wallet from the body. So I guess that checks out. Question is, did she do anything else while she was there? This is going to be a very interesting tee up for the defense because it's almost like a trap. Have the defense badger this lady and
You
make
say
her
you
very
loved your
sympathetic.
husband, but you didn't even put a tourniquet on his head injury.
Eric Allen says, hey, I have specialized in grief and trauma for over 15 years, and I would love to discuss on a break why the wife presents the way she does and the public's negative perception of widows. Let me know.
And when the officers arrived on
I don't know how to get a
scene,
hold
did
of you,
still have your husband's
Eric.
wallet?
Yes.
Did you give it to him?
Yes. I was
People
holding it
respond
the whole
to
time in my hands.
trauma and grief in all kinds of ways. It doesn't strike me as that surprising personally.
You didn't even tourniquet his neck to stop the bleeding. Oh my God. You guys are terrible.
I mean, it's not like she's gleeful or something, you know. She
Right.
seems a little shell shocked, which seems reasonable to me.
The shooting was also like 18 months ago.
Yeah, well, you know, if it's your husband and they die in front of you, 18 months, I don't know is that much time, but
Well, no, but I wasn't saying that in a, like, as a knock against her. I was
Oh, yeah,
saying
okay.
like yeah, it's weird. I don't know what people expect, because if people cry, they don't believe them. If they don't cry, they don't believe them. You know, nobody ever seems to believe the grieving victim, and I think it's our natural aversion to automatically sympathizing with the griever, right? Like we're compensating for the bias that is almost built into it, maybe subconsciously.
You think the defense is going to ask her about the life insurance?
that'd be, you know, no.
Could be.
I mean, seeing this defense so far, it wouldn't surprise me.
I have.
She can't identify the person,
basically
right?
Number 83, which is.
I mean, seriously,
finding him
she doesn't know
while
who it is.
snoring
Yeah, she doesn't know who he is.
on the
So,
TV.
I mean, that's your best point. Ask that and be done with it.
You recognize the person that we're going to be seeing interacting with these officers?
Yes, I believe that's me.
It's a little hard at this pause point, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play from this portion, which is 6 minutes and 2 seconds into the recording.
Okay, ma'am, let me get his ID. Yeah, come on, let's walk her.
Pausing at 6 minutes, 8 seconds. What did we just hear you say there, ma'am?
I thought I remembered it, having the wallet in my hands.
You said, I have his wallet, right?
I have his wallets.
Okay,
Or
so
wallet.
he had his wallet in his back pocket. You went and you grabbed it, and right there, when the officers are first arriving on scene, we hear you saying, I have his wallet. Do you give it to them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now, ma'am, this may sound odd, but I have to talk to you about kind of the manner in which your demeanor was at various different points after this.
Because the defense is going to bring it up.
She didn't sound all put together when
No.
she was just talking to the cops there in that
Yep.
brief, like 6 seconds.
You just saw your husband get shot right in front of you, right?
Yes,
Was that a traumatic experience for you?
very.
Were there periods where you were questioning why you weren't reacting or crying?
Yes,
Ma'am,
Surprised they're not going to play more of the video to show her excited state there. Maybe they are.
Were there times that you did cry?
Yes.
Man, the comments are
But
so
in terms
racist.
of what we're talking about here, just one moment while I mess with our ancient IT equipment here. And I'm going to be pulling some up here in a minute, but do you remember even asking the officer, I can't cry. Why am I not crying?
I do recall that.
Did you think you were in shock?
I was definitely in shock.
Was the first call to your insurance agent?
When I'm in shock,
You asked that question.
or
Let
when
me know how it
something's
works out
really
for you.
troubling me, our son, when he was 1, if that's okay if I can share this story, he was 1 year old and he hadn't had his testicle descend yet. And we had to go in for surgery. And I was very scared, very, very scared. And that whole week I had to be strong because when the doctor went in, they found a teratoma tumor and they had to do a surgery.
Objection relevance, yeah, but I think she's saying why she didn't react a certain ways, or
Witness's demeanor was a factor in her credibility. Overruled.
This judge hates the defense.
And that was a very, very scary time for Jason.
Well then.
Correct.
And the doctor, he said, I've got to tell you that when I went in there to just,
I think the defense is regretting that little propaganda campaign they set up to call the judge racist.
that it was strangled by a teratoma.
It was a bold strategy. Should have had someone else do it who's not attached to you in any way.
And he said it's going to be, extensive surgery. And so that whole time I was
If her son
really
is still
scared.
alive, he's currently dialing a nursing
But I
home to
couldn't
put her in
cry.
early for telling this story in public.
I just had to be strong. I had to be strong in that moment.
All right, let me interrupt. Ask another question. Go ahead.
Yes. Now, I have currently,
the reason that that happened,
There
by the
was
way,
a
is that they're
period
not
of
allowed to have a
time when
narrative.
you're speaking to
So
the
you have to
officers at
you
the
have to have
scene.
questions, and so the
And-
judge basically said, "Could you, ask the next question in sequence?" And then what happened?
But
Yeah.
he doesn't,
You're in the back
he's
of
not
the
actually
squad
super
car, is that
interested in
correct?
that story, this prosecutor.
Do you remember
right?
sitting
He's
in the
back
back
to
of
the
a
day.
squad car for a
Yeah.
little bit?
Yes.
He's not trying to do this on emotion, this prosecutor. That's been evident from the beginning of the case.
No, he was only
pre-trial.
trying to explain her lack of emotion.
Yeah, but he
trying to
could have
explain to
asked
the jury.
her. He could have asked her more questions about, okay, well, and how did that, work out? What did that do? You said you were, you said you had to be strong. What did that look like? But he's not belaboring the point. And I mean, he basically had license to do it from the judge, just trying to kill the defense table with his mouth a second ago.
Yeah.
And
There's a lot of open doors this prosecutor gets that he does not step through, and he could, and he just.
Yeah,
Which
I
there's
actually think it's
reasons
to his
not to
credit.
necessarily. It's a strategy.
I think it's to his
Oh,
credit.
yeah, I'm not
He's-
criticizing him. It seems
Yeah.
to be working fine regardless. But
Yeah, he seems to have been running this case in a way you would want a prosecutor to run a case like this. And I think that's commendable. Marylander says, why did the judge say overruled? He overruled their
This is
objection
exhibit
because
number
they raised her
83,
state of mind
the
and
squad
her
cam
demeanor
for
in their
Officer
opening
Doran.
statement.
Yep.
So the defense gets to counter that.
I'm going to play from 12. I'm sorry.
Stephen Cooper says her son's probably calling Canabro to get recipes and tips
Because
for
we're just
cutting up a
taking
body.
applause at 1604. Do you see that person that's in the squad cam?
Yes,
Who is that?
that is me.
Well, don't ask him. He doesn't know because he got caught.
And pausing at 21 minutes and 26 seconds into the recording. I'm going to play from that portion.
They shot him.
Going back a little bit. I apologize.
Maybe the judge is just pissed because he's got to hold court in like a travel lodge conference room.
With a
My
shitty
judge, I
hotel
stayed at Holiday
food.
Inn Express last night.
The shitty hotel lunch that he has.
11 seconds.
Free breakfast, though.
What's that? Because you're probably in shock, ma'am.
Or if you just say you can't cry, why am I not crying? Right?
Yes.
Okay. Playing at 35 minutes and 29 seconds.
Kind of sounds fake. A bunch of people sounds fake.
The chat will never be happy.
I don't know what's going on over there. I've been over here the whole time, man.
No.
Nick, why is your chat filled with horrible, horrible people?
The most honest chat on the internet. I'm with it. God, this white noise is awful.
You can't get out of the car. They put her in the back. Of course.
She's locked in.
Doors don't work from the inside.
Damn child safety left.
All things white are awful. White noise, math, etc. Come on, Jack.
Pausing at 38 minutes and 38 seconds.
I'll do a poll when her testimony's completely over, guys.
Did you love your husband?
I loved my husband. I still love my husband. Our love was so great.
Ma'am. were you dealing with a lot of stress and pain and heartache in the moments after you saw your husband get shot in the head?
That's
Yes.
I mean, I guess you asked that. I don't know. I wouldn't ask that question.
I lost the love of my life, my best friend.
Yeah, prosecution's got to be careful not to
Father of my
overplay
children.
it here.
Yep.
They got the point across.
Yeah, that video did it. I
Yep.
mean, if people
Probably
aren't going to
time to-
believe that video when
Probably time to say no further questions.
We had also previously talked
or head off the insurance question.
about how you
The defense asked the insurance
had
question. I mean,
tried to
come
call
on.
911 and weren't able to, right?
Yes.
And at various different parts while you are
Would you ask that
waiting
question?
for the officers and then eventually homicide detectives to arrive on scene, you talk to
Unless it was
people
an
on the
obvious
phone that are
win,
calling you, that
right?
are finding out
Yeah.
he's dead, right?
Like if the husband
Yes.
was an 85-year-old man and the wife was Anna Nicole
I'm
Smith.
going to play you from 40 minutes and 50 seconds. Or 40 minutes and 55 seconds. I can get it just a little bit.
Maybe the beneficiary of the life insurance was an orphanage in Haiti.
Oh God, that would be so brutal. Like he had an Inter Vivos trust that set her up, right away, and everything was going to be fine. So the life
40
insurance,
minutes
they
and
just
59
charitied it out
seconds into that same
to eliminate
recording.
an estate tax question at the state level or something.
– 40 minutes and 53 seconds into that same recording.
I couldn't call. I was in a panic.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Other people call.
You're just fine. Other people called, yeah?
I couldn't move my fingers.
Pausing at 41 minutes and 20 seconds. You're talking to the officer about how you couldn't call, but you knew other people were calling, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to come back to one portion of what we had talked about.
I don't know if I would have showed that clip, honestly. It's kind of a weird clip. It'd be much weirder in a whodunit case than in this case, but it was still kind of a weird clip.
Told us that your memory is that your husband said, "What the heck?" Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to play.
It'd be weird if the other guy at the prosecutor's table was just there for
from
bring your
28
partner to
minutes
court
and
day.
41 seconds into this recording.
It looks like they shop at the same store.
And then Jason's window was down and he said, "Fucking asshole." And then we went and then we hit the red light on Brady and Van Buren and he came, he said, "You're talking to me, motherfucker?" And then he punched your brother hard in the face, knocked his glasses off, they flew across into my lap. Jason was bleeding, he said, "Motherfucker, you made me bleed." And then I turned the corner and then Jason got out the car to confront him and then he pulled the gun out and shot him in the forehead.
Pausing at 29 minutes and 12 seconds.
By the way, folks, this is what happens when you talk on your phone inside a patrol car. Worth keeping in mind.
In there, you're talking to Jason's sister, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Jason said to this bicyclist that he was a fucking asshole as you guys had to drive around.
What I remember Jason saying was, "What the heck?"
Here we have you saying fucking asshole, right? That he said fucking asshole.
Just say yes.
As if it makes any difference.
Correct?
That is what you hear me saying, correct?
Yeah. And that when
Effing asshole
you
is
told
not
us that when the
invitation to
bicyclist
shoot
came up,
somebody.
he said, "Were you talking to me?" When you're telling it to Jason's sister, you say the bicyclist said, "Were you talking to me, motherfucker?"
I recall him saying Were you talking to me? That's all I remember. I think those are my words. I believe those are my words to Vanessa because when I called her, she didn't believe me. She didn't believe me.
Understood, but as we can hear, you stated Jason, when you're talking on the phone and also talking to officers, you said Jason used a swear word that you don't remember today, and you also say the bicyclist used a swear word that you don't remember today, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then Jason said, you made me bleed, you motherfucker.
I don't recall him saying that to him. He didn't say any other words to the bicyclist.
But we hear you say that at least during the phone conversation, correct?
Yes.
Ma'am, this was a traumatic experience for you, right?
It's very traumatic.
Are there certain things you'll never forget and other things that may be a little harder for you to remember?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of if there's a strategy to her doing this, it's to point out that there's parts that she doesn't remember.
Your husband got out of that car to go confront that bicyclist that had just punched him, right?
He wanted to talk to him.
Maybe if it was a confrontation by words or whatever, but he got out and he approached this man that had just punched him, right?
I think the prosecutor's getting a little frustrated with her, though.
Did your husband have any weapons in his hand?
No.
Now, I want to talk about this knife. Do you know the knife we're talking about? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit number 33. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Whose knife is that?
That's Jason's knife.
Okay. And would he use it at work?
Yes, it was a tool that he used. He used it to open up our boxes at work, our deliveries, paper boxes. He used it around the yard. He would cut. Sometimes he'd come home, and if there were flowers in bloom, he would cut them with his knife and bring the flowers into me.
As a sign of our great love.
Yeah. It's a bit much. One time he cut a cloud out of the sky and molded it into cotton candy for me.
The moment when this bicyclist punched your husband, did you know he had a gun?
No.
When Jason gets out, the victim gets out to go talk to him, confront him, whatever, did he have the gun out? The bicyclist, did he have this gun out?
What I remember is when Jason was walking towards him, he was looking at me in the eye, and then he pulled out the gun.
Was it a fully automatic knife, ma'am?
Did he ever threaten to kill anybody?
Never. My husband was not a violent man. My husband was a man of conflict resolution.
Did you hear him threaten to kill anybody?
No.
Conflict was resolved. I mean,
And I want to be very clear about this, because I know this is going to sound odd, but I think we should probably talk about this right now.
Insurance question?
You loved your husband, right?
Or the
Yes,
not providing
very
aid.
deeply.
Not purportedly, not pretending. You loved him.
I loved him.
How long were you with him?
I was with him for 26 years.
And so that night, you saw a person take a gun and put a shot into the person you had lived your life with for 26 years, right?
Yes.
those all feel like predicate questions. What's the follow?
They were married for 23 years. He just asked how long they were together. Get with it,
Tried
chat.
to call 911, but you couldn't.
What was the point of those questions? Because those were all asked and answered. I thought they were all like they were predicate questions for some bombshell question. I was waiting for the punchline, and it never happened.
I'm really nervous.
You tried to call 911 and you couldn't.
I tried to call 911 and I couldn't.
And realizing that your husband was dead on the ground, why'd you grab his wallet again?
I wanted something to hold on to. I couldn't hold him, so I wanted to hold his wallet. I just wanted to hold it. I wanted something of his.
Did she say she knew he was dead
Your
already?
Honor, the state would move those portions of State's Exhibit number 83 that were played in evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Received.
He's going to wrap.
I have no further questions of this witness.
This is a very tough witness to cross-examine.
Cross.
This. Oh, please be
Gotta
B.
relax
Ivory.
for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Do this.
They want 5 minutes to look at each other and go, "Oh fuck."
Why?
Why do you need 5 minutes?
Just gonna do a quick sidebar.
No.
No.
Nice.
Sidebars are ready.
Number one, our paralegal is locked outside.
Apparently, locked outside because she left because I told people are not coming in and out of this room.
But she was already gone, I think, Judge, when that was ordered by the
Too
court.
bad.
Counsel, use the mic.
Judge, number one, our paralegals outside. There's some.
And counsel, you can handle it. You have 3 people at your counsel table.
You don't need the paralegal.
Some documents.
More than
that-
I normally allow.
Judge, there were some documents that we wanted to have her print out some extra copies of.
Some extra copies of?
That's fine.
2 minutes.
Go out, follow my bailiff.
What is the defense doing in this case? They're just a disaster. Please let B. Ivory Lamar cross-examine this witness. Please. I have not wanted anything more in this case than for that idiot to do it. Oh, that'd be great. The other guy's bumbling. The other defense attorney, B. Ivory, is the abrasive and bombastic speaker, and I think he's the one who accused her of not doing CPR. I want him to ask her about why she didn't perform first aid on her husband while his brain is spilling out on the stairs. I want him to do it. It'll be such a wreck if they let B. Ivory do the cross. Please let it be him.
Couldn't you have used a turkey baster to suck up that brain and squirt it back in?
God. Oh, I want it. I want it. I want it bad. What's up, Joe? Welcome to the stream.
How you doing? That was watching her reaction, because I was actually watching I was watching in double speed to sort of catch up to where you guys were, because I was like, I came in, I saw you guys, you were like 25 minutes into her direct, and I didn't think that her reaction was unusual at all. When people are in a traumatic situation where you're feeling both a fear for your own life and also you're confused and in horror and terrified and trying to keep it together, the way a human is going to react to that, their facial expressions, the lack of crying, everything, the inability to call 911, none of this is surprising to me at all. I mean, the way any individual will react in that situation is very unpredictable, even to individuals themselves. And in fact, what I've actually found when it comes to like death in horrific situations, I found personally that, people who are close to me who have died, I've reacted during the first moments, day, 3 days, very differently than I ever would have predicted, based on how my grandmother, who I was close to, died, or when my mother died. You sort of react in a very, you never know how you're going to react, how your body just sort of reacts, because you are dealing with both grief and the natural instinct to try and keep yourself together and keep control of your life and your situation from falling apart. So it's very difficult to there's no way to judge people based on how they react, I think.
And it's a situation you can't fathom, right? Mm-hmm. Like 30 seconds ago, they were driving home. from a
Right.
normal day at work. They go to a restaurant, they're driving home. The next day, they're going to get up and go to work and do the thing. You know, they've got that vacation planned 2 months from now where they're finally going to get away for a little bit. And her husband's going to stop working all these long hours, or, whatever it is that, they're going to see the kids over the weekend. They've got Christmas coming up. Well, I think this was in the springtime or whatever. So they got the 4th of July plans. Whatever they're thinking has just, it's done. It's the opposite now. Now you've got this person. So all of that comes in, and it's something you can't picture. And not having witnessed a loved one die in front of me, I can only try and draw analogs, but one of the analogs I come up with is, I remember when the plane hit the tower on 9/11 and I watched it, and I was like, that's not what I would expect it to look like when a plane hits a building. It just didn't look right to me. And here comes all the truth.
No, I was there 5
but,
seconds ago. I was waiting for you to get there.
Yeah.
I was like,
no, I'm not getting there. That's what the chat's
no,
gonna do. But
I know.
I legitimately, it was like, for some reason, my brain was like, weird. I thought the building would just fall over, which is dumb to think about because it's not how physics works. But it's like, it was such a weird look. And so, watching your loved one get shot in the head and drop in front of you is something that you can't prepare for, because everything has just changed in your entire life. So Jim Beams. Oh no. Building 7, Fed job, Bush did 9/11. Ask Joe about physics.
No, the moment you said it didn't look right. The moment you said, I was like, oh God, what are we going to get in chat?
Yes.
Man.
Yes.
I can explain to you the physics of why.
No,
please, dear God.
No.
What the hell is this? Hold on one second.
Well, that was awkward. Yeah. So, what were your thoughts, Kurt? I mean, let me ask you guys to consider this. How the hell do you cross-examine this witness? This is a very, very tough witness for even a highly skilled trial attorney to handle. All the more so watching B. Ivory Lamar trying to handle it will just be. Yeah, I agree with Nick. That will be a delicious implosion just watching it happen. But for our audience's sake, we should probably discuss the way to try and go. You have to go after her, and yet at the same time, you don't want to end up coming across like you're an a-hole. So,
well, the best you have is that she can't unidentify the guy, and so that's it seems like the most obvious line of avenue for the defense to cross. Be like, you were there, you saw what happened, it happened right in front of you. You can't say who it was, though, so you don't know if it was.
Does that matter? He's claiming self-defense, so he's conceding it was him who fired the shot.
Well, yeah. Well, you if you can't identify him, maybe it goes to other things that you couldn't see or observe. Like if you couldn't see him in his face, then maybe you couldn't see the knife or whatever in the hand. Or
maybe, but then it's an absence of evidence kind of situation, right?
The fact
that
I'm willing to work with that with what I got.
Yeah,
you can't identify the guy, so obviously your perception sucks. So there's other things you can't perceive.
Yeah, there could have been a knife and you might not have seen it. I suppose that's true. But it's not evidence there was a knife.
You could also
and also like things that she said, like you said that you said this, but you actually said this, or you said that he said this, but then I said this to the police. So like what you're saying now that he said, like you don't know that that's true because there are other things that contradict it. So maybe he did make a threat. Maybe he did say I'm going to kill you, and you just don't remember like other things. So there's those kinds of avenues of attack where there's inconsistencies, and you can say, well, yeah, maybe he made a threat and you didn't hear it. Maybe he, whatever, and you're just not remembering it like so many other things.
I think that one of the things that they need to go after is this whole dispute about the hard R and whether or not he said it or not. And I think that you want to basically establish you loved your husband. You think that the defendant killed him. You want him to go away for a long time. Well, you would also say you love your husband. Would you lie for your husband? You hate this. You hate whoever killed him, and therefore, to plant the seed that she would be lying and denying the fact that her husband actually used hard R in screaming at the guy, and that she has established her motive based on her love for her husband and animus for the defendant, that she's sitting here lying to the jury about how this whole thing started. And
Okay. So I'm waiting for a particular phone call, and so I got one, and it was so much better than expected. It was a guy talking about how I'm a defense attorney being biased, and they're doing a story on this, and they're watching the live stream, and I'm like, yes, I'm on the stream. I gotta go. Hope they call back. I hope they call back. I would.
On direct, Ms. Clearman just opened the door as to the peacefulness of Mr. Clearman. The relevance of the Facebook post show otherwise.
These Facebook posts don't show anything. First of all, counsel, start by identifying them.
Your Honor, it is the screenshot of Ms.
He's pissed. Look at his hand shaking.
Mr. Jason.
And who got these screenshots?
It's publicly available online.
Who
Tell
got
me who got the screenshots?
We got the screenshots.
Who?
Authenticate
Stop
it.
saying we. Who?
The defense counsel, the paralegal Ashley just printed them out just a couple minutes.
Ashley who? Then again, Ashley is a witness in this case.
Yep.
Step out for the rest of this trial. Sidebar.
Whoa. What are you doing? You're gonna just have your paralegal grab some screenshots of a thing. You're gonna have to have her authenticate it. What was the date that the screenshot came out? Have they been altered? The prosecutor gets to cross-examine her. You're gonna have to lay foundation. Why does she know these screenshots to be fair and accurate representations? I mean,
she found them on the internet. Ooh, yeah, come on.
Is this the same paralegal who was the purported cop?
That's who was out of the courtroom. Yeah.
I mean, she could well have been a witness on that basis alone. Now she's another witness. She's going out and collecting evidence.
Haha, I just got your paralegal thrown out of the courtroom. Haha, get wrecked.
I mean, what are they doing?
It's like, is this their first trial? Is that possible?
I think Lamar thought this trial was going to be like a career maker, and it's turning into a career ender for him. This is disastrous.
I mean, there's procedures for this kind of thing that are pretty well established.
What are these?
You would hire an investigator. You would hire an investigator to go ahead or have like an IT guy or something who can explain the capture process, who you're comfortable having as a witness.
And you're not doing this mid-trial.
Why are you capturing evidence in the middle of the trial, 5 seconds before there's testifying? How's this not something that happened months ago?
You'd have it all ready
turned
just
over
in case the door was opened. You'd have it all ready, and you'd be prepared to.
You have a nice little file in case of break glass. But it's like, I'm going to go send out the paralegal to go print the things from the internet that we're now doing discovery in the middle of the trial that I just now downloaded from God knows where. We got it from Nick Ricada. That means it's reliable.
Did she testify to the peacefulness of her husband? Did she say my husband was a peaceful man? I don't remember.
She said something along those lines that he wasn't violent. I seem to remember something vaguely like that.
Dispute resolution kind of language, right? This is a guy who settles differences, not
yeah.
That effect.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on what's said in. This is the problem. It depends on what's said in those Facebook posts. Right? Like as to whether or not she's kicked open the door. And that's what the judge is like. Which post? What's the post say? What are you doing? Who got
them? From where? How do you know they're authentic?
Oh my God.
You're just doing discovery now? Fuck you.
What Facebook post is going to show he's a violent person is another question. Like it's going what? So he has what's his violent thing? Is his Facebook post going to say, let's punch all the N words? Like, is that what they're going to try and pull out? Like what could possibly
be like, I hope the Packers kill him this weekend.
It probably, yeah.
Maybe he used the word fight 18 times when he wrote down a transcript of Trump's speech, and that shows how violent he is.
But I do like this. The way he sounds pissed, or the way he sounds like he can't be bothered with everything. But I do like the way he's very direct and he makes decisions, and he's very sort of like, he's always in "don't be brazen with me" mode. His
hand was shaking. I mean, it was shaking, grabbing that paper. He is on edge with this defense. They have angered this judge tremendously.
What is rule number 1 of litigation?
Don't piss off the judge.
Don't piss off the judge.
I wonder what's going through that defendant's head.
He came out and the other lawyers didn't. Are they dead?
It's Thunderdome.
But
Four lawyers enter.
to whatever publication just called me, you can call me after the show. I'm happy to talk about it. But I think your assumptions about what's going on here are wrong. And I would encourage you to watch our significant discussion about
potential exhibits. And I believe it's Ashley that's your paralegal. She is now potentially again a witness in this trial. She is out and not allowed back in the courtroom.
Nice.
You have twice
Correct.
made her a potential witness. Yesterday, there was testimony that she may have held herself out as a police officer. Today, there's testimony, potentially, that she, just within the last hour, with no notice to the state, printed out what purport to be Facebook posts. In both cases, she might be a witness.
That's never intended on calling her. She just does some internal research. She's never taken any statements.
Then you can't have
never
her
written a report,
gather
never
evidence.
named her as a witness. She just assists us in collecting certain things like news articles, videos, things like that. Just be judge.
Right. Counsel, for situations like that, you should use an investigator, not
Yep.
an employee of your office.
Yep.
Mr. Hubner, you address this, please.
He's like, oh man.
Your Honor, I would just simply state that.
Use the mic. Neither
Yeah,
side's
I
using the mic.
apologize.
We
We just want to try the case, Your Honor.
We just want to introduce evidence that no one's ever seen from a
Judge,
source that we don't know.
Regardless of that issue, my point is I don't understand the relevance of two Facebook photos, I guess, a slideshow of stating that other people may not like Jason, but the wife likes Jason. Like, I don't understand what the relevance of this is.
I don't understand the relevance either.
Judge, it was, so the
I
relevance.
also don't understand how they're going to be authenticated. I don't know when they were taken off of Facebook, which again, counsel, is why your paralegal's now a potential witness.
What's the question?
What's the relevance?
So Judge, Attorney Hubner elicited on direct that from the
Jury in
witness,
the
or at
room
least she
still?
testified.
No,
he
the
asked her
jury's
a
out.
question, then she answered, I think, a little differently. And she said that Mr. Clearman is a peaceful guy. He is into conflict resolution, something along those lines. And that, the state's trying to introduce that he's a peaceful character. The statement, or not the statement, but the Facebook post just has one tagline which says, "We won't get along," and that shows the name Jason Clearman. "We probably won't get along" is the exact language of that, and there's a
Which goes to show he's violent.
Now,
you
as
did
far
that.
as authentication, I think
You
we
did
could
that.
simply just
That's what
ask
you're getting
her,
your paralegal thrown
and
out
we don't
over.
need to show this to the jury. We can say, "Is this a fair and accurate representation of his Facebook profile?" If she says no, then that's the end. We're not going to try to rebut that, and the jury doesn't need to see what it is. But if she says yes, then she can confirm that that is what his tagline was, and that's pretty much it.
His
It's not
tagline
really,
on
we're
his
not going to
Facebook-
show it on the projector. We're just
All
going
right, I got to run for now. I'll be back.
See you, buddy.
See how a Facebook profile of him saying we might not get along has anything to do with character for peacefulness.
Of course
There
it
are
doesn't.
Plenty of people
Nothing.
that I don't get along with that have never punched me or shot me in the face.
Nor would I.
Probably won't get along. It's
Right, the one Facebook post, it looks like it might be.
We probably won't get along has nothing to do with the character for unpeacefulness. What are you talking about?
I don't know how to describe it because, as far as I'm concerned, Facebook is part of the downfall of society.
Nice. Oh my God, I love him.
And I'm not on Facebook, thankfully, but it looks like it might be possibly a screenshot. One that says, Jason Clearman, we probably won't get along. Then there's one that says, Evangelina Clearman, I, however, do get along with him. That's relevant how?
in terms of peacefulness, if you're somebody who just doesn't get along with others,
Oh my God, what a reach.
the proposition that Mr. Clearman is putting on his own page, then
This is it? This is what they have?
it's to,
Yep.
his peacefulness, or I think that's a jury question to decide, Judge, if he's a peaceful character or unpeaceful character. We've seen the video, so we're aware of
This is a Binger argument.
Facts in this case.
Hey, no threshold required. Just put it in front of the jury, whatever it is. Let them decide.
I think that
this is
since it's been introduced, I think it's fair game, Judge. If it wasn't, then I think the state.
But
would
this
have a much
isn't
stronger
probative
argument to
evidence.
smooth this.
I disagree.
You can't even look at the judge as he's arguing it. He's looking
Screenshot
away
of
from the
one
judge.
Facebook post shows nothing.
It's
And your
character.
paralegal stays
It's
out.
character
The
evidence.
paralegal's still
Potential
out.
witness on 2 times. She's out for the rest of the trial.
You
We're not
idiot.
discussing this anymore, counsel. We're not discussing it anymore. I made my ruling. It's out. It's irrelevant. I'm sustaining the state's objection. Let's bring the witness back in, please.
Wow.
You lost your paralegal over that. That was the weakest post you could have picked too. What an idiot.
So character evidence is allowed in when the character has been introduced and it was introduced by the witness. So it can be, to rebut that. Yeah, to rebut that, it would be allowed, but that's not really displaying anything about his character as far as being a propensity
still
for
has to be
violence.
probative.
Yeah, it can't just be like his characters, whether he was stingy or something like that. And it's got to be something related to this case. And a guy who just has on a Facebook post saying we probably won't get along doesn't mean he's a guy who's constantly in fist fights.
No,
Yeah,
I
if
mean,
you
it
had a
could,
bunch
it
of-
could mean the person who made the post doesn't get along with people, right? It could mean almost anything.
I think it was on his bio,
No,
like
it was
his
his
profile
bio.
bio.
Right.
Like, which is
self-description.
Please.
Right.
Here we go.
Mike Brogan says, best part is had they not begged for that 2 minutes, this never would have happened.
Fine, I'll give you 2 minutes to blow yourself the F up.
Torberin says, love the streams, Nick. Let's see. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, okay, Oklahoma and Tennessee have introduced legislation that would reimburse people for legal fees and court costs if charged with murder and found not guilty because of self-defense. Tennessee calling it Kyle's Law, which Andrew has written about.
Yep. I'll be adding
everyone-
that as soon as I can get a copy of the actual Tennessee bill. I'll add it to my Kyle's Law page where I'm kind of aggregating all that stuff, which you can find at lawselfdefense.com/Kyle.
Yeah, definitely check that out. It's a very interesting proposition, and it's something, in my opinion, that needs to happen in whatever
none
form
of these,
it takes.
bills go as far as I would go, because I would hold the prosecutor personally accountable, but that's just me.
But it's all revolutionary in the scope of how the American judicial system has worked.
It's looking like you're going to get your wish, Nick. It's going to be Lamar.
Yep, it's B. Ivory Lamar. I'm so happy. Anti-Commie says, since Joe is here, this is why you don't let your wife drive you around. Could lead to catastrophic injury and some death.
That's actually a risk. That's not a joke.
Is this ineffective assistance of counsel? Because damn, no, it's not ineffective assistance of counsel. It's counsel being stupid, but it's not ineffective. I mean, nothing to indicate.
Good afternoon.
I understand that first from the defense, we want to just express our condolences for your loss. Obviously this is a very serious issue here, as Mr. Edgecomb is charged with very serious charges in this case. If there's ever a moment, as we have to get into a couple of sensitive topics, that you just need a moment or so, if the court was so allowed, we're more than happy to grant that moment for you, if necessary. Okay? All right, so I wanted to first start, Ms. Clearman. I guess I want to kind of...
Can you put the microphone, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Man, the court reporter's as pissy as the judge.
Everybody's
All right,
mad
so
at
Ms.
this
Clearman,
defense.
I want to just first start kind of toward the end of this situation. You indicated on direct examination that you exited the vehicle at the time that Mr. Clearman was shot, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Okay. So once your husband, Mr. Clearman, was shot, and Mr. Edgecomb left the scene, correct? You seen him go down the stairs?
That's a different question, isn't
it? Did you see? You know the time that once your husband got shot, you see Mr. Edgecomb go down.
He doesn't know what to do. The only card he has to play is the angry lawyer
understand
card, and now he doesn't know what to do.
My husband was shot. I saw the man on the bike go down the stairs.
Correct. Right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. And then immediately after that, you got out the vehicle, about 6 seconds or so, you got outside the vehicle, right?
I remember getting out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you ran over to your husband, right?
Yes, I ran over to him.
Okay. And you put your hand down. You indicated that you put your hand down, hit your hand down on his body. Is that correct?
On his back.
Okay.
Because I wanted to see if he was alive.
Okay. And you concluded at that time that he wasn't, right?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I want to go into State's Exhibit number.
It looks like the wife is also interested in seeing how this cross is going to go.
Yeah.
And she's clearly not a stupid woman.
Nope, she's ready for an aggressive cross, it looks like to me. Bring it. Fight me.
She's been married to a lawyer for 23 years. I mean, there's.
She knows what they're like.
Yeah, and when you're a witness, the important thing is to really digest what question exactly are you asking me? That's what a good witness will do, and then answer that precisely. Right. And that's why she's so attuned to saying, "Wait, can you specify?" And then when you specify, it's a completely different question. She's like, "That's not at all what you asked."
She's been married to a lawyer for 23 years, meaning she's been arguing with a lawyer for 23 years, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Would it be prudent to not cross her at all? It'd be prudent to keep the cross questions very short, very direct, stay away from any emotional outbursts or anything ridiculous, and don't bully her in any way, and then get the hell out of this situation.
This is danger, danger, danger.
The same way you actually self-defense.
He needs to establish that hard R, and that she's lying because she loves her husband.
But she's never going to concede that, even if it were true.
Right, but she'll concede that she loves him. And that, you know, she hates whoever she feels killed him, which is the defendant, and that she's motivated to lie in order to see him put away.
Sure.
And all of that you can do without being a bully. And that her version as to what happened in the initial confrontation between them, where she's like, yeah, he said, what the F, as opposed to, you know, the hard R, that's something you can establish, that she's motivated to just make that up. And you also can show that she changed, even in the police story, from saying what the heck to what the F. Those are two different things. So clearly her story is changing, and we know she's motivated to lie. This is a way you can sort of help prepare the way for the defendant to get up there and explain how this situation began spiraling out of control because of what Clearman did. So it sort of helps a little bit justification as far as Clearman also shows the defendant's state of mind that, hey, this is a guy who's a racist, who's coming after me, chasing after me, trying to kill me. That's why this hard R is so important. So, and you want to show that she's, you know, that she's lying. Now, this, I think there's like a 2% chance Lamar's going to be able to do such a thing effectively, but that's what a good defense counsel, that should be part of what a good defense counsel would do here.
I mean, I agree that's what you do. It's about all you have. I just don't see that it's all that helpful.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Like, they have to be very, very careful here.
One thing that hurts the defense, I didn't realize, is Clearman's on his stomach.
Hold on.
I don't know what's going on there. So, Ms. Clearman, did we just hear you say he's okay, right? Correct?
That's what I heard.
And you were asking law enforcement that at the time, right?
I was asking someone. I don't know who I was asking.
Okay. But you were asking whether your husband was okay, correct?
I don't know if that's who I was referencing to.
Was there anybody else that you could potentially be referencing at this moment?
No.
So it would likely be your husband?
Most likely.
Okay. So that would indicate that at the time that you got out of the car to go place your hand on Mr. Clearman's back, you didn't confirm whether he was actually alive or not at that time, correct?
I did.
So
I did. I saw his hands purple, and he was gurgling at his mouth. It's gurgling, and there was blood, pool of blood on the steps.
Oh my God.
And he was cold.
okay, can you explain to the members of the jury why you asked the question then, is he okay?
I was in shock.
This is a dumb line of questioning.
Bad.
It's also 15 minutes in the video
indicated
after she was crying
on
hysterically.
direct examination that at some point you went again to Mr. Clearman's body and you grabbed an item from the scene, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And you indicated that you went into Mr. Clearman's pocket, correct?
I reached into his back pocket and removed his wallet.
Okay. And you indicated that the reason you did so because you wanted something of him to hold on to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything in Mr. Clearman's wallet other than credit cards or anything that we should know of?
No, just credit cards.
So at the time, you just wanted to hold on to Mr. Clearman's credit cards at that time, correct?
His wallet.
His wallet that contained only credit cards, right?
ID, I don't, his IDs, his work IDs,
It's him. It's him.
other items were in there, yes.
Okay. So basically IDs and credit cards, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those items were of particular importance to you at that moment, right?
No, you idiot.
He was important to me at that moment.
What do you mean by that question?
Well, having possession of Mr. Clearman's credit cards at that time was of particular importance to you at that moment, correct?
Having his credit cards? No, just his wallet.
Okay,
I just
so
wanted to hold on to his wallet.
okay, so it wasn't the content of what was inside the wallet.
It had nothing to do with the content in his wallet.
Okay, so it was just the wallet itself, correct?
Correct.
And it was just a leather wallet, correct?
It's just a leather wallet, correct.
His leather wallet.
Yeah.
She couldn't put him in his pocket, so she put his wallet in his pocket, in her pocket. That's really what she's saying.
Now, you indicated on direct that when the first incident occurred, you stated that Mr. Edgecomb came from in between a couple cars in front of you. Was that right?
Well, it all happened really quickly. I'm driving westbound on Brady. I passed Dynamite, excuse me, and as I pass Dynamite, I see the bicyclist. He comes out onto the road, off the curb. I'm not sure. Well, it was off the curb or between parked cars, but he came out onto the road.
Okay. So he wasn't going a particular direction at the time. You're indicating now that he was coming in between two parked cars.
He was riding. He came out onto the road on his bike, riding his bike in front of my vehicle.
Okay. And was he was going the same direction as you when did he turn the bike the same direction as you?
Just
The
making
same
this so
direction that you were
complicated.
heading on Brady Street at the time?
He was riding his bike towards me.
Okay.
He was riding his bike eastbound on the westbound lane.
Okay. So you're saying that he pulled out between two cars and then he turned the bike in the immediate direction of you. Is that correct?
He got off he came onto the road from the sidewalk on his bike riding towards me.
And
Well, he was on the right side. He came out onto the sidewalk. If I can make this clear, I'm trying to make this as clear as possible.
For you.
I'm driving down Brady. And the bicyclist, all of a sudden,
Joe, are
is
you supposed
in
to
the
be on
road
Eric Hunley's show right
on the
now?
right side of my vehicle, and I swerved to avoid hitting him because he came out.
I really
so
want to watch this cross.
quickly, and it startled me, and I turned my car.
now, do you recall seeing a bike lane on Brady Street at that specific place?
Is there a bike lane you're asking
Yeah,
me?
did you see a bike lane?
A bike light or bike lane?
Lane.
Did you say axe?
I don't
or
recall a
ass?
bike lane.
Okay. So you didn't indicate to Mr. Rotrell Cameron that he was going the wrong direction in a bike lane. That would be an
Who?
accident. Mr. Rotrell Cameron?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. Do you recall, Mr. Cameron, do you remember anybody being at the body with you, Mr. Clearman, as he laid there? Do you recall anybody being there with you?
I was the only one there by the body.
Okay. And is that true for the whole evening of September 22nd, 2020?
What do you mean by the whole evening?
I'll try to come back
So
soon.
you never came in, are you saying you never came in contact with anybody when
They
you
just
were
can't ask
present
structured
for Mr.
questions.
Clearman?
I mean, they're
Nobody else was around, correct?
At the time that I went to his body,
How many times did you go to the body?
twice.
Okay.
I mean, this
On the
feels like a
first time,
non-lawyer
body around.
pretending to be a
No
lawyer.
one was near me or around me near the body. I was the only one near the body.
Okay. On the second time you went to the body, was there anybody around?
No one was like right next to me. There were two people standing there by the car.
By which car?
There was a red truck behind my car.
Okay, so there was only two people. Can you describe them?
I
Just
recall a
say
red
no.
truck. I recall a female on the passenger side, and I believe it was a male, but I believe it was a male who was the driver.
Okay.
They were standing there.
Okay, were they standing there together?
I cannot recall.
Did they appear to come together?
When you
What-
mean
what
did
is
they appear
that?
to come together, do you mean like in the same vehicle? Or?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just clarify. Did both the man and the woman both come out of the red SUV?
From what I remember, when I turned to ask for help because I noticed there was a vehicle, the woman stepped out of her car and was standing outside her door, and the gentleman was also exiting his door. That's all I remember.
Okay, so they both came out the red SUV.
Yes.
Right? Okay. All right. And those are the only two people that you recall being present with you on those two occasions that you went to Mr. Clearman's body, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Those are the only two people that was around in that area at the time that you went to the body of Mr. Clearman, correct?
Yes. I didn't scan the whole area. I just focused on those two individuals. I didn't focus on anyone else.
Okay. So have you ever heard the name Ratrell Cameron before?
Not till today.
Okay. And you don't recall anyone
Didn't I
else
ask you that name just a
African-American
second
male?
ago?
So it would be two African-American men at that time. You don't recall that? At the scene, at the time that you went and approached Mr. Clearman's body?
No, I don't recall that.
And when you were at the body, did you ever call anyone and say something were you on the phone with someone when you got out the second time?
Can you
just ask a question?
Sure. When you got out the vehicle the second time, right? Were you on the phone at the time that you exited the vehicle?
I don't.
You ever been a judge in a moot court?
You don't recall being on the
Nick?
phone with someone named
No.
Anna?
I've done that a few times.
Anna?
The one L's are better than this.
Or
Yeah.
Ivana, you
Ivana.
mean?
Yes.
Ivana.
I apologize.
That's
Ivana.
okay. Yes, I called Ivana, and yes, I called Ivana.
And you were on the phone with Ivana at the time that you approached the body, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ivana is she married to? Is Ivana married?
I wanted to stand there by my husband's body, so and I called her. I was standing there. Yes.
Okay. Is Ivana married?
Yes, she's married.
And is her husband a police officer?
No.
Okay. Do you know what his occupation is?
Her husband's occupation?
Yes.
He actually not really, but he's a salesman.
Okay.
I don't know what company he works for, but he's a salesman and he travels a lot.
Okay. All right.
It's a drug
And
dealer.
do you recall someone coming to the scene who was a police officer at the time? And who was that?
That individual is the boyfriend of my niece, my niece's boyfriend,
What's your niece's name?
Davina.
Savina?
Davina.
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 Are they going to run with this as part of the
And
conspiracy cover up?
You had
She knew a
occasion to be on a
cop.
phone call with Davina, correct?
They're setting up the
You
defendant.
called Davina at some point?
I never called Davina.
Okay. How did Davina learn to come to the scene?
Why would he even ask that question? if that was going to be the answer.
Yeah.
I don't know how she heard of it, but I can assume that her
Speculation.
mother called her.
And what's her boyfriend's name?
Garrett. I don't know his last name, but it's Garrett.
Say that again, ma'am.
Garrett.
Garrett?
Garrett.
Okay. And so Garrett is the police officer, correct?
He is a police officer.
And he accompanied you at the time that you were given a statement in this case, correct?
No, incorrect.
Okay. Well, did Mr. Garrett, well, I'm sorry, did Garrett
This is
ever get into a
ridiculous. I
police
mean,
car with
you have to know the answer to that question before you ask it.
Yeah.
At this time, I want to go into State's Exhibit.
It's a problem when you're trying to set up a
83.
conspiracy when one doesn't seem
guess
to
it's the same
exist.
video.
Well, a conspiracy isn't even logical here.
No, okay. Gotcha. Sorry.
Oh, did you want to make a clarification?
I did want to clarify something.
Okay.
What I recall is that he came to the squad car that I was in. I don't recall if he sat or not. Wait a minute. Can I think a little bit on that, please?
Sure.
The judge is probably like, no, this is a waste of time.
Well, let's just get to the next question. Hang on, you can think about it. You can come back to it. Go to the next question.
Somebody asked what a 1L is. A 1L is a first-year law student, folks.
I remember now. He did sit with me. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm sorry?
I apologize. I do remember that he did sit for a second to tell me that my family was there. He wanted me to know that the family was there, that Ivana was there, Davina was there, Maria, and my children.
So he did sit next to you at the time you gave a statement, correct?
If I remember correctly, yes.
Again, you just asked a question that led to the witness talking
Now, I
about
just
how the
wanna
whole
back
family
up
was
a little
there
bit
to
now.
support her in this time
And
of
her
tragic
children.
loss.
When this, let's go back to the first incident.
Idiotic.
On the first incident, you indicate that Mr. Edgecomb was going the wrong direction is what your statement is, correct?
Yes.
Zenothium says this guy
And
is taking an L.
At that particular time, you indicated on direct that your husband yelled out, "What the heck?" Correct?
That's what I recall.
This is going to be a bad line of questioning. Are you sure he didn't say, "What the heck, you N-word? Can I
And
lynch
in
you?"
fact, you were given several media interviews after this incident, correct?
I believe it was 2.
Do you recall giving an interview to TMJ4?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall giving an interview to CBS 58?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall giving an interview to Fox 6?
I did an interview, the first interview. I don't remember which station it was with.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the only other option would likely be WISN 12?
I mean, there's a million people who could have
Yeah.
interviewed her.
I'm not sure. I was very distraught that day when they came to the house.
Okay. And when you gave those interviews, when you were interviewed, you explained that your husband said, "What the heck," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall on another interview saying that your husband yelled out, "Hey, what's the problem?"
I don't recall that.
Okay. All right. So your recollection is that you solely said, your husband solely said, "Hey, what the heck?" Correct? All right.
What the heck?
All right. Now, when you gave those interviews, that was what, a couple days later, or how long of a period of time was that later?
I was very distraught, and I still am very distraught over the loss of my husband. And a lot of things I have been having trouble retaining. My short memory can be some foggy sometimes. I think it was a couple days after that they came to the house.
Okay. So a couple
Bailiff
days
just
after
escorted someone out
You indicate
Ooh.
that
in the
your-
reflection
your
there.
husband said, "What the heck?" Right?
Yes.
Okay.
What's the other defense counsel?
All right. Then, did you indicate today that there was a statement when on direct where it was? Well, let me stop there. Let's go to 6 minutes and 22 seconds of this exhibit. Yes.
He's like, "Are you sure you want to do that? You sure? You're not making the best decisions today. Do you want to confer with co-counsel?"
The judge is that the court reporter right there in the seat with the
Yeah.
red sweater on it? I think
Yeah,
so.
I think
right?
so.
Okay, hang on, stop, please stop. You have your husband's ID. It's my husband! Ma'am! Stop, please. I need you have his, ma'am, you have his wallet in your purse. I need his ID. Please give me his ID.
Yeah, that did him some favors.
I need you to talk to me, okay? Okay, hang on. The guy was driving to the car. My husband said, "What the fuck?" And then hang on.
Oh, that's what he wanted in. My husband said, "What the F?"
Ms. Clearman, did you just say that your husband yelled out, "What the fuck"?
That's what it shows on the video. Yes.
Is that a true statement? Is what your husband said?
I remember what the heck. I was distraught. I swear a lot.
You said, "I'm sorry"?
I swear a lot.
You swear a lot.
Mhm.
Okay.
Ow.
Did you indicate on direct that potentially he also said, "What the fuck, motherfucker"?
Those were my words.
Okay. And is that your belief of what your husband might have said?
No.
No, he was saying that was what the
So whose words were those?
Edgecomb said.
That was me explaining I was upset. I was explaining it to my sister because she was not believing me. And so I was upset. And so I used
But those words were attributed to Edgecomb.
All right, if we could continue with the video, please.
Stop. You have your husband's ID. It's my husband!
Now, is that Garrett?
That is Garrett.
Okay, and Garrett ultimately ends up in the police car with you, correct?
Everything's so foggy right now.
Clearman, can you just speak up a little?
I say what the
No,
fuck all
I'm
the
not
time and
sure.
don't, get shot.
So you're not sure if that guy
In the
ended
head.
up in the police car with you?
If I represented to you that he entered the police car with you, would you disagree?
That's how you do it, right? He's just getting wrapped up in this stuff. She wouldn't deny it. I mean, if it's just foggy memory, she'd say, "Well, it could be. If it's in the video, I guess that's what happened."
I know someone was sitting next to me. I don't know if it was Garrett or if it was the other detective.
All right. Now, I just want to, just kind of go back a little bit. So we got to the first incident, right? And you mentioned on direct that you were just leaving a bar called Scaffity's, correct?
Scaffity's.
Scaffity's, okay. And before I start here, your husband he was a pretty tall guy. He was about 6'3", correct?
Yes, he was 6'3".
And he weighed 250 pounds, correct?
220, 225. He was very proud of himself for losing weight. So he was 220, 225.
Okay, but if I submit to you that the autopsy report indicated 250 pounds, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Now,
You pumped 30 pounds of bullets
you
into his
indicated on
brain.
direct that you had a glass of wine, correct?
Yes, I had one glass of wine.
Right. And your husband, you mentioned, had 3 beers. Is that right?
I remember 3 beers.
And that's what you testified to on direct, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that because your memory is a bit foggy that he could have had a lot more than 3 beers?
People tend to underestimate what they
It's
drink when
possible
they're
he had maybe
recounting
4
it.
beers. 3 to 4 beers.
Is it possible that he also had anything other than beer on September 22nd?
What do you mean by other?
Is it possible that he had any other type of alcoholic beverage outside of beer?
Like, can you give me an example? You mean like a shot or?
Well, did your husband take shots?
No,
Okay.
he only drank beer.
Okay. So the only thing he would have would be beer.
Just
correct?
beer.
All right. And you've been made aware, obviously, in this case, that the autopsy report that his blood alcohol level was a 0.12, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would know, are you familiar with blood alcohol levels? Like,
No.
okay.
You're not going to get a receipt
Do you, if I submitted to you that
6
the
months
legal
later from a bar of what
limit
one
was a
couple drank.
0.8 in this state, would you have any reason to disbelieve that?
You say 0.8 or 0.08?
You're telling me that
He wants the widow to testify
Yes,
about
you have
what
a reason.
DWI level is in the state.
Yeah, 0.08.
He said 0.8.
Operate a vehicle in Wisconsin.
Point
That's
zero.
the law.
0.08.
Lawyer.
Chairman.
He said
0.08 is the
0.8.
legal limit.
Right.
Okay.
You aware of that?
I am now.
Okay. And your husband's, the autopsy report indicated that your husband's limit was a 0.12.
Well,
Correct.
his level.
His level, yeah. God.
That is correct.
And that would be 1.5 times the legal limit, correct?
Legal limit for
drive.
what?
I don't know.
Now, you indicated that your husband drove to Scaffidy's, correct?
He drove to Scaffidy's? Yes.
Scaffidy's.
Yes.
I'll get it right one of these times. I'm sorry.
I
right, so-
doubt it.
He drove there, right?
Yes, he drove there.
Does he normally do the driving when you two are together?
No. Usually
He's like
I
Joe
do
Neerman.
driving. Like I drive him to court. We share one vehicle.
Okay.
Okay, we don't have 2 vehicles. We only own one. And
Just like me.
sometimes he'll drive to work. Sometimes I'll drive to work, depending if he has,
If you don't
to
count
go
the
to
motorcycle.
an immigration interview. If he has to go to an immigration interview, he's in his suit, and then I drive and I drop him off.
Okay.
But I think I do most of the driving.
Okay. But when he came out of Scaffidy's, did I get it right that time?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So when he came out of Scaffidy's, he insisted at that moment that you do the driving, correct?
When you use the word insist,
Well, he requested. He asked, correct?
he said, honey, you can drive home.
Okay. And do you believe that that was a request was made based off the drinking he had been doing that night?
No, I think he was tired.
Okay. Now, you're also aware on the autopsy report that it's claimed that there was THC in his system, correct?
I mean, a lot of this is
I
just,
understand now.
inferences he could argue on closing would be reasonable from the evidence in the case, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
You don't need this.
Testimony is not that there actually was THC, it was not confirmed.
Sustained. The testimony was that there was THC metabolites. That's what the medical examiner testified to. Let's keep an accurate record and ask accurate questions.
Yeah, I thought I used the word claim, but okay. Ms. Clairman,
Who
does your
claimed?
husband use
Nobody
marijuana?
claimed it but you.
I missed that. What was the question again?
Does your husband use marijuana, or did he use marijuana?
Judge.
Objection.
Overruled. She can answer.
He did for chronic neck pain. He did once in a while.
He did once in a while.
Hmm.
On September 22nd, you recall him using marijuana?
I never saw him. I've never witnessed him.
All right.
Just to clarify, ma'am, you did not see him on the day in question use marijuana.
I did not see my husband use marijuana.
And to your knowledge, he didn't have a prescription for marijuana, did he?
Not to my knowledge.
Does Theodore Edgecomb use marijuana?
Does he sell it?
Have you at any point used marijuana?
Was he just trying to buy some weed?
That's irrelevant. Sustained.
What is he doing here?
Although she answered and said no. Let's move on.
Now, Ms. Clement, you indicated that after per the body cam in your testimony, well, at least the statement on the body cam with, sure. After your husband says,
Point 8 is
what
not
the
blackout
fuck
drunk. Point 8 is
on
deceased.
to Mr. Edgecomb, then you
Pickled.
continue driving.
Literally
forward.
pickled.
Is that correct?
After I swerve, you mean? I continue driving?
I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if you made contact with Mr. Edgecomb or not?
What do you mean by contact?
Do you recall ever coming into contact with Mr. Edgecomb with the vehicle?
What do you mean by
I
that?
think he's asking, correct me if I'm wrong, Counsel, did your car ever touch Mr. Edgecomb and or the bicycle?
No.
The judge is asking the defense questions for them to get this over with.
I didn't. My vehicle never touched him. I swerved around him, and he was still biking. As I looked in my rearview mirror, he was still biking in the direction that he started to bike in.
Okay. So you're alleging that Mr. Edgecomb never got off that, he never fell off the vehicle?
It's not an allegation,
Fell
it's her
off
testimony.
The vehicle?
I mean, off of his bike.
He did not fall off his bike.
Okay, and you know that because you're continually going forward, correct?
I'm going straight, but I looked in my rearview mirror.
Okay, and so you're driving straight, but you're looking at the rearview mirror at the same time?
Oh, I glanced.
Oh, look, she's
Okay.
reckless.
You
Because no
glanced.
one
my
does that.
God.
So you don't know if Mr. Edgecomb would have ever
You can only look in your rearview mirror
fell
when
off
you're
a
going
bike
backwards, I
onto
guess.
another vehicle and at some point got back on his bike.
He did not fall off his bike. He was still riding his bike.
Okay, but you know that because you just glanced in the rearview mirror at some point, right?
Yes.
I mean,
like-
this is. If it sounds stupid, guys, the
Now,
jury is also hearing
you're
it sound
heading
stupid.
Toward Houghton, the intersection of Houghton.
She's
and
starting to
Brady,
feel
correct?
sympathy for the defendant.
You're on Brady and you're headed toward Houghton, right? Okay. And you're stopped. Your vehicle comes to a stop at that point.
Yes. The light turned red and I stopped.
She has
Okay.
problems with
And
her testimony that
were
he
you
could be going
surprised
after.
when
He's
Mr.
going after
Edgecomb
inanity.
ended up on the passenger side of the vehicle?
I was very surprised.
Okay. So there's been a time that you weren't looking in your rearview mirror the whole time to see Mr. Edgecomb approach the vehicle, correct?
But did he fall off his bike 20 seconds after she hit him?
So at least there was some period of time that you don't know what Mr. Edgecomb was doing, correct?
Correct. I saw him continuing to ride his bike, so I was not thinking that I didn't think anything other than I'm going home.
Okay. And your direct testimony was that Mr. Edgecomb says to your husband, "Hey, were you talking to me?" Correct?
When he approached the vehicle, he said, "Hey, are you talking to me?"
Right. Those are the only words that Mr. Edgecomb said
Those are
before.
the only words that I remember.
And then your husband replied, "Yeah, I was talking to you."
He just said yes.
Okay. And then at that point, Mr. Edgecomb punched Mr. Cleveland, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Edgecomb never made a threat to you, did he?
Except for the punch.
Except for, punching my husband in
Never
the
made a
face.
verbal threat to you.
Never made a verbal threat to me.
Okay. He never mentioned at any time that he had a weapon on his person, correct?
We never exchanged words.
Okay. So Mr. Edgecomb never said, I have a gun.
Asked
correct?
and answered.
I never heard him speak a word to me. No.
Okay. And he never said that to Mr. Clearman.
Come on.
Correct?
No.
And Mr. Edgecomb also never brandished a weapon. He never raised the shirt, showed a weapon. He never.
He brandished a
anything
weapon
out.
right before pulling the trigger.
Right before he shot my husband in the face.
He was on his bike. He punched my husband and he rode off
I just want to kind of, before we go to that point, I want to just kind of stay right here at the time the punch was made. Mr. Edgecomb never displayed a firearm at that time that he punched Mr. Clearman, did he?
What is the point of this?
I
Because you
can't
clearly
say
had a
because
gun.
I didn't see his hands. I just saw that my husband was struck and his
Yeah.
glasses flew off, and so
To Aaron Spielman in the chat,
I didn't
yes.
see a weapon.
Okay.
I will
So he never
definitely
made
get
any
right on
indication
policing
of
the
having a
comments
weapon
in
or threatening
that people are
of any
making.
type of weapon whatsoever
Let me
at
just
that
tell
time,
the
correct?
internet. Internet, please don't ever say anything that someone
for all
might
you
perceive
know,
as racist
Mr.
somewhere
Edgecomb
ever.
didn't have a weapon at all
Thank
at that
you.
point, right?
I fixed internet racism. It's done.
Yes. it's
Hope you're
very
happy.
safe.
Okay.
Now I'm scrolling to see what that guy
This
said.
happened pretty quick, right?
Yes.
So Mr.
That's hard to
Edgecomb
scroll through the
punches Mr. Clearman, right?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the punch.
Wish someone would have done that sooner. God, I can't believe no one thought of that. Guys, why didn't in 1998 or whatever someone just get on the internet and say, "Oh, by the way, guys, don't be racist." Oh God, we could have fixed it. Damn it, missed opportunities.
I just needed that little bit of guidance from him. That's all. I didn't know, and now I know. That little bit of sensitivity training from Aaron got me back on the path.
Silver coins go clink clink says this is why you shouldn't hire activists. YouTube won't let me disparage them in any way that I can think of. Oh my gosh. There are a couple chats here while we wait. Danny Sherrill says the real question Lamar should ask about is why would a white racist become an immigration lawyer? Makes zero sense. So why would he choose that story to go with? Yeah, again, a white racist immigration lawyer married to a
Dark-skinned woman.
Yeah, to a dark-skinned woman. It's a tough narrative to sell to a jury, that's for sure. John Roberts says the judge banned the paralegal. What can happen to her because she was just following what her boss is telling her to do? Most likely nothing would happen to her. She's just removed from the courtroom because witnesses cannot listen to the testimony of other witnesses unless they're an expert. All right, are we going to get to show the guy ride up and punch her husband again? I mean, is that really what you want?
The judge is thinking, this is why we're not going to deliberations this afternoon.
Yeah. Judge wanted this case to be done today.
I want to stop right here, please.
You do?
Now, Ms. Clearman, is this the vehicle that you were driving on the night of September 22nd of 2020?
There are many Kias, so I want to make sure that is our vehicle.
You want to take a look at does this refresh any of your recollection? Do you remember being behind a Reinhardt truck?
No, I don't remember being behind a
Okay.
This is one of those things, chat, that seems obvious when you're watching a video. Well, of course it's behind a Reinhardt truck, but when you're driving, do you remember like what car you're behind it at any particular intersection?
And you have no reason to think otherwise that is likely your vehicle, September 22nd, correct?
Well, it's hard to tell. I don't know who's in the vehicle.
All right, we'll continue playing, please.
Yeah, the point where the guy bikes up and punches her husband in the face through the window will be a very good indication that that's her in the vehicle.
Right here. Can you confirm that this is your vehicle at this point?
Are we seeing anything different?
You can kind of see her husband a little bit better.
I can't.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Counsel, if you want to continue playing.
Again, just play the part where the guy rolls up on the bike. Here he comes.
Stop, please, right there. You see a bicyclist?
Does he not want to play that part?
This point right here.
Yes.
Okay. Is that Mr. Edgecomb?
I don't know.
Okay. All right, counsel, you continue playing. And if you could stop right there, counsel. So Mr. Edgecomb came from a pretty far distance, right? You were a pretty good amount of space between you guys, right?
It appears that way.
All right. Would you, if we could back up maybe 5 seconds?
Would you characterize yourself as a NASCAR driver? Were you driving at a high rate of speed?
Yeah, I mean, she has no actual knowledge of this. She didn't notice him riding up. This is
Do you
just
see
her
Mr.
commenting on the
Edgecomb
video.
in frame at this point?
Barely.
Okay. Can we back up maybe 5 more seconds, please?
This is not her commenting on what the video
Stop right
shows
there.
is
Do you
not
see Mr.
is not
Edgecomb in
testimony.
frame on this video?
No.
So Mr. Edgecomb was at least a half a block behind you, correct?
What are you getting at, dude?
Yes.
By the way, it looks
Because you
like
don't
about
see
a
him in
block.
this frame, right?
No.
You would agree that the distance up to this point would probably be close to about a half a block or so, right?
Block and a half.
About a block and a half distance.
Yes.
Counsel, you can continue to play.
He's very good at proving his client commits a simple
So, Mr.
battery at this point with
Edgecomb, it appears that
no
a
justification.
bicyclist is now coming in frame, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
And if we could, you can continue. Okay, stop right here, please. Now, you mentioned that Mr. Edgecomb surprised you when he came to the vehicle, right?
Yes.
So you didn't see Mr. Edgecomb when he got to this place, right?
No.
So for at least a block and a half distance, you didn't had any indication where Mr. Edgecomb was, correct?
Correct.
All right, counsel, we continue playing. I want to stop right there. So is this the point where have you identified this being your vehicle at this time?
Yes, that's my vehicle. then.
Okay, and the person that's approaching the vehicle, do you know who that is at this point?
So
The
tiresome.
man on the bike.
Do you recognize that to be the defendant in this case?
I haven't looked at him.
Okay, you want to look at him?
Not really.
All right, so counsel, you continue
Another
playing.
stupid question. You don't need her to establish the identity of the defendant.
Okay, can you stop right there, please?
Why would they want her to do that? I mean, that's what the
Is that way that you
prosecution
recall
does.
The incident playing out when your husband was struck by Mr. Edgecomb?
Yes, but can you rewind it a little bit?
Sure.
She's going to make him play the punch again.
Yes, that's what I recall.
Okay, so at this time, I want you to focus in on the passenger door as we get ready to play it now. So you go ahead, counsel. Okay, stop it right there. Can we go back, please? I'm sorry.
He kicked open the door. Man was just punched in the face.
Right there is good. Back up a little bit farther.
It was painful.
Okay, let's play it again. And I want to stop it very quickly as we stop it right there, please. So Mr. Clearman has now opened his door at this point, correct?
Are you asking me based on the video that I'm looking
Right,
at,
exactly.
or based on my recollection?
Well, we can start based off the video. Do you see a door open?
Based on the video, I see the door open ajar.
Okay. And that purports to be your husband, Mr. Clearman, opening that door.
Purports
correct?
to be.
Yes.
Okay. Now, just so that we're clear,
Just talk like a normal
at
person.
this point, you haven't had a conversation with your husband at this point. This surprised you, right?
Yes.
Your husband is struck by a punch,
Mm-hmm.
and then he immediately opens the door, correct?
Based on the video, but my recollection, I don't recall him opening the door.
Okay. But you don't dispute at this point, based off the video, you see that he did open the door, correct?
I'm sorry, counsel, I can hear you.
Based off this video, you don't dispute that Mr. Clearman did open the door at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior
Those
to
are-
Mr. Clearman opening that door, he didn't have a conversation with you within a couple seconds, did he? You didn't have a conversation with your husband prior to him opening the door, correct?
Well, we discussed the election.
No.
I think the court reporter takes down all this stuff verbatim, or she
Opening
cleans it
Mr.
up a little
Clearman
bit for the
opening door was
transcript.
responsive.
I hope
to
for
being
B.
punched,
Ivory's sake
correct?
that she cleans it up.
Well, yes, it kind of calls for speculation, but she was right there. She's witnessing the whole thing. She can answer if she knows.
Okay, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, if I can remember. So when
You said
Mr.
him opening the door was
He can't remember his own question?
that was the question.
No.
Yeah.
If you can't remember your own question, chat, that probably means your question is irrelevant. I mean, why are you
I'm
asking
not
it?
sure.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Clement at this point doesn't indicate to you, I want to talk to him, right? He didn't make that statement, did he?
He didn't make any statement. They already established
Mr.
that they
Edgecomb,
didn't
you
talk.
said?
Mr. Clearman, Jason Clearman, he didn't tell you, I want to talk to him, correct?
No, he did not at that point.
He didn't say anything to you at this point, did he?
After he was punched and his glasses flew off, and then he touched his face, he told me he was bleeding.
Okay.
That was a conversation.
But he never indicated to you at this point that he wanted to talk to Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
No, he did not.
Okay. So prior to opening the door, he never said, I want to talk to him. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I want you to now look at Mr. Edgecomb on a bicycle, right? That's the individual that struck your husband, correct?
Yes, based on the video, yes.
Okay. And at this moment, Mr. Edgecomb appears to be going straight, correct?
The corner's right a few feet from where he is right now.
But at this very moment, he's going straight, correct?
Yes.
At this very moment, Mr. Edgecomb is not posing a threat anymore beyond that punch that he just threw, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, Mr. Edgecomb is not a threat to you at this moment, correct?
Can you ask that in a different way?
Sure. Mr. Edgecomb is, we'll say, a couple feet away from the vehicle, correct?
He's a couple feet away from the vehicle.
The bike is now angled to go straight at this moment.
Yes.
He's not a threat to you at this moment, correct?
Not to me, no.
He wouldn't be a threat to your husband at this moment either, correct?
Not sure.
How would she know?
Now,
A bell curve has two tails, folks, and this is the unfortunate tail of the bell
at this
curve.
point, Mr. Edgecomb's back is to your vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you have full control of the vehicle at this point, correct?
Yes.
You get to make the decisions on what you do with that vehicle as the sole person in charge of that vehicle at that moment, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, from the position we're facing now, let me see if I can make this clear.
Okay, so when you're preparing to
I'm not
cross-examine this type of witness,
Clearman, what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 5.
you script out like the major questions you want asked, and you take a couple notes during direct, and you stick to the script. I mean, this is a critical witness.
And you'll have dry run it over and over
Yes,
again,
it
at
does.
least mentally, but preferably in real life.
The area in which you are.
You want to hear what it sounds like when the words come out of your mouth. Everything, tone, everything.
Okay.
Yes.
And you were headed, would it be east? Well, you were headed west on Brady Street, correct?
West on Brady.
And
Yes.
you're going toward Houghton Street, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were on your way home that night,
correct?
Yes.
And you would have proceeded the direction of going toward Houghton Street and then making a left turn to go home, right?
No, I
Okay,
would
which way would you go?
continue straight
Okay, you would continue straight
onto Water Street.
to Water Street. So you would actually pass Houghton Street, correct?
Yes.
There would be no reason to make a turn at all on Houghton Street to go home, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Clearman, you indicated that you seen Mr. Edgecomb at the time that you had to swerve, correct?
I saw him at the time I had to swerve.
All right. And you would have noticed the type of attire that Mr. Edgecomb was wearing at that time, right?
No.
Well, you did or you didn't. It's not would you have.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. How would you describe what Mr. Edgecomb is wearing at this moment?
A white shirt with a black vest.
And a 9mm pistol in
That
his
was
hand.
apparent to you at the time that you made the first incident that occurred, correct? The incident that happened prior on Brady, right?
Yes.
What is he saying?
You noticed that he had a black vest, white shirt, correct?
Technically, no. She's seen so many pictures of him now that she can't know what she saw back then.
Right. It's not from
and
her
it's
actual
irrelevant.
recollection. Right. And who cares?
No, I can't say that I knew his attire.
That image they just showed of Edgecomb should be a meme.
But
You
you
know,
look
when
back
you
at
realize
your
you're a lawyer.
Yeah, I focused on
that moment when
the figure.
Okay.
it's
So
like,
you weren't paying
I'm
attention to
apt.
what he was wearing at that moment, right?
It all happened so quickly and I was still driving.
Okay. So you don't know what he was wearing at that time through your rearview mirror, correct?
If every time they said correct, you
Now,
have to take a shot,
see
you'd have a
Mr.
BAC
Edgecomb
of 0.8.
now on the right side of your vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And were you able to see him on September 22nd at this time?
No, I was looking for the glasses, so I don't know which way he was going.
Okay. But at some point, your husband said, follow him, correct?
He did not say follow him.
Drink.
Your husband never said follow Mr.
He
Edgecomb.
never used those words. He never said follow Mr. Edgecomb.
Is there any words that Mr. Clearman used?
When I started
Big twist as she says, he said, get that
when the light
N-word.
turned green, he said, turn the corner. I want to talk to him.
Okay. Now, in order for you to know where Mr. Edgecomb was, you would have to be able to see him ahead of you, correct?
Drink.
I would have to.
You have to see Mr. Edgecomb in order to
I'll
go
try.
in the direction of Mr. Edgecomb, right?
I'll try it.
I wasn't going in his direction. I was driving and then my husband turned me to turn the corner. So I didn't see him. If he went turn the corner or went straight, I didn't see him.
And when your husband said, turn right, he wanted to talk to Mr. Edgecomb, right?
He said, turn the corner. I want to talk to him.
So you were looking for Mr. Edgecomb so that you could enable Mr. Clearman to get in the vicinity of Mr. Edgecomb in order for him to talk to him,
Here it comes.
correct?
Correct.
I
Okay.
turned the corner.
Oh,
Yes,
man.
he asked me
Don't
to.
do it,
And when I
Nick.
saw
Don't
him,
do
I
it.
Micro
stopped the
sips.
vehicle.
Micro sips,
When
it'll
you
be
saw
fine.
Mr.
Have those 18
Edgecomb,
kids you have to
right?
raise.
And I saw the man on the bike.
The man on the bike, okay?
Council, one or two more questions. We're going to break for lunch. It's almost noon. You can pick up after
Correct.
lunch, but one or two more
Wow,
questions.
we can pick up after lunch. I'm fine with that, guys.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost noon. We're going to break for lunch. I appreciate, and ma'am,
Man, he agreed to that lunch break so fast. He knows he's flailing, but he's
appreciate the
unwilling to let the
time.
witness go. So he desperately wants to pause to regroup.
You were all here on time this morning.
He needs his
appreciate you paying
paralegals'
attention.
power.
Both sides appreciate you paying attention. We're going to continue with testimony this afternoon. As I said earlier this week, we're not going to finish today. We will most likely, I'm hoping, finish on Monday, but we'll break for lunch. It's noon.
Hopefully you guys
If
will
can be
find him
back in the
guilty
jury
Monday
room
afternoon.
a little bit after 1, 5 after 1, or 10 after 1. We'll start as shortly thereafter as possible. Again, choose wisely in the cafeteria. See you in an hour. Everybody else can remain seated.
Got this garbage courtroom, garbage cafeteria in this stupid courthouse.
Did you hear him call it lunchroom roulette the other day?
Please choose wisely. I want you all to make it back here, implying that they would die if they just ate the wrong thing.
Choose wisely. He chose poorly.
Oh my
All
God.
right, jury's out. We're off the record. We're in recess. Back at 1:15.
I did want to place one thing on the record as
Oh,
well.
good.
Or we
This'll
can do
be
that
good.
now.
Fine, we can do it after lunch.
All right, thank you.
1:15.
Okay, we'll do it after lunch.
Yeah,
Rats.
I don't want to hear this bullshit right now.
I got to go take a dump. There's George F. Shaughnessy or whatever. Okay. Well, we'll wait for that to come back. I'm assuming we're going to have to refresh because that's what happened yesterday.
Yep.
I've got. All right. I refreshed it. Now I got the splash screen. Waiting for the. We'll wait for it to come back. So, look, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know because again, so maybe you can kind of bumble through a couple witnesses in a trial that aren't super important, but I mean, this is the widow, the primary witness, the person who you've alleged in your opening has failed to save her husband's life after your client shot him in the face. You've basically suggested that she doesn't love him. You've gone on to suggest that she and her husband were racially motivated in attacking this person. You're suggesting that you're hinting that she's engaged in some sort of police conspiracy due to her very attenuated police connection friend who shows up. You're trying to establish that she's lied, I guess, about what happened. And so when you've got a witness like this, this is where you're going to get your crucial information. This is the person who's there who can show that her husband was reacting violently. He was angry. He's trying to leave the car. You're trying to cover up for his anger and his language and his aggressiveness that was clearly going on. You've accused her of running into the bike with her car earlier in the night. All of this stuff. You need to rehearse and plan this line of questioning as again, it's aside from your own client, this is the most important witness in the entire case. You've got two witnesses that you plan for more than anybody else in this case, and it's this lady and your client, and that's it. And so you run through this over and over and over. You have your questions scripted out, and you may add in with your notes a couple little insert questions that come across from direct. Oh, I didn't know about that. I didn't think about that. That's new. That was a mistake, whatever. But you've got your plan because I think you've talked about this. What you're trying to do on testimony is elicit very specific phrases that you can use on close. And that's the whole point of it.
Yeah. And listen, it would be forgivable if they didn't get much useful out of this witness. I would understand that if that was the outcome from a disciplined, rigorous approach of cross-examination. This is just him kind of flailing around in the courtroom. It's completely unconstructed. It appears completely unrehearsed. It's just nonsense. It's not the work of a professional.
No, it's and whatever reason there may be, I mean, can speculate that he's focused more on his activism or whatever. By the way, this is B. Ivory Lamar, I believe, is Jacob Blake's attorney. Is what someone said, which, well, there was that.
What, in the civil suit?
I think in his criminal suit, or his criminal case, which I think was dismissed after the shooting, wasn't it?
You know, I don't actually know. It disappeared from my mind after the shooting because it seemed like everything then was, Blake was some kind of hero who got paid $28 million in a settlement from the city. And how do you prosecute the guy then?
Right. Yeah. He's a superhero, but yeah. So whatever reason it is that he is not focusing in on this witness, it's to his discredit and is to his client's discredit. But I want to say this because I see this a lot in the chat on all of these cases. No, this is not ineffective assistance of counsel.
No.
And basically the answer to, is this ineffective assistance of counsel, is no, almost every time. As often as, is this RICO? The answer is no. Is this ineffective assistance of counsel? He's standing up. He is asking questions of the witness. They don't make sense, maybe. They're bad tactical questions. He's not taking the right tone or approach. He's not getting good information, but he is doing it. He's doing it intelligibly, not intelligently, but intelligibly, and he's doing his job. Ineffective assistance of counsel, you're talking, he would be on heroin or something in the courtroom, on some sort of mind-altering or mood-altering substance that makes him unable to actually do the job he's able to do. Doing a job poorly is not ineffective assistance of counsel.
Right. Those are two completely different things. So you can be a really shitty lawyer, a really bad lawyer you would not want any defendant to have, and still be effective, as the Constitution means that in terms of being effective counsel.
Right. So, yeah, I think people mistake that because of the colloquial nature of the word ineffective, but ineffective assistance of counsel means like, it's almost like unable to be effective. I would almost think of it as impaired in some way. You're conflicted out, right? Like you have some other thing that's on your mind that prevents you from being able to do it. You're going through a massive traumatic experience that you don't disclose. You've got a drug addiction. You've got mobsters in the courtroom ready to break your fingers when you leave because you owe them $20,000.
Or you have a piece of exculpatory evidence and there's no rational reason not to present it in court. There's no strategic reason not to present it in court. And you just don't do it because you don't feel like it.
Right. Yeah. You don't show up to court for whatever, like, because you're sleeping or something, and it prejudices your client. So in this case, his client's not being prejudiced. His client's just getting the bad end of the case. They could turn it around. I don't know how they're going to do it. This is one of the two opportunities they have for turnaround, because you got to expect the jury is not going to be believing the defendant. They're not going to buy his credibility. They're going to have to do something to make the jury think he's credible. And I think this lady's got some credibility problems. I don't think they're as glaring as some people make them out to be, but I mean, certainly she's had inconsistencies between what she's saying now about what her husband said. Yeah. And what she said at the time. Now, typically what you would ask as a lawyer is, and I didn't hear this question, maybe he has some similar things, but what you would say is, wouldn't you agree that your recollection at the time is probably better than your recollection now? Or your time, normally, don't you remember things closer to when they happened better than farther away?
Right.
Things like that.
And what you'd want to do is position yourself. So on closing, by then you'll have had your client testify, right? So Edgecomb is supposed to testify. Presumably he'll testify that they shouted the N-word at him and threatened to murder him and whatever. And then on closing, the defense can stand up and say, listen, even Mrs. Clearman, she said she couldn't remember any of that, but there's lots of stuff she didn't remember, right? We saw that in the video. There's lots of stuff she didn't remember. So the fact that she didn't hear the N-word doesn't mean it didn't happen, folks. And our defendant took the witness stand, took that risk to testify in front of you, to tell you his truth, what really happened. I mean, that's the angle you would want to take with that.
Yeah. And you hope to God that they believe your witness over the widow. But right now they're not getting there, I don't think. I mean, maybe there could be a juror who believes it. Some people in chat did not believe her, but the funny thing is I saw a lot of people saying, I don't believe her, and I'm still on her side because this defense attorney's an idiot. There's a real risk to that. So there was that behavior, or the grief guy. Do we want to bring him on and have him talk about her demeanor, I guess, for a few minutes?
It's your show,
since we're
man.
at lunch.
Your show.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, if you're still there, I'll check my Twitter here. Where are you? Okay, Eric, I'm going to bring you on. But I hope your audio is good or whatever. But if you, once you have until the court, it comes back, then I'm going to kick your ass out of here.
Brutal.
It'll be interesting. I am kind of curious if he's kind of a behavior guy. It'll be interesting to see, maybe his perspective on some of this stuff, and it's always good to get some outside opinions. But once the court is back, you're gone, buddy. All right, Eric is here in the waiting room. Howdy, Eric.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, good. Not much. Just watching this trial. Obviously, you've been watching in the chat along with us, I think.
I have, and that was pretty brutal. It was pretty painful.
He's got better lighting than Joe Neerman.
Yeah, no kidding. Wait, I got to ask you a question, Eric. Is your wife driving your car with you in it right now?
She just drives the hearse. Nothing crazy. Just, but when it's serious, yes. But I got business to attend to in the back, apparently, with Canabro. So,
Okay, Eric, can you give us a little bit of your background so we know who you are?
Sure. So I have 2 degrees in psychology. I have a certification in behavior specialist consultant work, ecosystemic trauma-informed family therapy. I'm not just a therapist there. I'm also a trainer and a supervisor. And I have over 15 years of experience in the field. So I've done everything from counseling in the homes, grief counseling, to running a program where I had to have other counselors in a 3-county area in Pennsylvania for a while too. So, and now I have my own business because, like you, I hate answering to other people.
Yeah, that is me.
We all make bad employees.
Oh, horrible. I just said that to somebody earlier. It's like, I would literally be the worst employee in corporate America today. But yeah, so I've been working. I currently have grief counseling clients, especially one recently that was very traumatic, very sudden, very young. And, there's a lot of things that people don't really understand about grief. Like I heard earlier you guys were talking, and I think Kurt said, it depends on how long it was. Grief really doesn't have to take that long. That's one thing that people really don't understand, is that, this was a long time ago. She lost her husband. She's probably gone to therapy, very likely. We can't know that, but from what it looks like, she's had some good advice. She's had some good trauma work where there's a lot of events that have happened in her life between the loss and today. And that's kind of where I saw her short circuiting a lot of times in the questions, because there's 2 things that are kind of going on with somebody who have trauma. One is, I don't want to remember these things that you're trying to get me to remember. Your brain is kind of stalling out, saying like, I got through this, I got over this. But also the vividness of what's called a flashbulb memory takes place. And flashbulb memories, by the way, are notoriously inaccurate. Like you talked about 9/11, and I know chat's going to be amazing about that again, but it's
you can always rely on the chat to be amazing.
Totally. But it's people think they remember everything very clearly, when in fact they remember things that they a lot of times heard after the fact. You'll hear some.
And 9/11's an actual, maybe you can comment on this, but it's a really good example of that, because it was one of the most recent sort of mass trauma events that could be studied. And so I know there were some broad studies where they took tens of thousands of people, if I remember right. Maybe it was just thousands, but it was a large sample size, and they had them, they asked them like pretty recently after 9/11 what their recollection was. They asked them a year later, and then they even followed up and asked 10 years later what their recollections were, and they found that they were wildly different. And it was attacking the idea that a traumatic experience cements memories in your mind, when they're saying actually it tends to kind of be the opposite, because you're picking up other information that you're getting, and your brain is automatically assimilating it into your memories and creating new events that didn't occur.
That 100%. Well, it's funny because I had psychology in high school right before 9/11, and the JFK assassination was the sample that they used for that. And it was exactly the same thing. Where were you when this happened? And most of the information that people gained at that time was not the things that they remember, because memory, we don't have memory like a computer. It's not just read and write. It's we have to encode, and then when we retrieve, we're retrieving through the lens of our current experience and information. So when she says like, I don't know, I thought he said, what the heck? Very well could have been that-that's what she remembers. It might not be what actually happened. It's very clear that her memory is unreliable. But I thought that impeaching her memory at that time is really just kind of irrelevant, because then what are you trying to say? You're saying, well, you don't remember this accurately, but you said that you said this. Like, well, you just got done impeaching her memory. So I'm not sure, like, if you're trying to prove that she was saying something mean or trying to cause something mean-spirited to happen, or if you're trying to say that she's an idiot, she doesn't know what she's talking about, and she's irrelevant as a witness. Like, she was very much short-circuiting a lot with these. And then she had these, you saw the tunnel vision, the slowing down of time, the person over personalization. She said he was looking at me.
Right.
I really doubt he was looking at her. I really doubt that. There's a big man coming at him, very angry, obviously, and bloody, but he's staring at her while he pulls a gun out and blows her husband's brains out. I mean, that just doesn't really make a lot of sense. But to her, she's over personalizing and she's slowing down time. Like, it seemed like a long time, the way she described it, that he's staring at her. And like, he may have just been glancing at the car and being like, shit, there's a witness. I got to get out of here.
Yeah, that was an interesting piece of the testimony. I thought that he was staring at her. It was and I mean, I can try and like armchair psychology this, which no reason to with you around, but it's, I think it's just kind of the danger element of it. I mean, she just watched her loved one die. Now she's thinking, am I in danger? And then projecting that perception of danger onto him, no matter what he does. She's going to feel like I'm next type thing.
Honestly, yeah, it could be that that's the case, but it also could be that she completely shut down. And only after the fact, when she thinks about how terrifying that experience was, did she imprint that thought that he's going to kill me next. Like, she may not have even have thought that. I mean, that's how, what she described was almost a complete shutdown and shell shock. Like, when you see somebody, you know, this is well documented in World War II, you had in Vietnam, is you'd see your buddy gets shot right next to you and there's zero response. Somebody has to shake the person literally and be like, we got to go, or you need to move, or you need to call the backup or whatever. And it's just, there's nothing. Like, there's just complete shutdown. And it looked like, from what she was describing, I mean, she didn't know how to dial 911. I mean, and people in the chat were saying like, well, you don't have to unlock your phone to use 911. Have you used the 911 feature in your phone like ever? Do you know how to do that? And oh, by the way, you just saw your favorite person get their brains blown out, but well, at least I know I can go to 911 without unlocking my phone.
I was thinking that because I remember I worked at Circuit City in the 90s, in the late 90s. And, you know, this is before smartphones, but we sold cell phones. And one of the features that they implemented around that time was that no matter what, if you had any level of service, even if you were roaming with like one tiny bar, if you held the 9 button down, it would dial 911. That's all you had to do. So if you needed to discreetly dial 911, you could just hold the 1 button. You didn't have to make a finger movement. There wasn't multiple clicking button sounds and all of that. But when the chat was saying you don't need to enter your code, I picked up my phone to look at it and I'm like, how do I even do that on my phone? And turns out, you know, there's the pin screen, and then down there at the bottom, there's the emergency call button. I had no idea that was there until just now, because I never have to use that feature ever in my life, or I haven't, you know, heaven forbid. And so when you're in that situation, you've got, maybe you can comment on this, but do you go into sort of like a lizard brain moment where you're acting kind of on instinct and intuition and not necessarily logically thinking through an issue and able to discern and absorb like new information to process and execute?
Yeah, so I mean, I was a crisis worker in a hospital in an ER for 3 years. And so like I got crisis training, but you know, I was also like 22. So I was an idiot and I didn't know anything. And I'm like, there's this guy that was probably 6'5", and he was solid muscle because all he did like all the time, he was just so pissed. He's like the judge. He's just always like, oh, like just tensing his whole body. So the guy was solid muscle. And I had to tell him that, hey, you're getting hospitalized involuntarily. It's a 302 instead of a 201. And I had to be the guy to tell him because I was the crisis worker. So, you know, you get this kid walk out and say that, and he goes, really? I'm like, well, yeah, that's what the doctor just told me. And he just bolts at me. I mean, he just bolts straight up. And he was only like 25 feet away. I didn't move. I had no, it was like fight, flight, or freeze. I froze. I just didn't even think. But because I didn't move, it actually gave him pause because, you know, I didn't run away. I didn't move. And it gave the security guards just enough time to jump on the guy. But they were trained to handle a crisis. They were trained to handle an oh my God or oh shit scenario. But a normal person, like she's a normal person. She's not trained for this at all. And, you know, this whole slowing of time and being reasonable and rational, that takes experience not just training, and she has neither.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
then
I
we
don't
know-
know
we know.
anything about psychology at all, but I've shared this story before, probably on Nick's channel. But I've done hundreds and hundreds of self-defense law classes, and for many of them, we would bring a self-defense simulator machine with us that would project a video image on a screen of some kind of threat, and you'd have an infrared fake pistol and infrared fake pepper spray and stuff. And these threat scenarios were 30 seconds, 60 seconds long, very short. But we'd run the students through those scenarios, and they'd have to make decisions. And then afterwards, at the end of the video, we'd ask them, all right, what did you see? What did you do? Why did you do it? Why? Based on the legal stuff we talked about all day. What was your legal rationale for that use of force? And this is a completely artificial stress environment. It's a video. It can't actually hurt you. But afterwards, you could see people's hands shaking. Their voice was quavering, and they couldn't remember what they saw. They couldn't remember what they did. And therefore, they certainly couldn't justify what they did because they couldn't remember what it was under completely artificial stress. So you can only imagine what it's like when you're actually in a genuine life or death fight.
I remember you were talking about that during the Potter trial, and you were saying that with, like, even in the trainings, these people are not going to make the right choices when it's simulated. It's not even real.
They know it's their friends. They know it's trainers. They know there's no real danger.
Right. The other thing that I kind of saw from chat and from some tweets, because dear God, you made me download Twitter again. It's like literally you bastard. That's the worst part of today is that you're like, yeah, I don't know how to get a hold of you. I'm like, shit.
Just one taste. The first taste is free. Don't worry about it.
It's like Tipper now. We're going to call it Tipper. So I looked at, people were saying like something about the wallet, like, oh, well, that's stupid that she's doing that. And that goes back to kind of what you were saying about the lizard brain. It doesn't have to make sense.
No.
It literally doesn't have to make any sense. She didn't have to check his pulse to know that he's dead. And she's grabbing anything at that moment that has value. And when that attorney was starting to talk about the credit cards, I just want to punch him in the face. I'm like, you're an asshole, dude. You're trying to make this literally about money right now?
Yeah. And I'll do him a favor and say, I don't think that's what he meant, but that's what came across. Oh,
As
you're
a
really
juror,
concerned
I would
about
think that.
Yeah, because I thought that too, and I was like, I gotta be charitable. I'm trying to give this the best lens in my mind, but it sure sounds like he just called her a gold digger, literally digging in his pocket for his credit cards as he's gurgling blood onto the pavement, as she describes it. I thought that was a very, very stupid question, because obviously, like, you grab the wallet, and it sounds so cheesy and sentimental or whatever, but oftentimes, you look at the wallet and you can get a measure of the person, right? What do they choose to keep with them? I mean, I switched to a Ridge wallet to get rid of all the shit that was in me, but I'm like a cold and an awful human being.
I know this about you.
But prior to that, though, I would carry a whole bunch of stuff in my wallet that was mildly sentimental, even if it wasn't really that much. But one of the things I always carried is when so I made a mistake when proposing to my wife. I asked her dad if I could, ask her to marry me. I didn't ask her mom. Her mom and dad had been divorced for several years. I didn't ask her mom or her stepdad because I wasn't thinking like that. I was just thinking the tradition is you ask the father. And so we had a little bit of a rough patch getting started because they were offended by that. I never meant to offend anybody, but they were like, hey, you didn't ask us. We're the ones she lived with and raised her and all this stuff. And it was like, oh yeah, what? So we had, prior to getting married, we had like a reconciliation lunch. They took me to lunch, just me and them. And we had a nice conversation to kind of clear the air on everything that had ever, transpired between us, which I mean, wasn't much, but they're like, this is a fresh start. You're part of our family now. And they gave me this little piece of paper with like 6 or 7 Bible verses on it, and they said, here are these Bible verses. Here's why we think they're important. Here you go. And I kept that piece of paper in my wallet for 14 years, I think, until I got a Ridge wallet where I don't keep anything other than credit cards and occasionally a couple dollar bills or whatever. But I carried that with me every day. And so if this had happened to me, and you grabbed the wallet, you would learn something about what I valued from that thing. And so the fact that she reaches in to grab her husband's leather wallet, it's not a special wallet. It's just a plain leather wallet. There's something about that in there. And I think he missed the boat, because I think any of the any of the wives who might be on the jury are going to think that about their husbands almost immediately.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
And that again, just speaking to the psychology of that, like, because I'm not a lawyer, obviously, but I heard that and I just immediately got my defenses up for her. I'm like, I can't believe you're attacking her. It was worse than, and yesterday with the badgering of the witness, it was worse than that, because it was like this, you're literally saying the beginning of this, oh, we're so sorry for your loss, but you're a gold digger, right? Like, yeah, it was just brutal. It just made me want, like, my haunches were up, but I just can only imagine that a juror would be like, yeah, I'm going to defend her. Like you said with the chat, like, she may be, obviously she's trying to make him look better, or she remembers him better than he was. Maybe he was a jerk, but she's trying to make him look better because, he's dead. So nostalgia, and it's been, and also again, that timeline, if it's been like almost a year since like he's been gone, like he's kind of elevated to almost sainthood in her mind. So you're going to have some of that, but that's like understandable, and I don't see how that loses the context of what's going on. And he just kind of railroads her, and it makes people feel like, this guy hates her and is attacking her when she, like, it's like when he's like, oh, do you want to look at him? And she's like, not really. And it's like,
yeah, that was a dumb question.
Holy shit.
He was asking very, very bad questions and giving her the opportunity to garner more sympathy. That the best was, or not the best, but a great moment was, do you remember Officer Garrett sitting in the car with you? Because he seems to be trying to get this conspiracy thing down where the cops are all in on it, or something to get this guy. It's like, well, I mean, they are trying to get this guy because he shot a guy in the head. That's their goal. But they're not out to get him. But do you remember? And she's like, she gets to think about it for a while, and she eventually says, oh yeah, I do remember he sat down next to me to let me know that my family was there. My sister, my friend, my niece,
Children.
my children, like they're all there to support me as their loved one is also dead on the pavement, just a mere 200 feet away or whatever. It's like, bro, what are you doing? Why are you asking these questions? And then you checked, you didn't know that he was dead. I did, actually, because his hands were purple, his body was cold, and his body probably wasn't particularly cold. I mean, he had just died. So that's kind of a silly thing. Whether his hands are purple or not, I have no idea. I don't know how that works, but she did get to say he's gurgling blood out onto the pavement. And it's like, you
know what
open
this
the
cross
door.
felt like to me? It felt like Edgecomb representing himself. It felt like someone who was not a lawyer, who is incapable really of rigorously, objectively looking at a pool of evidence and extracting a viable narrative from it. They only see the pieces of evidence that they like, that are favorable to them, right? That are confirmation bias, and all the rest of it is invisible. So they look, if there's 100 pieces of evidence, they only see the 5 that reaffirm their conspiracy theory that the cops set this all up. The other stuff is invisible until they get in court, and then the other stuff all appears. It comes out in the testimony, and they're like, oh shit, there's 95 other pieces of evidence here that are completely inconsistent with the police being engaged in a conspiracy. Everything's falling apart. They start flailing. The questions they thought were going to be straightforward get really complicated and confused because they're confused about what it is they're trying to do, or how they're going to get to where they want it to get to, or even if that's a destination that exists anymore. That's what this cross-examination looked like to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I was a pretty damn good debater in high school for 5 years, and that was pretty cringeworthy. Like, so you can nicely lead people down a rosy path of questions, and all of a sudden have them ask a question where it doesn't matter how they answer it at the end because you've already led them to that, and so the jury gets to make that answer in their own head, and then they agreed to your point that the way he did, he just didn't seem to like he knew where he was going half the time with what he was asking.
And you could ask questions about the knife. You can ask, I mean, he's got a knife in his pocket. How often did your husband carry a knife? All the time he opened boxes with it, blah blah blah. He was carrying a knife that night, wasn't
weird.
he?
That was a bad answer to that. Like, oh, he goes and cuts nice flowers for me sometimes. Like, this is a wonderful romantic blade. Like, I mean, this is like, that was weird. He could have kind of done something with that, because I didn't buy that like, oh, this is the flower and box cutter knife. Like,
well, at least the witness would have been able to give an accurate estimation of the length of the blade.
It was a 20-inch blade and it had a 14-inch handle.
Yeah, but I just thought he could have done more with it. Yeah, your husband had a knife in his front pocket, right? you went up and you went into his back pocket, didn't you? Like, and I would actually be sympathetic with her story.
Mhm.
You went up and you got his wallet out of the back pocket. If you're going to take this approach, unless you want to be a dick, which you could do too, but you went up and you took the wallet out of his back pocket, right? You didn't reach into any of his other pockets because he had a knife in his front right pocket, right?
Right.
You didn't sit there and spend a bunch of time, like, just lead the jury to the water on that one and let it go. Because the other option you have is to bulldoze through and to say, no, you reached into his front pocket, didn't you? You reached into his knife, but you've already established that she got to the body and she went through his pockets. So on close, you can already make the argument. Yeah. I mean, she testified that she grabbed the wallet. She cared about her husband. This woman was deeply distraught. It's very possible she didn't want anybody to know he had a knife in his hand.
Easily, and it's sympathetic. It's like what you guys were talking about with Potter and also Rittenhouse. Is like you can make a sympathetic argument as the crossing attorney, and you know that people are going to say, well, yeah, I can understand that they're still guilty, but like, you know, or like, I'm sympathetic to that, but she's still lying, like it, or she doesn't remember because she is traumatized. And if you played off of the fact that, like I said, like you've impeached her memory. Now
Yeah.
you make her look very sympathetic to him. You could easily kind of get me to believe a scenario where she did that.
And if you're going to bull through.
Yeah.
Your husband carried a knife, didn't he? Yeah. And he would have used that knife if he had to defend himself or gotten a confrontation, wouldn't he? She might say no, but it doesn't matter. He had the knife in his hand that night, didn't he? And she'll say, no, I never saw that. And so, okay. But
And then
the
go back
question
to something
itself
else
is
she doesn't
framing the
remember.
narrative, right?
Yeah.
And then when you get to closing, you can say, listen, of course the wife, she didn't see the knife, right? I mean, that's what she's going to say, right? She's the wife. She loves him. That's understandable.
She took her eyes off him while he was advancing. She testified.
Yeah.
She wasn't watching him the whole time.
She looked in the rearview mirror while driving forward.
But no, even after the husband gets out of the car and he's like, you didn't see him, did you? No, I was looking forward. I didn't see him run because I was looking forward. I was driving forward to kind of keep up with him. So your eyes weren't on him the whole time. So you don't know if he grabbed the knife out of his pocket, do you? It's possible that he could have reached for a knife, right? Well, no, it's not. It's not possible that he could have reached for a knife while you weren't looking and didn't see it. Really?
Well, and she had very unfortunate pauses in her answers anyway that made her seem less credible. So that would have been a really good question to get her to pause a long time on. Like even the like, did he smoke marijuana question? It's a stupid question, but her pause was really long on just admitting. I mean, the guy's dead. What are you going to arrest him for smoking pot? Like, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, it's not reefer madness. He's not going out and killing people on a spree because he smoked some pot. Like, but
The only reason that judge hasn't murdered the defense counsel is because he goes into his chamber and it rips a mean THC vape, calm down. That's the only way he's getting through this.
Yeah, he's got a bottle in the back.
Yeah, no one cares.
No.
No one cares. The only people who care about pot right now are like really old politicians. They're the ones who are like, pot's still bad. It's like, dude, 90% of your constituents are probably, I'm exaggerating, but so many people right now, it's even in states where it's illegal, it's like so commonplace that it's insane. So I don't think
Here
that
in Colorado, it's required, actually.
Yeah. You're the weirdo if you're not eating edibles.
Judging by my neighborhood.
You got to have that before lunch there.
Yeah, that's how you get hungry for lunch, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah. But
now I'm hungry.
I knew that's what you were.
Light up a bowl.
These gummies. But no, you're right. And that's the problem that this defense has is this witness is not impervious. And you have two approaches to do it. You have two approaches to go after any potentially sympathetic witness. And you either go with the sympathetic approach, you be really nice, you build rapport, and you just elicit a string of answers that the witness doesn't realize you can use on cross. Say, hey, I want to remind you, we were talking about this and, she's been through a lot. And because she's been through a lot, she doesn't remember what happened. We talked over and over about all the things she doesn't remember that night. So then we get to the things that she does remember. And you have to ask yourself, can you believe her that that's what happened? So you got that approach. And the other one is you killdozer it, right? You just run and you level the field and you make it full on. And you only do that if you're 100% confident that you can make them look like a liar. That you have to have it. And you probably have to have prior statements that are inconsistent with what they're going to say that matter. Not was it heck or fuck that he said?
Right.
Was it shit? Was it hell? Like, come on, man. You're focusing way too much on him, on you swerving around some guy, in a street on a bike and him saying, what the heck? Or what the it doesn't matter what he said there. What
No.
would matter is if he said, hey, you piece of shit, maybe, because you're starting to build this narrative of aggression, but he hasn't gotten there. And
Well,
that's
I didn't
wild.
understand how they still haven't, and I guess that the defense is going to present their case. So obviously they're going to hammer on the event that happened prior to the stoplight where he did punch him because they want to show provocation on him, I guess. But it just like all the stuff that they're talking about when he was, again, like they were shooting themselves in the foot left and right because they kept playing the scene over and over where he's punching him in the face. They played the clip all over again where she's hysterical, crying and trying to grab at her dead husband. And it's like, I mean, and then he's asking these inane questions. Like, it just didn't make any sense to me for asking a widow. She's not as important as I think that first witness that basically like had this guy out cold saying like, oh yeah, he shot him stone cold. Like, that was, she's not credible. I don't think she's credible. Her memory's not credible. So what? You have nothing. They gain nothing from saying she's not credible. It just kind of was a formality to even cross her. But that was the other thing I kind of wanted to just like say today is that widows get a lot of shit for not grieving enough, not being miserable enough, not crying enough. Like we expect this widow to be like in Jaws when like the woman comes up with the black veil and walks up to Brody and smacks him in the face. Like they're always wearing that going, you could have saved him. Like that's not reality. Widows are people. They're women. They, widowers. Like I'm very close to a widow and I have a client who's obviously widows and widowers. You move on because you have to. Getting over loss is one of the most fundamental, basic human nature things that we have tens of thousands of years of genetic experience doing. I mean,
it's so ingrained in us that it was an entire song in Frozen 2.
Exactly.
Right? The next right thing. It's a great song. It's a great song about how you can't just sit there and mope around forever. You got a little bit of time to grieve or to wallow in your self-pity and self-doubt, but you got to get up and you got to eat. You got to go to work. You've got to go function in society. You may have a kid to take care of or a dog or a fish or something. You've got to get up and do the next thing that you got to do. And that's often how people start to process their grief is by getting back into normalcy. And I think it's this case has an artificially, yes, I love that people call me gay on that. It's perfect. Good. You guys,
I'm intentionally not looking at chat because I don't want to know.
You have 5 kids. Trust me, you've seen the Frozen movies more times than anything on the planet. But no, you have this baked into there because we have to get up and move on. And this case has an artificially extended timeline because this guy fled. Yeah. For 6 months, he was gone. It pushed the whole process back. Your timeline on getting a trial doesn't start from when the crime occurs. It starts from when you get caught. And so when you've got 6 months and plus, another 6 months to a year of time added on by the court process that goes into it, you've got a lot of time for this lady to process things. And she can't wait around grieving. No. You'd be destitute at that point.
So there's 2 points of that. So that's like Canterbury. Like that took a way longer time because it took the guy almost a year to get caught. So then, then you have the processing and that's why it was so far away. But I just wanted to be clear, like when I work with people with grief counseling, I mean, the longest I've had somebody still actively in that grieving mode is like 3 months. It's like 12 weeks. Like they're moving on. They're changing their homes. They're moving. They do have kids, a lot of them, and they are moving forward. They have to go back to work after 30 days and that's in a generous workplace environment,
Right.
A lot of times there's no short-term medical, there's no FMLA. It depends on your state, but these people have to move forward. So they are. And I'm, I've never had anybody 4 months later crying every day on the anniversary of the 845 that they lost their significant other. That has never happened. And people are allowed to laugh, by the way, when they're miserable and they're grieving and her smiling. And when she was laughing a little bit, and you're allowed to do that. I mean, Look at gallows humor in concentration camps in World War II. It's not like people weren't allowed to make jokes while they were there. I mean, they used to bust each other's balls about how skinny they were. I mean, that's pretty messed up, but that's pretty funny. If you're the one that's in the situation, it's probably what's keeping you alive.
Yeah. What else are you going to do about it?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's just, I hate when you're not allowed to have a sense of humor. You're not allowed to
Could you
smile.
imagine you're in a concentration camp, you're like 96 pounds, and you look at the guy next to you who's 97 pounds, like, what are you, Tess Holiday, you fatso?
I would go off on a Nick Ricado rant about how fat they are and how they need to get up and get into shape.
You need to get a workout
You need to get small.
Packing on these extra pounds.
You're a fat piece of shit.
I would constantly do a Skeletor voice if I'm ever in a North Korean concentration camp. You got food.
Or you could just use your auto tuner, like, you are all really fat.
Yeah, I would. But you have to do it. And I've talked about this a lot of times. The way I deal with tense stuff or heavy stuff is I tend to do with levity, because it's, for me, that's the better approach. That's what I like to do. But, it doesn't translate so well to people who aren't familiar with that, because they'll come in and I'm like talking about some horrific abuse case or something. And then I'll crack a joke to lighten the mood. And it's like, oh God.
Well, what I find is that people, honestly, who get oversensitive about that, the too soon people, typically haven't gone through some serious shit yet. Because once you do, and you found your way out of it, especially if you had a tight knit group of people and that's how you all got through it, it's just normal. It's like, well, that's what my friends and I do. Of course, we make fun of everything. Everything is fair game. Everything's fair game.
Yep. It's for me, it's what you have to do. Other people do different things. Other people get angry through stuff and they process by, punching the pillow. But I mean, like, they go work out or they go for a run or whatever. Other people kind of withdraw. It's different for everybody, and it's fine how you process different things. But I didn't see anything about this lady's demeanor that made me not believe her. I saw some things in her answers that are just inconsistent, and I would say needlessly inconsistent. And I think the state bears some of the responsibility on that, because what the state could have said, and I mentioned this on the defense's cross, but I'll mention it for the state. State could have said, you remember, so what do you remember him saying? What the heck? Okay. So you remember him saying what the heck, but would you disagree with me if I represented to you that at the time he said, what the fuck?
But they did that, right? The prosecution played the video.
He played the video, but
at the end of direct.
I didn't think she looked prepared at all when they were asking her questions. It just looked like they didn't prep her.
I just think he did a little bit of that. I thought they could have done it a little more clearly personally. Now, I mean, maybe I'm being overly critical on that, but the defense's questioning has also been so crazy, and the defense would use the same thing. You'd agree that that's what you said on the video, right? And then sitting there, her like equivocating and saying, well, those were my words. I mean, I don't buy that. I don't believe that. It's like, why are you adding your words to what your husband said? But
I will say this, because people misrepresent what other people say all the time.
It's true.
And I mean, I say this, like, I'll over exaggerate. Like, if I'm talking about a conversation that two people were having, I'll add swearing wherever I can, honestly, but I'll add it for emphasis of something where obviously that's not exactly what they said, but I will misrepresent it and over exaggerate it. But her explaining that seemed disingenuous, and it seemed like, why are you explaining that? All you had to do is say, listen, I disagree, but that's what I said. So whatever. Like,
right. Yeah.
The
explanation is the problem with this statement. Because again, we've established that she doesn't remember a bunch of facts about that night. And that's okay. That's kind of expected. And you have the video. So you're not relying on her recollection of any of this stuff, because you have the video. We can see her turn towards the guy. You can see it. So you ask the question, you say, okay, here's the video. That's what happened that night, right? Yeah. Well, that's what it's not what I remember, but that's what happened. Okay, cool. We'll go with the video then.
Right.
And that's enough. I mean, and they made some bad decisions. I would characterize it as aggressively drove towards him while he's in the bike lane and he's forced onto the sidewalk. Her husband gets out of the car and he does accelerate towards the guy. He takes up some sort of boxer stance and he may move forward. It's kind of blurry, but I would rely, if I'm the defense attorney, I would rely on that blurriness to let my client say, yeah, man, dude kept coming towards me. I'm backing up. I'm trying to go down these stairs with my bike. I had to put my bike down because this dude kept coming towards me. I'm just trying to get away. Look, I hit the guy. Obviously that was a bad choice, but then I got the hell out of there and this guy's following me and I can't get away fast enough. So rely on the graininess of it and do that. You don't need the wife to say that she drove aggressively towards the curb because the video's there. Who are you going to believe? Her bad memory or your own lying eyes? Like, what do you pick?
Worse than that, the state's own other witnesses said it was aggressively towards them. I mean, their words were that the state's witnesses were drove after him, chased the bike, ran it off the road. It jumped the curb. This guy chased after the guy, either jogging after him or running after him, confronting him and having his fists up. I mean, we already have all that. And this is the state's witnesses. So it's not even like we don't need her to tell the whole story. Like she's, again, I really just looked at her as like, well, you're just not a credible witness. And we're getting the he said, she said from you, and you're never going to get her to admit anything terrible.
Yeah. The only thing she would be there to testify to, and she's not even going to testify to this, is draw the inference that he said more derogatory stuff than anybody's going to admit because no one else was there to witness it except for your witness and her, and show that your witness has a good memory of what's been going on and she doesn't. And it's amazing to me that her memory is different from all these videos when the state could have had her review all of this video leading up to trial. They can't tell her what to say, but they can say, here's the video. You can review this. Here you go. Here's what you said that night. Do you remember any of this? Is this in your memory as they're doing their pretrial interview of her? And then she's seen the video.
That's what I was going to ask you guys. Is that a tactic that they just didn't prepare her at all so that her testimony was opposite of what was said in the video?
I don't know what the state has seemed to have met with and prepared all of the witnesses that they called. At least to some degree, they met with them and interviewed them. That's what they said when they were arguing with the defense over the meeting with the one guy yesterday. They said, we met with all of our witnesses that we intended to call, was the representation. So there was some level of preparation that happened. And you have to be careful on prep. Again, you can't tell them what to say or how to answer. And you certainly can't tell them to lie or change their story, but you can ask them questions. You can probably give them a copy of what they said. Here's our notes on what you said. Here you go. If you wanted that, or record it and give them the recording of what they talked about or whatever, you can have some flexibility there, but and then when they get to court, it's a crapshoot. So who knows what prep they actually did with this witness? But
I mean, they missed one opportunity with the wife for sure, and that is they could have simply had her arrested on a warrant as a material witness and had her brought in an orange.
With that giant guy behind her, like the 4 clips for his gun that he's ready to put all into her.
That was funny because that ended up looking good for the state, even though the state looked like assholes, but the witness was,
the testimony was good.
And you believe it immediately because this guy's sitting there. He's like, I don't want to be here. I'm not happy for the state, but here's what happened. And it all looks good for the state. Like,
yeah, that's what I mean though, is that they already had that witness. That's why I don't think she's that important, because that guy pretty much sunk the defense's ship so far. I mean, they didn't do anything to that guy to make me think he wasn't credible.
Yeah. No, they did not.
And I don't know. Maybe I missed it. Did they ask if he was getting compensated in some way by the state?
Yeah, I think the state headed it off. They said, have we had any conversation? Have we had any negotiations or even conversations about a deal or anything like that? He said, no conversations.
Damn.
Nothing. Never talked about it. So, I mean, it sounds like that guy got picked up, a day or two ago. Probably right at the time trial was going to start. They went out, they picked him up, they brought him in. And that's what the state was saying too. We were going to call him later. We want to get this guy out of here. We want to get him back home. They had no real intention of keeping him till later in the trial, and it all looked good for them. If it was a master stroke or if it just fell that way, good job on the state. But there's a question in the chat that I want to answer. No Sir San says, when you get time, can you quickly explain how bad it is to lose the paralegal from the court? Just wonder what her job actually is. In general, it's not going to be that big of a deal. Her job is to be, and I don't actually see her doing it. She's not sitting there on a laptop. She's usually just sitting there with her leg crossed and, her hand like this. But what you would have someone like that in the courtroom for is, I've got a laptop out. I'm reviewing witness interviews that we've done or materials that we've prepared to potentially bring up something that maybe one of the attorneys misses during one of the testimony. Here's a question that you were going to ask. It's really important. We need to get this locked down. This is the plan. And I'll analogize it this way. Tiger Woods, when interviewed about how he plays golf, this is way out there, but he said something that he said most people, when they get up to the tee box, they hit their shot and then they go to their shot and they plan the next, they say, okay, what club do I need and all this. When Tiger Woods approaches a tee box, he mentally puts himself at the green and then he works back to the previous shot and then back to the previous shot and then back to the drive. And so he says, here's where I want to be. Here's the shot I want to be hitting. And he goes backwards through it. This is what you should be doing in a trial like this. You should plan your close.
The closing is the green.
Yeah, the closing is the green. And then you plan your shot and you say, how do I get this fact that I can bring to close that the jury will buy when I say it on close? And so that's what the paralegal's job should be, is to say, you need to get this shot. You need to have this 9-iron, right? You need to have this 9-iron and you don't have it right now.
Right.
You need to take your shot.
But it's in the courtroom, the paralegals, or it could be a co-counsel or something like that, is mostly organizational. There's a lot going on in your mind when you're actually questioning witnesses, and just you have a series of things you want to get to. You don't want to forget any of them, and they're just helping keep track of all that. So if you drop a ball by accident, that they're there before you let the witness go. You whisper to your paralegal, and she's been checking things off on her computer. Unlike Krause doing it on a big piece of paper with a Sharpie, the paralegal is doing it kind of out of sight. And right, exactly.
God.
But once you let the witness go, it's hard to bring that witness back if you forgot to ask him any questions. So you want to make sure you get it all done right there, and the paralegal can just help make sure that it's like, for anybody who presents on a subject matter they know really well, right? I do 8-hour classes on self-defense law. I have a slide deck that's 500 slides long. I don't need that slide deck. I can talk about self-defense law for 8 hours without a slide deck. But the slide deck helps keep me organized and make sure that, I wanted to say X at this particular point in the presentation and not have to kind of, remember later that I wanted to talk about it earlier in the presentation. It's not substantive for me, the slide deck. I don't really need it, but it's very useful from an organizational perspective.
Right.
Yeah.
And yeah, and in this case, you've got co-counsel. You can probably rely on when you get the breaks, you can get any materials that the paralegal, like now they're just going to have to adapt their strategy. They've still got the other seeming employee sitting at the table or sitting just away from the table. The other woman who's there who can probably take over any of this stuff. So there's not a huge, or there shouldn't be a huge impact to them because, like Binger and Krause were being bros with each other. Sharafsi and Richards were being bros on this stuff and on occasional Wisco. But typically you would see Sharafsi refer to Richards before saying no further questions. Or even if he'd say no further questions, you'd see him turn and Richards would kind of motion. He'd say, just a second, Your Honor, actually. And then there'd be another thing. You don't need a paralegal to do it. You've got two attorneys there. They just might need to reorganize how they've got their materials in the court. But I'm not even sure she was doing that because she was largely just sitting there without even a computer open. So,
well, maybe she just forgot her laptop in the car with her fake badge and her hat and her baton.
Her little Halloween police costume.
Hey, look, I'm a fan of those. I like those just fine. Those Halloween police costumes are a gift from the Lord.
Especially when it's only the things that I mentioned.
Yeah. But no, and there actually could be some value to that too. Right now you've got B. Ivory Lamar looks like an activist attorney. He's looked like an activist attorney from his opening statement, from pretrial. The jury might be looking at that. You've got the other guy. What's his last name? I'm sorry. Do you remember, Bronca, the smaller attorney's last name? Starts with an A.
Anik Ahmad.
Anik Ahmad. Okay, yeah. So you've got Anik Ahmad, and I hate to frame it this way, but you have two persons of color with a person of color defendant, and having maybe it weirdly might look good to the jury to have a white lady sitting at the table there too. I mean, I don't know if they're focused on image, but her other presence hasn't seemed to matter much in the courtroom. So she's also kind of easy on the eyes. That type of stuff is little, but it doesn't hurt. So who knows? But I don't think there's overall going to be much impact from that. I just think
hopefully,
it was a colossal...
hopefully the paralegal's not the actual brains of the operation. That would...
Well, that's true.
Although they made it seem
maybe.
like she was, because they were saying like, "Oh, well, please, like we really need her." Like
Yeah.
And the judge is just like, "You can handle this, counselor."
Ty Beard says, "Now I have a machine gun." Ho, ho, ho. Yeah. But it was just a very boneheaded thing. And again, what it accomplished was the main issue there. It pissed off the judge. The judge is very angry with the defense and how they've been conducting themselves through pretrial. It's been going on the whole time. He does not tolerate tomfoolery in his court, and they keep engaging in what could be called tomfoolery, and it's a bad look for him. So,
hey, do you know the defense has retained a different use of force expert? I know they had proposed one, and the judge threw him out, basically saying,
I think John Black.
That's what I heard too, but do we know?
I've read and heard that John Black was the defense use of force expert in this, or maybe a video. I don't know. Maybe he's relegated to a video expert on this one, but I am interested. I want to see John Black testify on use of force, because I thought his video testimony got bungled by the moniker change on the things, and I don't know why they didn't just number the clips rather than have that, and have his own like little notepad to reference the different clips that he wanted or whatever next to the number. But he's probably learned.
Lawyers I know that I respect say, I don't have any personal knowledge of John Black myself, but lawyers I respect say he does a good job on use of force. So I'd like to see him actually do use of force instead of that BS stuff he was limited to in the Rittenhouse trial.
Right.
Yeah, that was a little painful.
And again, Richards and Sharafi won that case, and Wisco, they won the case, but that's a big criticism that I had was, you sacrificed this very good, very qualified use of force expert, and his Dober hearing was phenomenal, and the state's use of force expert was garbage. Like, his CV wasn't impressive, his demeanor wasn't impressive, he didn't sound knowledgeable, and he didn't seem to hold a candle to John Black. It's like, you sacrificed him, you sacrificed your queen to get rid of this pawn, and it didn't make any sense to me.
And they didn't fight it; they just kind of folded. Which is weird.
Yeah, they stipulated to it. Oh, well, we won't have them testify on these use of force issues because, and then they won't have to bring their guys. Why? You can't be afraid of the state's use of force expert. He wasn't very credible. But
and their guy was pretty expensive, wasn't he?
Black?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, they spent a lot of money on that to just kind of fold.
But well, whatever. Gentlemen, I'm going to step away and go to the bathroom real quick. The court should be back in just a second, but I'll be right back. I want to get back before they do.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Andrew, I am not looking at the chat, so if there is anything that's non-toxic, that's a question about anything related to what I can answer, I'd be happy to do that. But that's up to you, because
I'll see if there's anything I can address in particular. I don't have Nick has a very speedy way of isolating the super chats, which I don't know how to do, but they are different colors. Of course, most of these are toxic. So
I mean, those are hilarious too, but
I will leave those for Nick. Usually I just let Nick read those aloud and everybody chuckles and I keep my mouth shut on those.
That's probably safer.
Stay in my lane.
It's a good strategy. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see how it works out for you.
He gets so many comments between Where are the super chats?
I was gonna come on with my background being law and crime, but I figured, you know, you'd kick me right off before I said anything.
So let's see. Well, somebody says here, I would hire Branca in a hot second.
I would too.
Fair warning, I'm not actually for hire unless you're a Law of Self-Defense Platinum member, effective this year. So
wow,
we get consult requests every week, and every week I have to say no because I don't have the bandwidth to take on cases that are not our Platinum members, which you can learn more about at lawofselfdefense.com/platinum if that is of interest. In fact, I'll type that into the comments myself. Let's see.
What is the /state? Why is it /state now?
Oh, it's these are always links for some promotion I'm doing. So it's we have a sale going on in our state specific use of force law stuff. So we have what we call our advanced class or our core class. We call it different things, but it's 8 or 10 hours on kind of generalized use of force law that applies more or less in all 50 states. And then we have additional supplement courses, another couple of hours that build on top of that course for each individual state. So we have 50 different ones for each state. We were running a sale on the state level one, half off usually is what we do. But people can learn more about that at lawofselfdefense.com/state.
So Eric, what like I said, I'm going to kick you out of here
Absolutely.
when the trial starts back up. But before you go, do you have any sort of thing that people can check out? I know you have a website of some sort. Do you have like a YouTube channel or a podcast or anything too? I mean, you seem to have some sort of setup.
Well, yeah, I mean, my whole life since COVID's been virtual sessions. So I do groups. I do group sessions and coaching, life coaching.
I do groups
coaching.
is also something that Jack Murphy says.
I was
gonna
put the beard on, but but no, I do different like coaching sessions. So I do parent coaching, relationship coaching. I do life coaching or career, and then I have a college coaching business, and I also have a certification program. I actually certify. Like Andrew, you were talking about when you teach something, I have a 30-hour certification program that I could just run through as well. But I do have PowerPoints for the bullet points. But I was doing YouTube and Twitch before. I don't know if I'm going to get back into it. I might. But if I do get back on there, it'll be the life coach on YouTube. I don't know how I got the life coach on YouTube, but I got it. So but it's Holistic Life Consultants is my website, and I'm always on the internet. I'm kind of I got you guys on in the background like all day anyway, so I'm doing work. But that's kind of where people can find me.
Well, I'll put your link to the Holistic Life Consultants in the description so people can check it out if they're interested in looking at what you do professionally. I really do appreciate you. I'm not kicking off just yet, but I really do appreciate having you on and having your perspective. And like, for the most part, the chat seems to like you. So, I'd be happy to have you on to discuss other matters like this in the future. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime. I'm, like I said, I've set my own schedule because I'm that guy. And if I need to come on for something, like I said, I'm usually watching these anyway. And I do like to talk about either the witnesses or the individuals, especially people who lost people, whether that's on the defense or the state, because a lot of times people just get the wrong impression about people who experience loss, and and they're, especially from a juror's perspective, like I'm sure people feel the same way that chat does, and if more people know about grief and trauma, it probably would help people make better informed decisions to find the truth, because that's apparently what we're trying to do, unless you're Binger.
Yeah. I do that is an important perspective because, we saw tons of media commentary on Rittenhouse and Potter. Kyle broke down and cried too much or not enough. And Potter broke down and cried and it was unbelievable or it was super believable. And it's like, on one hand, it's kind of valuable to get the everyman's impression on what things are, because that's kind of what the jury is. The jury's kind of the everyman sometimes. But then it's also important to get kind of an idea of why people act in the way that they do from someone who deals with it. So I really appreciate that. Ty Beard says, it's my duty to warn you how fickle the chat can be. And I was going to respond to him in the chat, but he's from the chat, Ty. He is the fickle.
I am chat, Ty.
So he knows. He knows.
No, I know. That's why I'm not looking at it while I'm here, because that's not going to be a thing. I'll look at it later, I'm sure, and people will bust my balls about it, especially my friends. Oh, speaking of that, my friend Will, it was Grenlin from Triton on Povar back in the day when you were talking about EverQuest. I don't know if you knew him.
God. No, I didn't. I played on Povar to like level 8, and then I switched servers to play with one of my good friends. But I did have a couple friends who played on Povar at like really high level play, and Dunrick was one of them. The other guy, what was his name?
Yeah, he knows Dunrick. I guess they're still connected online.
Yeah. I've met Dunrick in person. He's a really nice guy, pretty interesting guy. And the other one was Granton, I think was the other one. I think that was his character's name on EverQuest, but also, really, really nice guy. So, it's weird. Like when you bring in these online worlds and find out that, you have mutuals.
Yeah. When you said EverQuest, I'm like, really? You played EverQuest? Like,
look at me. Of course I did.
Same. I was fighting orcs and Crushbone as Abdulius, the level 14 of enchanter. So I'm right here.
Oh my God. Well, that's it for the show today, chat.
And you're at one watcher again.
Oh yeah.
But it's for real.
YouTube's been having a glitch with live streams for the past 3 days where and it's not just my stream, just so people know, it's one that goes back and forth. Oh, I do need a professional psychologist opinion. And I wanted to ask one thing. You mentioned you have 2 degrees. Are they both bachelor's degrees? One a master's? What level of degree?
I have a dual degree in philosophy and psychology for bachelor's, and then I have a master's in psychology.
Okay. I wanted to get that. So you're not like a PhD though.
Oh, hell no. I just never wanted to go back for the PhD, because in Pennsylvania, that's where I got my grad school degree. And I looked up the salary for a PhD level versus a master's level, and they were both 40 grand a year on average. And I'm like, why the hell would I do that?
Yeah. Yeah. That's PhDs it's a lot of writing and a lot of work. And some people want to just get out and start actually doing work. But with that said, I do need a psychological opinion. Is law and crime a bitch?
I think the technical term is little bitch. I don't think it's bitch. So, you can prematurely cancel me when I come back on YouTube by saying that. So law and crime, you've been diagnosed. Little bitch disorder NOS.
Oh, good. Thank you. I needed a professional opinion on that one.
Yeah. Anytime I assess asshole disorder NOS all the time, little bitch disorder. Yeah. Anytime you need it, I'm happy to throw one out there for you. Guaranteed 100% right.
Only correct opinions.
Yes. The full Andrew Clavin.
Let me grab a couple chats here. Evil Bunny says, for coverage, thank you. Also, Bunny, also tell Andrew he should join the chat too. Well, you're in the chat.
I don't know what that means. Join the chat, but yeah, I have. I
think they mean get in there and comment. But I've seen you. I've seen you comment in there before. So
yeah, I'm mostly grifting in there.
That's what the chat is for. Let's see. Okay, I got to get to these next ones. We've got Elizabeth Stoddard says, my dad took a pic of a hot girl in another car once. Turns out her boyfriend was next to her and was pissed. At the next stoplight, he got out and stuck a knife through the window at my dad. My dad pushed the knife away and left. Damn. Yeah, you gotta be careful how you kind of conduct yourself in public. And
maybe get a less creepy dad.
Well, I hope he wasn't doing that with the kid in the car.
No, here we go. For more context, he was in college. He was the passenger of the car. He developed the picture. Yes, it was that old. And the boyfriend is glaring at him in the picture. He still has the pic. Oh, man, I hope he has a Post-it note on that guy's forehead that just says cuck.
I hope it's framed. It's like framed in the house. And it's like, this is how you can become an alpha son.
Matt Hagan says, if the Packers lose this weekend, how bad will sentencing go if he's found guilty? That's when you motion for a continuance on that sentencing hearing. Stubborn Thing says, remember, kids, this is not ineffective assistance of counsel. This is assistance of ineffective counsel.
That could be true.
Yeah, that's a much more accurate approach, it seems. David Z says, wow, Eric is not a nutburger. Can we keep him? Nick and gang, love the show, love the comedy and the insight. Always a fun show. Hey, thank you. Elaine Watson says, can you have Eric back if the defendant testifies? Well, we'll see. And I kind of developed this policy ad hoc during the Rittenhouse streams, but I think for the in-court stuff, I'm trying to limit the panel to mostly just lawyers. And then, I brought Eric on for a break, and I should probably apologize to Instructor Mike, because I could have in theory brought him on yesterday, but maybe I'll bring Instructor Mike on Monday or something like that during a break to talk about use of force stuff. Might be a good time. But I think for during the trial stuff, I want to focus on the legal stuff, and then we can bring people in, during breaks or during jury deliberations and stuff like that to supplement. I think that's a good practice. So I'm happy to have Eric on more often. He's been, I guess, adequate here today. So
let's see.
Debbie O says,
midnight show. Oh, sorry. I was going to say, I'm happy to do the night one too sometimes, because I'm up late. I watched your whole midnight one last night. I don't know how I got up today.
Oh, Eric, you're somebody who could use some help.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, what's up, Joe?
Joe had a good analysis of the trauma situation right away when he was talking. I was like, oh man, I was going to say like some of these things already.
Oh, this is the trauma expert.
Yeah.
Oh, pleasure to meet you, Eric.
You too.
Yeah. No, I literally just walked in. I just bounced back in here from another stream. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate.
Yeah, how is
every once in a while I have like good intuition. So.
Just not in physics.
Oh no, my physics is amazing. You kidding?
I feel like Joe runs out just to grab another baby to bring back to his apartment to get back on the podcast.
I popped them out. Thank God.
Just find all the missing babies in New Jersey. Officer, I know where they all are. Debbie O says, good contributions from Eric. It would be interesting to have him or someone with similar credentials going through these trials along with the lawyers. Great stream as always. But yeah, we can definitely talk on some nighttime streams too. I think that'd be good. North Viking says, for Eric, what training can we get to help us get over shock so we can help save lives?
Well, so trauma counselors and trauma workers, they do go through specific training that helps them to be on the scene and experience these things. But I mean, a lot of this is having a therapist while you're getting experience. You just have to be in the shit. You have to experience it. You have to have a traumatic experience. You got to get some help, have people with you that can like either literally or metaphorically hold your hand, as long as they're not being weird about it. And then you can, you get through it. You get a thicker skin as you get through it. Shock itself and like an immediate traumatic event, like say, your partner being shot in the face in front of you, there's no prep for that. But seriously, get some help, get counseling, get grief counseling. And there's a ton of trauma therapy, like systematic desensitization and narrative therapy and things like that can really work wonders in a short period of time.
There you go. There's your answer, North Viking. Eugene says, speaking of betas, laughing about alphas versus betas is fine, which is funny because I don't really care about the alpha versus beta narrative at all. I just find calling people betas is funny, and it annoys the shit out of them. So that's why I do it mostly. He says, but would you be so kind as to stop calling all these Jack Murphys and Law and Crimes the betas when they're clearly freaking omegas?
He stole my bit. I was going to say I'm an omega male because I'm big into Charlton Heston.
Oh, well, I think it was the gamma male is what it's Vox Day calls people the gamma males. It's like the double betas.
Well, Spoon Kid identifies as a Sigma male. I don't know if you know who he is, but the Sigma is really the
Sigma grind set is very, very important. You gotta get out there. Deli 8079 says, Joe, unleash your uncensored feminist rant here now, please.
No, that's actually a reference on Eric Hunley. So we're talking about transgenders. So and yeah, and transgender specifically in female sports. and I basically was saying that I spent 25 years fighting against feminists because I felt that they were hurting the very demographic that they were purporting to help, and that women had won their equal rights claims once now was successful with the Equal Rights Amendment. And
Joe fought for women's equal rights, but when he drinks, he gives them equal lefts.
No, actually, I felt when I was old enough to actually watch, I was like, no, women already won. You're already equal. So yeah, you're done. Go home now. But now
make me a sandwich.
Yeah,
and make it equally.
Thank you. I'll give you some of my sandwich.
You did it. That was
made.
cute, honey. That was great. Now
Yes,
please get
exactly.
back there. And oh my
But
God,
now-
put the turkey on the bread.
Yeah, but now basically it's like trans women are basically like, yeah, we're going to win Women of the Year to prove that men are even better at being women than women are. And they're engaging in women's sports and dominating, lapping them as Nate showed on this stream a few hours ago. And now I understand where the TERFs are coming, the trans exclusionary radical feminists. I'm like, yeah, you know what? I'm down in supporting feminism now because they need protection from men who basically are saying we want to dominate areas that are supposed to be carved out exclusively for biological women. So I said, I feel like I'm like becoming a feminist, which is against everything I've been.
Don't be a male feminist.
For the last. No, I'm joking. I'm
male feminists.
I think
are,
they're
are
gay.
rapists.
Yeah, they're terrible. They're terrible. I understand. It's awful. It's awful. They're the biggest cocks out there. The male.
Well, they're the biggest threat to women.
Yes,
right.
Literally.
That's where the incel rage comes from. Like all of that.
They are incels.
I know.
They can't get women. Yeah. That's why they basically like, if I stand up for women, maybe I'm going to get some girl to like notice me, and I'm not going to be friend zoned.
And they're very angry at women. They are very angry at women.
They're resentful. Yeah, that they basically have zero success with women.
Yep.
So yeah, but I was sort of making a joke about like becoming a feminist to protect women from biological males who basically throw on a skirt and say, okay, now I'm going to destroy you in basketball. So
I just feel bad. I meant to respond to Eric. He invited me on the show today, and my brain said respond to Eric and tell him you're going to be streaming, and then I didn't get around to doing that, so I feel like a dick. I'll have to apologize because it's rude. It's rude. Razor390 says, Joe, women won equal rights. Also, Joe, hey, babe, to his wife, why don't you make up for decades of women not driving by driving me around everywhere?
Yes, that's exactly it. There's your equal rights. All right.
I love that you're now pro reparations. That's really
very progressive. Very progressive.
Yes. I think that the more work I can get her to do, that's being a man. The more work I can get her to work and do, including
today driving, tomorrow shoveling the driveway.
How many trees did she clear, Joe? How many trees?
Did you guys see that tweet? That guy got just absolutely roasted for. It was so funny. It was I think it was a media personality. He's got a verified check mark or whatever, and he's like his wife's like a nurse or something. And he takes it. He's up
after a full shift.
Yeah, he's up in the window in his apartment or house or whatever, and he's taking a picture of her shoveling the driveway. And it's like she gets home after a 12-hour shift and shovels the driveway. What a great, powerful woman or whatever. And everybody's like, "Get outside and help her, you fuck!"
No, and then he's like, it's now she can come in. I made her breakfast.
It was a phenomenal tweet.
It was the
Sorry,
best.
honey, I ate all the bacon waiting for you to come back in.
As a Canadian politician, oh my gosh, people were so pissed off at him
because it was perfect. It was beautiful. It was so 2022.
Oh yeah, it was great. I loved it. I loved it. Twitter is sometimes an okay thing. Just very rarely is it an okay thing, but that was one of those times.
I'll keep it for now.
So she defended him and said she just wanted to shovel snow. Look, I know how that goes. I mean, there were times. That's not what I mean by when I'm going to tell this story. No, there were times when I lived in the Twin Cities in the suburbs, and I would go out back and do yard work, and I would do it wrong. Like I'd be taking an axe, right, and chopping down shit that doesn't need an axe. And then my neighbor comes over. He's like, "Hey, you want to borrow this like trimmer or whatever?" And I'm like, "Leave me alone. All I'm doing here is venting rage and aggression. Get away from me. I don't want your like, you could do that better with one of these tools. Burn the fuck off.
He's about to get cannabrode.
Yeah, exactly. He's actually a super nice guy. I like him. Hey, what's up, Bob? If you're out there watching, not my dad, Bob, but a different Bob. And, but it was like that day I was like, no, I just want to murder plants because I'm in a bad mood because I worked at Wells Fargo at the time. So that was what I wanted to do.
Before. That's not good.
Yeah, it was awful. It's like, put me in the wood chipper. Atomic Squid says, this judge reminds me of Ed O'Neill basing his portrayal of Al Bundy on his uncle, a judge. Okay. Who's Ed O'Neill?
Isn't that the guy who played Al Bundy?
Married Children. Yeah, Married Children.
Oh, wait. I only think of him as Al Bundy. I forgot he had a real name. That was just who he was to me.
He was great.
He was
great.
He was that badass detective too in that show. I forget what it was, but he was pretty good at that. It was a very serious character.
Yeah, he's actually a very good actor.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't acting when he made the jokes about gravity to those ladies getting shoes. So over on Odyssey, Dusty Det says, this is what happens when you hire activists as your defense attorneys. Welcome to the real world. And Rajveer says, YouTube just unsubbed me from you. Have some monies to buy some tissue to wipe your tears away, Nick. Story of my life. YouTube is in unsub mode on my channel. I've gained a bunch of subscribers thanks to the support of like that umbrella guy, the quartering, even Attorney Tom, who did very nice videos talking about my situation with law and crime. And I did gain quite a few subscribers from that. So that's wonderful. But up until that had happened, I was losing several subscribers a day. YouTube's in its unsubscribe mode. So it was nice to have that turnaround. Thanks, Law and Crime.
Well, January is usually a slaughter fest for subs anyway, isn't it?
January is a slaughter fest for everything on YouTube. It's like everybody's getting back into the swing of things after the holiday. The ad revenue is typically down because advertisers aren't spending a bunch of money right away in the beginning of the year. And they just spent a bunch of money in December and November and stuff like that. So usually YouTube metrics are pretty down in January, but my past 2 Januaries have been great. So I'm not complaining or anything like that. It's just, that's the typical response that you see. But YouTube goes through these cycles of removing subscribers from your channel. It's like every couple months, you'll just note them tick down, and then you'll like release a video and they'll like, and then they'll tick down over the rest of the day. It's annoying. I hate everything. I hate them mostly. Mandy Karavichus says, what do the Dallas Cowboys and the American government have in common? When things get tough, they shut down.
Nice.
You've got a friend for life.
I make you more money than YouTube does. The day you found me, it's like your net worth went up like 40%. You're so welcome. You are so very welcome, my brother.
I'm glad. At some point, you'll probably have to sue me for damages, and I'll have to pay for your therapy bills or whatever. It's when you find out that Dallas will never win another Super Bowl or whatever. So, how do you like Tony Romo?
I mean, he was actually a great quarterback.
He was a great quarterback. He just could never seal the deal.
Except in the playoffs, he would choke. But he had so many miraculous finishes during the regular season that you figured he would eventually get something done in the playoffs. It just never happened.
So let's see. To the chat, what stream am I using? I'm using the Fox 6 Milwaukee stream. They've just got this fine George F. Shaughnessy picture up right now. So
this doesn't even look like a real person.
But I think it's an oil painting, and maybe.
But I mean, it's like a cartoon.
Yeah,
it's like a caricature where it's like they tried to Photoshop his eyes and his face, and they shrunk it a little bit and stuck it back on.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but that's the stream right now. Although if you were watching it on Law and Crime, you would find out that the picture is of the trial is roughly the exact same. I mean, when I say roughly the exact same, the only difference is there's a slight delay difference between Law and Crime and Fox 6 Milwaukee for whatever reason. Oh, and you would see their logo in the bottom left-hand corner.
No, Nick, I have to disagree here because
Hmm.
there's a slight difference in the crook of the index finger because that's Megator, that's Mega T, that's Mega Tie-in, that's Mega 2. So it's a little bit different. This is a little bit more crooked. It's a South Park reference, but
Oh, okay. I gotcha. I was like, what the hell are you talking
no,
about?
it's a little. I like that it's crooked too, but yeah, no, it is. They don't. They
Is
obviously
it
are
crooked
using
or is the
things.
camera crooked? That's what I was trying to figure out.
You never know. I think yes. Yes. Because if you reference it to the straight lines in the
Yeah,
picture, it is
I think it's
actually
straight.
crooked, but it's more crooked relative to the camera than it is to the lines, which are
Yeah.
also crooked relative to
It
the
would be
camera.
funny if you saw the eyes slide away and Judge Borkowski was on the other side peering through the eye slot.
With the
Is that
vape smoke
paralegal in
coming
the
out?
courtroom? Is that paralegal hiding in this courtroom? I kicked her out of this courtroom. Who's
just
eating
have-
the steak? Don't eat the steak from the cafeteria. It's not actually steak.
His is the eye holes have the vape from his like major pot smoking in the back, and he just closes them.
But one of the reasons for people who may ask, one of the reasons I'm not using Law and Crime's feed, their feed is coming through their website. Their website has the terms and conditions, and I have never taken their feed from their website at all. I've always taken it from YouTube. I'm not agreeing to Law and Crime's terms and conditions by using their feed on YouTube or anything like that. I'm abiding by YouTube's terms and conditions. And while Law and Crime can cry all they want about copyright in the most incorrect manner possible, and while they can lie about whether or not they have pooled ownership of the footage, all of which I've verified now, all of the Law and Crime footage I've used has been pooled, so their copyright claims are bogus. If I were to take from their website, they may have a claim that I'm actually breaching their terms of service. So I am avoiding doing that. They're not broadcasting on their actual or on their actual YouTube channel because the judge told them they cannot.
You know, you're on your stream last night. You were talking about that guy from Law Twitter that made a Twitch about you.
Yeah,
what was his name? What was his name again?
Mike Dunford.
Yeah, Mike Dunford. So I was like, okay, I really want to see the other side of the coin where they're coming from here. So I spent an hour to an hour and a half watching Mike Dunford breaking down you covering the letter and the standard of the law with respect to your spat here with Law and Crime. And his biggest critique of you is that you didn't use the best defense available to you. And that the person you're hurting is yourself because of your own alleged stupidity, in that you failed to rely on the fact that it seems as if from his take, you were not live streaming, but that you actually took the recorded stream and airing it later, and that would strengthen your argument. And I'm like, dude, everything he's doing is live streaming every single time. So you're sitting here misunderstanding the facts.
No. He was right on that fact, because that one was my nighttime stream and it was after Law and Crime's live stream.
Oh, was that one accurate?
Yeah. So he's right about the fact there, but to point out the problem with Mike Dunford is, okay, so you know how horses have blinders, right? So they don't get distracted. Mike Dunford has blinders and then a giant picture of me hanging in front of him, and he's constantly lusting after whatever take he can get about what I do. So what he would go on to do was then say, like, he would say, this is his best defense. And then he would go on to say, this is his biggest problem, because he could have edited it down and picked only these parts. And what he was missing from the whole thing was the style of commentary that I and we are doing on these things requires the entirety of the content, because you can't just clip it out and say, well, here's this and here's this and here's this, because that's not what you're doing in court. What we're doing is analyzing courtroom strategy, jury perspectives, and sort of the lawyer perspectives on how this is playing out. That's why I don't tend to speed up the footage. You could kick it up to 2x, but the jury's not watching in 2x. The lawyers aren't watching in 2x. How do you call out an objection at 2x? You're going to miss it. You're going to be way behind.
But
so
to play the other side of what potential defense for you is, that fair use is whether or not you're eating from their profits if you're not doing it live with them. and you're just taking a recording of it, you're much less likely to have any impact on their profits.
Right.
To the extent that there is any impact or diminishment of their economic gain as a result of what you're doing, so that would offset it in the sense that it's not a live thing, and the live is where they're getting most of their views.
And
So in that sense, theoretically you should raise that.
And that factor, the profit factor, or whatever, the market interference factor, it diminishes pretty dramatically when you're talking about transformative use, because transformative use would necessarily you would, I don't know how to say this in the right way, but you can't measure the market factors because they become different products. Right? So it's, again, are they supplanting law and crimes coverage with mine? Maybe, but not because it's the same product that they're happening to lose. It's because it's an entirely different product.
Yeah, you're creating independent value.
Right. And he actually gave an analogy to show how you were wrong on this point. And the analogy he gave actually showed that you were right. He's like, here's two pairs of glasses I have. This is for driving. This is for looking at my computer. You're going to say that they're not in competition with each other? And the answer is, yeah, they're not in competition. Yes. One you use while you're driving, and one you only would use when you're sitting at your computer. So
there's an entire market of readers.
Yeah, it's a whole different product that you are offering. And he's like, this is what proves that you're in competition. And I'm like, dude, you just pointed the exact you made the exact opposite point of what you were trying to make. Because they look very similar, but they're completely different objective there. In fact, by the way, one of the things I would point out for you also is a lot of times people say, hey, stop talking, we want to hear the trial. And you're like, dude, we're going to be talking. And if you want that, go to Law and Crime. Go to because we're offering a different product here where we are going to hear our commentary. If that's not for you, then watch somewhere else.
Yep. And there's a whole bunch. Like my lawyer has responded with a letter. I'll be covering it tonight so people know what's going on. Like I said, I don't do this stuff behind the scenes. Doesn't make any sense for me to do it behind the scenes. It's also funnier to do it in the open. And call them, cucks or whatever. But we point out a whole bunch of problems with their arguments, and he really did a fantastic job on his. And I'm sure Mike Dunford will completely disagree, and that's great. Mike accuses me of having a sort of bias or whatever. He's like, oh, Nick's only looking for the answer that he wants, and it's like, well, a couple things, Mike. First of all, as an attorney who practices, that's a lot of times what you're doing. You're advocating for your position rather than taking the academic approach. Now, there can be some value to academically analyzing a situation. So what he assumes is because I'm engaged in self-advocacy that I have not considered any other alternative arguments, because Mike assumes I'm the worst person on the planet. And that's fine. But in all of Mike's analysis, what you find is he's unable to be objective about me because he hates me. Like he literally hates me, and he can't even get away from it for one live stream. And I love it. It makes me so happy that I've so thoroughly done it. And the best part is, what Mike may be remiss to admit is when he first came out criticizing me, the first thing I did was said, hey, would you come on a live stream and talk about this with me? We could talk about this, and then we had some shared interest in like Warhammer and stuff like that. We can talk about some other fun nerd stuff, and we can really have a good chat. I think it'll be great. And then he turned me down and was rude to me when I was nice. And so then when I was rude back, he's like, well, I don't know why you're being this way. I'm like, because you're a dick. Fuck you. And it's like, all these people forget that the first encounter that I've had with them, I was nice and inviting, and he could have come on the show. And if people don't know this about Kurt on civil law, the reason I reached out to Kurt to talk to him was because we disagreed on something. And people were like, oh, this guy disagrees with you or whatever. I was like, oh, let's talk about it. And we had a good conversation because I'm actually courteous to people when we first, interact. I will happily oblige and get in the trenches with someone, but I don't start out that way. And then they always get mad and blame me for what happens next. I'm like, oh, sorry, buddy. Let's look at the history here and we'll find out what happened. But so rather than Mike Dunford having a Twitch channel with like 8 followers or whatever, he could have been networking with me and participating with me and fully disagreeing, by the way, but he can't do that. It's not in his nature. Oh shit.
Oh, okay.
Eric, get the
You guys-
hell out.
I am the hell out. Bye, guys.
Later, Eric.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, brother.
Thanks for joining.
Edgecomb out on behalf of Theodore Edgecomb.
Still here.
He's amateur,
All right, we need
amateur
to put a couple
StreamYarder.
things on the record. It's 1:30. The jury's back. I had a conversation with the lawyers before we called this on a couple of things.
How much they suck.
First of all, unfortunately, I'm not going to put too much detail on the record, but I discussed it with the lawyers. One of the jurors was notified over the lunch hour that she had a death in her immediate family.
Oh, damn.
She's basically explained it to my bailiff and asked to be excused. I told both lawyers about both sides about that situation. Obviously, we have 14 jurors. If she's excused, we still have 13, which is one more than we'll ultimately need. I think the lawyers are stipulating to her being excused, correct?
Yes.
Was that a yes from both sides?
Yes.
And just for the record, it's juror 18. So juror 18 will be excused. In a minute, I'll have my bailiff bring in the remaining 13. There was an issue about a potential defense witness. The state has some additional witnesses this afternoon. The witness that was on the stand before lunch can take the stand again in a minute. But there was an issue about potentially calling a witness out of order this afternoon. Is that correct? And it was a defense witness, and who is it again, counsel?
Mark Robinson.
And the state stipulating to that witness being called out of order?
My understanding is he's only available today, so I will try to make room for him.
Fine, I'm not opposed to that. We'll try to squeeze it in this afternoon.
So you're going to call a defense witness during the state's case
The
in
state,
chief?
strike that. The defense also made a request about their paralegal. I'm thinking about that. We can take that up later, gentlemen. Anything else from either side before I bring the panel in?
No.
No.
All right, can we have the witness on the stand again, please?
All right, I got to fly, gentlemen. I'll catch you later.
Oh, wait, Joe, real quick.
Yeah,
Ty Beard says, Joe, do you agree that the Cowboys don't need a new coach? They need an exorcist.
At this point, anything can help. Who the hell knows? I can't.
They should hire Colin Kaepernick then.
Yeah. Oh, Ty, if you're still watching out there, like hit me up on a text. I actually wanted to cover something with you. So, anyway, later, guys. Have a great weekend.
See you, buddy.
Oh, one quick question for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to an anti-mandate in Washington on Sunday. Do you think that like driving in there Sunday morning is crazy?
Coming in, you can remain seated, please.
Is what?
I'll ask another time.
Okay. Have your wife drive you.
Yeah. I wish. You think I want to spend 5 hours doing this in the middle of freaking night? Yeah. I won't be able to walk that one out. No, but I wish. My God, that'd be amazing. I could sleep, let her drive. For God's sake.
All right,
Later.
buddy. See ya. Never gonna let him live that down. Him and Yellow Flash crying for the rest of my life. I'll be 80, laying in bed and I'll be like, Joe's wife was driving his car. Oh God.
Hey, Nick, did I ever send you one of my mugs?
No, I don't think so.
All right, we'll
I mean,
get
I don't have one, so if you sent one, I didn't get one.
Yeah, I'll get one out to you.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you.
Of course, now it's the only mug you can use. So.
Well, that's okay.
Terms and conditions of law and crime.
You want me to send you a shirt that says "Cuck Commander" on it?
Hard pass.
I can do merch too.
By the way, folks, anyone can get a mug at lawselfdefense.com/mug.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you'll notice, because you're all smart and you've been paying attention, there's 13 of you now rather than 14. Without getting into any details, the juror that was excused had a legitimate family emergency, so I've excused her. That means a couple things. I certainly need all 13 of you to hang in there, be back on Monday, continue, and the efforts you've been making so far to come to court, be on time, obviously listen to the evidence. As I've said from the start of the trial, I expect the trial to go to Monday. I would now modify that to Monday and or Tuesday.
Oh,
that may be the bad news. The good news is when I underestimate the length of a trial, I feel compelled to bring in snacks or treats for the jury. So Monday, you'll get bagels. If we're still here on Tuesday, you might get catered buffet from Bartolotta's. So
Bartolotta's, it sounds good.
the witness, ma'am, you remain under oath. You understand that?
We're still here Wednesday. You're all getting fish. Dead fish.
I do.
All right, you can take your mask down. The defense can continue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clement.
Good afternoon.
All right, so I just got a few more areas we just want to touch in, and we'll be wrapping up here soon. First thing I want to kind of go into, I want to now show what has been marked as State Exhibit number 26.
Someone said they're in Milwaukee and Bartolotta's is good Italian. It sounds like good Italian. Oh, is he going to ask her about the White Claw? He's going to harp on this
Yes,
White
yeah,
Claw?
yeah.
Another great approach.
So I'm showing the witness what has been marked as State Exhibit number 26. Now, Ms. Clement, you recognize that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's the vehicle that you were operating on September 22nd of 2020, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to bring your attention to the rear door. And there's what's known as an open intoxicant in that rear door, correct?
She doesn't know the answer to that.
It's a can.
The White Claw, correct?
I don't know if it's a White Claw or not.
Okay.
This is such
Zoom in a little bit. Can you identify that can as a can of White Claw now?
Yes, that's
No,
a
just
can
don't
of
get it.
White Claw.
You understand White Claw as to be an alcoholic beverage, correct?
It's a seltzer beverage, yes.
But it would be an alcoholic beverage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
Do you know if that's a crime? No, I have no idea.
were you
Did you know that
given any type
Richie
of citation
McGinnis
or anything for having
de-escalated a confrontation by offering a White Claw?
Here's
Why
the
didn't you do
objection.
that here?
I don't think it's particularly relevant, but you can answer, ma'am.
Were you given a citation for having an open intoxicant in your vehicle?
No, I was not.
Okay. All right, I want to now go into what has been marked
Well,
as
that was
State
important.
34.
Well, now the jury thinks he's guilty or not guilty of shooting her husband because she wasn't given a citation about a White Claw in the rear passenger door well.
Are you ashamed that you had a White Claw in your car? Are you a decent human being?
If it was a man, I would agree.
Fair enough.
What are they trying to do with that? Like it's such a waste. They've focused so much time on this White Claw. And it doesn't show anything. We know the guy who was shot was intoxicated. Was over the legal driving limit. So you can just make the inference that he was intoxicated. His decision-making was impaired because the law says this is the line where we think decision-making is impaired. So if you've got that, you don't need anything else about a White Claw because you can just say, maybe wasn't making good decisions, couldn't be trusted, whatever. You can make whatever argument you want to make about the intoxicant, you can already do. You've got a tox screen. Very confusing. Bodie says, could they legally search the car? She probably consented to the search of the car. If not, they probably had a warrant for it. And if not, it would.
Voting was been marked as State 34.
They
Ms.
might have had an
Clement,
exception to the
on
warrant
direct
requirement anyway.
examination, you explained that Mr. Clearman just got out the vehicle because he just wanted to talk to Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
Drink.
Sure. Sorry about that.
Can you repeat
Could you hear me?
that?
Okay. Excuse me. On direct examination, you testified that Mr. Clearman got out the vehicle simply because he wanted to talk to Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
Yes, he wanted to find out why he was punched.
Okay. And that's what you also indicated in those media interviews that you took immediately after this incident, correct?
The interviews with
the news
with the
interviews.
news. Yes.
Okay. And in those interviews, you never indicated that Mr. Clearman chased Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
I did not see him chase him.
You said you did not see?
I did not see him chase him.
Okay.
I saw him walking up to him.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. I want to now go to what has been marked as State 34.
Now he's going to have her testify to what's on the video versus what her recollection is.
Go ahead. All right. I want to stop right there, please. Now, this is
He's going to
the
hit that
bicyclist that you identified
turn signal.
previously today, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Man, if I never have to see a Reinhardt van again, it'll be too soon.
And if we can stop right.
Wait,
a little
he's
bit
in two
further,
places at once.
Right here. Now, Miss
He's still
Clement,
here.
Is this your vehicle?
Yes.
All right. And you appear to be in the left lane here, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, is this the point where your husband told you to follow or make a right turn to proceed after Mr. Edgecomb?
No.
Okay. When did Mr. Clearman make that request?
I believe I was in the walk lane for the pedestrians.
Okay, so Mr. Clearman didn't ask you to make a right turn at this point?
I had started driving.
Uh-oh, is she going to tear up?
I'm not sure if that was at that point or not.
Okay, and just to be clear, to make it home, you would need to proceed straight, correct?
Yes.
And that option was available to you at that time, correct?
Available at that time where I'm at this position.
At this position, you could have proceeded straight, right?
I could have, yes.
And Mr. Edgecomb, at this point, is right here, correct?
Yes.
In the bike lane, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you would agree that Mr. Edgecomb is not a threat to you at this point, correct?
Yes.
And you could have also made a left turn at this point, correct?
Yes.
Could have also made a right turn, but make that right turn into one of the two lanes that's available to you. Most likely, you probably would want to make it into the closest lane, which would be the right lane, right? Let me stop. So you could have made a right turn and just proceeded straight, correct?
Yes.
Now, it might be illegal, but you also had a
Be right back.
alternative to take a U-turn if you wanted to, right?
No.
Okay, well, despite the options that you had available with home being straight, you decided at this point to make a right turn, correct?
Yes.
And that right turn, was that based off of the fact that Mr. Edgecomb was going right?
It was based on the fact that my husband asked me to turn right.
Okay, so he asked you to turn right at this point, correct?
Yes.
All right. We can continue to play the video at this point. And if we could stop right here. Now, Ms. Clearman, you're clearly positioned at this point in the right lane, correct?
Yes.
You're legally entitled to be in this lane that you're in right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You continue playing, please. All right, I want to stop right there. Now, you just moved into the bike lane, correct?
It looks like that's the end of the bike lane.
Okay, but Mr. Edgecomb was in the bike lane prior to you moving in that direction, correct?
Can you rewind it?
Yes, if we could bring it back 5 seconds.
The famous bike lane trial of 2022.
Okay, we can play it from there. All right, you stop right there, please. Now, your brake lights also turned on at this point, right?
Oh, thanks, Council.
Your brake lights, you start hitting your brakes at that point that you enter
Oh, the poor court reporter.
the bike lane, correct?
Oh, wait, I'm
When
supposed
I
to be
saw
doing the
him,
correct
I
drinking.
braked,
Oh, don't do that,
and
Nick.
he was already on the sidewalk.
I'll be doing this stream by myself in like 20 minutes.
hit Mr. Edgecomb,
I
correct?
did not almost hit him. I stepped far, far back from him.
Okay. If we could go back just 5 more seconds, please.
Dude, she's giving you the answer. If you want it to be inconsistent, you've already got it.
You can go ahead.
He's on the sidewalk before.
Okay.
She technically didn't even come close to hitting him.
Yep.
Now, you would agree that your actions in driving toward that direction of Mr. Edgecomb resulted in Mr. Edgecomb hopping a curb to now go onto the sidewalk?
No.
Yep.
Say that again, Mr. Hubner.
It's speculation. He's stating that what she did, therefore she knows why another person got onto the sidewalk. We also know he was going down the stairs anyway, so he could have been just getting off the sidewalk.
Right. Okay. Sustained. There may be a different question that's allowable, but sustained.
Okay. You saw Mr. Edgecomb go into the sidewalk after you turned into the bike lane, correct?
There you go. Micro sips.
Please repeat that.
Okay. You saw Mr. Edgecomb proceed into the sidewalk after you went into the bike lane, correct?
He went onto the sidewalk and then I pulled over into the bike lane and stopped.
The opposite.
Now, at this point, is this the point where you're saying that Mr. Clement is walking? He gets out the car?
He does, yes.
Okay. All right, if we could play it at this point. All right, stop it, please. Mr. Clement he just got done walking, correct?
He's walking right now.
All right. If we could play it from this point. All right, can you stop right there? Mr. Clement isn't walking anymore, is he?
Well, if I'm going to answer to that from what I recall,
You froze the video, so he's not walking at this freeze frame.
I was in the car, so I did not see him running.
Okay, but based off of what you just seen right now, you seen Mr. Clement walking, correct?
Yes.
Based on what what I saw, he looks like he's jogging a little bit, picking up his step.
Okay.
She should have
And
just
Mr.
said yes. He
Clement is
said
clearly
walking.
ahead of your vehicle at this point when he's running, right?
That is not clear to me right now.
Mrs. Clement, can you speak up a little, please?
Yes.
Mixing up, conflating all
That's
these
not
terms
clear
like
to me.
walking,
Okay.
jogging, running. They're not the
You want
same
to come a
thing.
little closer to kind of see where Mr. Clement is?
Stand up and look if you're comfortable with that.
His language should be consistent and let the witnesses be inconsistent.
Right.
That's what it should be. But he has said walking, running, and jogging, characterizing the same moment.
Yes, he's in front of my vehicle.
So he's jogging to a point that was in front of your vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would have seen Mr. Clement jog in front of your vehicle at that point, correct?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see him running that day, but based on this video, yes, I can see it.
And you were looking at Mr. Edgecomb at this time, is that right?
Well, what I recall was
By the way, in about 15
Not at
minutes, you
this
may have to
point,
step
no.
away for just a few minutes.
Okay, so you didn't,
Can we just, counsel, please make a record or either of you exactly where this is stopped since there's a lot of testimony about this.
Yep.
That's our
23 seconds.
Can we see the whole video?
I'll let defense counsel ask questions after that. I'm sure Mr. Hubner will follow up.
I'm only taking micro sips of this one shot, guys. I'm not refilling on this. It was a joke.
so I guess the question is.
I don't want to
Clement,
die.
Do you see Mr. Edgecomb at this point?
I can't see him at this point from this video, no.
Okay. All right, if we can play just a couple seconds. And we stop right here. All right. You see Mr. Edgecomb at this point.
I cannot see him in the video.
Okay, you want to come a little closer if you need to?
Could we add some pixels here?
We need to get that interpolation going. It's time to interpolate. Sorry, I got a new toy. I got an auto tuner.
I cannot see
gather.
him on the
I'm
video.
sorry I'm missing it, but I guess it's only nighttime show.
All right, and Ms. Clement, you testified that Mr. Edgecomb brandished a weapon at some point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified on direct that you yelled out to your husband to warn him of the gun, correct?
When I saw the gun, I shouted out to my husband, he has a gun.
And you also testified to media outlets that when your husband got too close to Mr.
She didn't
Edgecomb,
testify to
he
media
yelled out
outlets.
he didn't hear you. Let's write that. Did you testify earlier that Mr. Clearman did not hear you?
Odd
when
to
you
hear
tried
a
to
lawyer
yell out
using this
that he has a gun?
terminology incorrectly like this.
He did not hear me.
Okay, so you did yell out he has a gun.
I did.
Okay. And then you also testified, well, you also made statements to media outlets saying that he got so close to Mr. Edgecomb that he didn't see it, correct?
I said as he was getting close to him, he didn't see it.
Okay, so Mr. Clearman was getting close to Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
He was coming up to him to talk to him.
Okay, but he was the one that was advancing toward Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to go into state exhibit 83. It's the during video.
Folks, I don't have a problem with his dialect. I get it. But he's supposed to be a lawyer and he's using legal terminology in terms of art incorrectly.
Yeah, it's not that he's using a particular accent, dialect, colloquialism. It's that when you're using legal terms, you've got to use them correctly, appropriately and correctly. Because it's a term of art, because it might be an appeal point. And if you're using it incorrectly and then you have to incorporate it into an appeal, you've got a problem. Again, this isn't a quibble over ax versus ask, right?
Now,
Ax is a vocal
State's
affectation,
pulling up that
and it's fine. It doesn't
exhibit.
matter.
The option was available to contact 911 and report that Mr. Edgecomb punched her husband, correct?
Everything happened so quickly.
Okay. Mr.
Can I
Edgecomb
call
did not
911
stop
and
you
report
from
this defense?
contacting 911 to report him, correct?
He did not stop me.
Yeah, there was nothing that Mr.
Please, I'd
Edgecomb
like to
could do
report a
to
murder.
stop you from calling 911 to report punching your husband, correct?
No.
So you made a conscious decision not to call 911 and kind of take matters
No.
in your own hands, correct?
No.
Okay. No.
Okay, can you explain?
Explain
Well, I don't know
what?
if you can understand.
Everything happened so quickly. I was stunned. My husband got punched violently in the face. His
She didn't
glasses flew
you
off
don't
of
make
him.
a conscious decision to
I'm
not
trying
do
to figure out
something
how to
normally.
reach down and grab his glasses and think, okay, what do I do now? And at that time, when I'm thinking all this and I'm trying to drive, my husband says, can you turn the corner? I want to talk to him. And so I trusted my husband. He was calm. He said it in a very calm voice. And so I turned.
But moments previously, you saw your husband, after being punched, open his door immediately, correct?
I did not see
She
that.
testified she didn't see
We just
that.
went over the video before.
She didn't see that
prior
at the
to
time,
lunch,
you
where
dummy.
We showed the video where
But I didn't see that when I was in the car when he
Okay.
got punched.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that you didn't know that your husband tried to open the door to maybe proceed after Mr. Edgecomb while you were in the car, correct?
I did not see that, no.
Okay. All right, now we're at
Maybe he opened a door looking for his glasses.
13 minutes
I mean,
and
who
22
knows?
seconds. Now you testified on direct
He
that
didn't actually get out of the car.
your husband didn't chase Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
He walked towards him. That's what I saw.
You never used the word chase, correct? You didn't use the word chase, right?
Checks?
Chase. Proceed after. Pursue.
And when?
It's so weird. He thinks
Today
these are
or
synonyms.
when?
At any time, have you ever used the words that Mr. Clearman chased Mr. Edgecomb?
I'm not sure.
Okay. I want to go to 15 minutes and 29 seconds.
Sorry, I just thought of that jive scene from Airplane.
Oh, no. I speak a little jive.
At radio and stuff. Okay.
I'm being interviewed before I get. Should I start at mom's house? Okay. Okay, be careful of what you need. I'm not kidding you.
Wait, B. Ivory Lamar he's from Houston, Texas?
We don't.
Okay. Please come home. Please come in. I love you. I love you. Alright.
So your husband got out of the vehicle at Brady and Holton and followed the guy up here because the guy was on his bike? Okay.
Because I waited for him to get inside.
Then you turn the corner to follow? What happened right here? Were they fighting over here or something?
Fighting. The guy said, my husband said, what's your problem? The guy just gave
Maybe.
me closer and then he pulled up a gun like this and I'm like,
Okay.
So he only went 6 states away. He had to go farther to find Lamar.
Stop it right there, please.
A 6-month search for a legal team, and this is what he got.
Turn the corner and chased him.
That's what I heard.
Is that true? As you testified today, is that a true statement?
A true statement that I said it here.
Yes. Is that your recollection that he chased him? Not that you've seen yourself say immediately after the incident. Is that your testimony today?
You've just made 2 different questions. Objection.
Yes.
I don't recall it.
You just seen yourself say that he chased him, right?
I did, but my memory from that day, I remember him walking.
Yeah, and this matters a little bit, folks, because you'd like to be able on closing say that even the victim's wife said he chased him.
About a red SUV.
You heard that testimony here in court.
When you approached Mr. Clement's body at the time, correct? It was an SUV with 2 people, is what you just said was standing at the scene, correct?
There was a red truck behind my car and 2 people had stepped out of the vehicle.
Okay, and you requested the lady to call 911, correct?
I shouted out in their direction, please call 911.
Okay. Now, is it true that you were already on the phone with someone at the time that you requested that individual to call 911?
I don't recall being on the phone.
Okay. Was someone named Ivana?
Ivana. I called her after I couldn't call 911.
Okay. All right, and you testified before that you didn't call 911 because you didn't remember a 6-digit code, correct?
I was trembling and I couldn't get my fingers I remember the code, I just couldn't do it.
Okay. But you were able to put the code in to call Ivana, correct?
Afterwards, yes.
Okay.
I was able to just calm down a little bit and then was able to call her.
And what kind of phone did you have, Miss Clearman?
It was an iPhone.
Okay. And are you aware of a feature on an iPhone that you don't have to put a code in order to make an emergency call?
No.
No.
You know, no. I mean, I know that there's the feature, but I never, I just, that wasn't, my reaction was just to do the code.
Why weren't you cool, calm, and collected after your husband got shot
All
dead
right,
in
no
the
more
face?
further questions for you. Thank you, Ms. Clinton.
That's it.
Thank you.
That's where you go. Okay. To his credit, he didn't badger her too hard. I mean, I thought he was going to.
Staying on that phone call portion of it, you indicated once you were able to calm down, you were able to call Ivana. Is that correct?
Yes.
What got you to calm down?
Once I knew someone called 911.
And then defense counsel had previously asked you some questions about stating that, when you went to the body and you put your hands on your husband, you realized he was dead. And then they played you this one small snippet where you asked an officer if your husband was okay. Do you remember that questioning from earlier in the morning?
I do.
Okay. And defense counsel was stating, well, if you asked the officer if your husband was dead or if he was okay, that must have mean that you weren't touching or knowing that your husband was dead at the time. You stated you were in shock at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to play the portions of that scene, but I want to play the entire portion like we did earlier.
Oops.
So we can put that in context. Just one moment.
Well, this will probably be a very bad move by the defense, I'm guessing.
I mean, it's always possible the state wouldn't do this if they were less competent, but there's nothing this guy's done to suggest he's not competent.
No, he's buttoned. I mean, even at pre-trial, it looked like this guy had anticipated a bunch of potential issues, like showing too many gory photos, prejudicing the jury, and he was working to mitigate that stuff from the start. And it looked like from the start that this guy planned to run a by-the-book case on the facts. And so to think that he wasn't going to be prepared for you to take a snippet out of context. Now, maybe the context won't show anything, damaging, but I'm going to guess it will. No, that's not the paralegal. That's some other assistant. The paralegal was blonde. This lady's got blonde-ish hair, but hers is more of a dirty blonde.
The state keeps saying that, but yes, our equipment in this building is archaic. It's terrible, pathetic, embarrassing. And that's the best I can say about it.
Gosh, I love this judge. He kills me. It's archaic. It's terrible. It's embarrassing. It's the best I can say about it.
Now, ma'am, and for the record, Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 83 currently set up. This is Officer Doring's squad cam, and it shows, and what has already previously been played. Just so we're clear, man, we can see you in the back. Is that correct?
The dirty blonde line was a reference to American Psycho, guys.
So
Calm
you can
down.
see it a little bit better.
More of a dirty blonde. I'm going to have to step away.
And pausing at 3507, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And you're in the back of the squad by yourself, right?
I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Playing from that portion.
We'll miss you, Nick.
I can turn the air on for you too. See your message.
minutes and 24 seconds. You stated no one's going to love me like you love me, my love. Is that correct?
Yes.
Continuing on.
He's okay, right?
Okay, so pausing at 37:05. That's when we hear you say he's okay, right? Is that right?
Yes.
After you had sobbed and exclaimed that no one was ever going to be able to love you like your dead love, your dead husband would ever be able to.
Yes. He loved me so much.
Man, was this a traumatic experience for you?
Very traumatic.
Maybe you were hoping for one moment that it was a bad dream, but you knew your husband was dead, right?
Oh, they objected to that. Oh my God.
Yes, I was hoping this was a bad dream. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe somebody could do this.
And just taking one small portion of what happened in the back of that squad and playing it without the full context leads you to a different conclusion than what actually was going on back there, doesn't it?
Overruled, that was the question. You can answer.
We're gonna need to use the microphone over there.
Right, everybody needs to use the mic, please.
Ma'am, let me just put it to you this way. When someone takes just 1 second out of all of that anguish and only puts in that one question, that makes it kind of look different than what we just saw, doesn't it?
Yes.
So it makes the defense look deceptive, which is, of course, what the defense was doing, was deception.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Nothing else.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right,
That's
you can
for
step
the
down,
wife.
ma'am. You can step down. You're done. Thank you. Who's the state's next witness?
One moment.
Okay, folks, we're back. Let's see. This may be the defense witness. Apparently, the defense had a witness. Let's see.
State calls Detective Kirk Volt.
Kirk Volt.
Fine.
Sergeant Kirk Volt. Sorry, he's been promoted.
You raise your right hand, Sergeant.
Ooh.
Solemnly swear that testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
This is the 12th state witness so far in this trial.
Tyler Kirkvold, Tyler Kirkvold.
State, proceed.
Thank you. Now,
Again, no hair.
Sergeant, how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
About 14 years.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I was promoted to sergeant in September of 2021.
And prior to being promoted to sergeant, how were you employed?
I was a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department for approximately 6 years.
What was your assignment back in September of 2020?
I was a detective assigned to the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit.
Who was your partner at the time?
Detective Alex Klabundi.
Now, I want to draw
That
your
was the
attention
second state witness
specifically
in this trial.
to the homicide of Jason Clearman that occurred on September 22nd of 2020. Were you employed as a homicide detective on that day?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved in that investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now, to begin with, were you involved in any way, along with Detective Klabundi, in an attempt to find security video at various different locations?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, there were a number of different security videos that were grabbed from various different places along the flight path of this suspect. Am I right?
That's correct.
At the time, did you have any idea who the suspect was?
No.
One area that I would like to talk to you about is
A flight
Zania's
path.
Pizza. Are you familiar with that place?
Zana's, yes.
Zana's. And in terms of that, in terms of that particular location, was there any video that was recovered from that location?
Yes.
Were you involved in the recovery of that?
Yes.
Now, regarding that pizza, or regarding that video, when did you go to get it?
That was on September 25th of 2020.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 52 and place it in the computer here. And as it pulls up, when you went to Zana's, or however we pronounce it, the pizza place, what were you looking for?
I was looking for any video that would potentially capture the incident or the suspect.
Just to be very clear, we know that the homicide had occurred kind of around the corner from Brady on Holton. Is that correct?
Correct.
We know that the punch happened just off of the pizza place, kind of a little bit to the west, and was captured on poll cam. Is that right?
That's correct.
So even though Milwaukee Police Department had the poll camera and had some video from Casablanca, you still went out to this pizza place to see if they had any video?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at the video, Sergeant, did you find any video that was of any relevance?
Yes, I did.
Did I miss anything good?
No. This guy,
I want to
I'm a
show
little
you,
unsure on this. He's
and I
currently a
have
sergeant, but
currently
when this
on
event
the
occurred,
big
he was a
screen
homicide detective
what is
looking for
labeled
videos
Channel 5.
after the event about the potential flight path of the suspect.
Are you familiar
Oh,
with
okay.
the location of where we're looking?
Yes.
Okay. So,
This is what we'll see, I guess, is
as
video
we're looking
of
at
Edgecomb
this
running away.
location, what street are we seeing here?
That's East Brady Street.
Okay.
I had
and what are
a
we
service
seeing right
call
here?
on my washing machine
That's the
show up.
front of Zana's Pizza.
So I had to go
Okay.
tell him what
And
to
if we
do.
go beyond Zana's, what are we seeing?
East of Zana's is Casablanca.
Okay. And I'm just going to place this on the large screen. So if you are looking down this camera, if we're seeing, we can see the front of in front of Casablanca. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this time hack that we have has it at approximately 7:37 on September 27th.
Were you here for the redirect?
Yes.
Of
And is the
Mrs.
suspect going to be
Oh,
seen
okay.
doing
That was
anything
pretty good. I thought you were here
prior
for
to
that.
this incident, about 10 minutes prior to
I
this
wish.
incident, on this
I was there
video?
right at the
Yes.
start, but then I had to go.
He's just going to be seen walking eastbound down the sidewalk with his bicycle.
Basically, Prosecutor Hubner made the defense look like a
Playing
bunch
from that
of
portion?
deceptive fakers by the way they parsed out the video and her little statements in the video, and they played the video in its entirety, and it made the defense look terrible.
That's
More
what I
for
was.
weeping,
That's
of
right
course.
where I left was when
Okay.
they made the defense look terrible. And it's like, dang it.
So after that, not much more happened. That was the key.
Okay. Pete Bronson, yes, they're going to replace the washer. The service company wasn't actually responding to me. They just sent a service tech out without talking. So I had to tell the service tech what happened. They're like, oh, we need to replace it.
And pausing at 30
So I got to wait for the new one to come in.
We can see the suspect bicyclist basically walking with his bike on the north side of the street, going past the pizza place, past Casablanca, and heading further west. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Sergeant, going forward to approximately come back just a little bit. To 9 minutes and 21 seconds. As we are looking or discussing this Zanya's Pizza, are we eventually going to see the suspect riding his bike back westbound?
Yes.
Okay, playing from that portion. We can see what appears to be a truck pulling out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And pausing at 10 minutes and 45 seconds, we can see the suspect bicyclist now heading westbound. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we're looking at this, you got a significant period of about 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does the period of 7:45 p.m., would that be recorded in this?
Yes.
Recorded in this video camera? Is
Yes.
that right? Did you watch all of this clip?
Yes.
Did you see anything happening in front of Casablanca at 7:45?
No.
7:45 p.m. or 7:45 on the video?
7:45 p.m. on this video. Did you see anything?
No, I did not.
Okay, so just so we're clear, one of the things we're also looking for is this first incident where the Clearman swerved around the bicyclist who's on the north side of the street. If that had happened anywhere by Casablanca, that there was some missing video from 7:45 from Casablanca, this would have also captured it, right?
Yes.
Was there anything that happened at 7:45 in front of Casablanca?
No.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 52 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Detective, I'm going to try and make this go as quickly as possible here. Were there a number of stills that were created from various different camera angles and security camera angles in an attempt to identify the suspect?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. There was one from Swing Park, is that right?
I don't know if I ever saw that still. I did see a still from Casablanca video.
And when this is happening, you are aware that Swing Park video, even if maybe there wasn't a still, that it captured the suspect after the shooting. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did it show?
One of the camera views at Swing Park depicts the suspect coming from a walkway, which in that walkway is the stairwell where this homicide occurred at. The homicide occurred at the top of the stairwell. The suspect is depicted after the homicide exiting this walkway and coming out onto Water Street, getting on his bicycle and traveling, it would be northeast on Water Street on his bicycle.
And when you're saying northeast on Water, just going to come back here for one moment to defense exhibit number D5. If we're on Holton and we're on Brady, and the stairs kind of go down towards Water Street, is that correct?
Yes.
Swing Park would be underneath Holton as it goes over North Water Street?
Yes.
Okay. As you go down to North Water Street, are there businesses or establishments that are kind of further east on North Water?
Yes.
What are those?
There's some taverns located in that area. There's farther northeast.
Off of this camera.
Off of the map, Water Street bends to the east and ultimately turns into East Kane Place as it intersects with, East Kane Place as it intersects with North Humboldt. At that intersection, there is Bel Air Cantina, and there's also a tavern called Finks.
And Swing Park shows that the biker, kind of at a distance, ends up going towards that location on Water Street. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Is this going to be kind of the beginning of NPD's attempts to follow him from security camera to security camera to see if maybe you can see where he goes?
Yes.
Okay. So we're establishing his path of flight after going down the stairs, apparently, right? Like that's the idea?
I think so.
Your Honor, I've placed State's Exhibit number 53 into the computer. It's also warming up.
It's warming up.
And when you are saying Finks, where is Finks?
Finks is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Kane and Humboldt.
Ed Jr., we will talk
Or
whenever
water.
we feel like talking.
So
This
Kane
is
became
a
water,
place for
and
commentary.
this kind of
So
is going to be continuing westbound. Is that correct?
Correct. Kane starts at the right side of the screen. Water ends at the left side of the screen.
And this is, if we're going to be looking at this, was the time portion of the rat Finks, was it off or was it accurate?
It was off. It was slow by 26 minutes,
Slow by-
approximately.
How many?
Approximately 26 minutes, I believe.
So playing from this portion at 8 seconds into the video,
Ryan wishes we talked more. Unfortunately, this is just pretty dry
not much to
testimony.
and pausing at 7:24. So this is after the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
And the bicyclist individual,
Have they talked about
Stops
how
at
he
a red light.
he failed to use a hand signal
right?
when he turned
Yes.
right
Okay.
prior to
Can you see the
shooting the
firearm
guy?
anywhere on his person at this time?
No.
Are you able to get a good picture of his face at this time?
No.
Playing from 15 seconds.
He went across the street on a red. He violated a traffic law. He's guilty.
J-writing.
Now, pausing at 29 seconds. The bicyclist then did go through the red light, right?
Yes.
Well, no one gave him a ticket for that, did they?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
This actually kind of
Now,
funny thing.
This is
He
rat
wasn't
face.
ci-
What's across
was he
the
cited for the battery?
Across the street is
For the
Bel Air
assault?
Cantina.
I don't know.
Both of these would be establishments.
I'll look it
people
up.
in them, phones, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. Our suspect on the bicycle crosses in the red and then kind of just gets in the middle of the street, as we saw. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, he could be
Your Honor, the state removed
acquitted on the killing and
exhibit
still convicted on
number
the battery.
53 in evidence.
Not that it would be
Objection.
anything. It's
Objection.
almost certainly a misdemeanor.
Fine, received.
Fine, received.
You stated that across the street was Bel Air Cantina. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of Bel Air Cantina, was there also video that was obtained from that place?
Yes.
Yeah, they actually never charged him with the battery, or the assault, which they could do. Well, this is the old one. This just has the reckless homicide, not intentional on it.
Just going back to 0 seconds into the recording. As we're seeing here, this shows us September 22nd. Is this camera accurate in terms of time?
No.
And how did you determine that this camera was off, Sergeant?
We watched the live feed of the video camera and compared the timestamp to the actual time, and we were able to determine that this camera was approximately 1 hour and 50 minutes slow.
So there appears to be a lot of cameras in the city of Milwaukee business establishments that have time hacks that aren't accurate.
That is correct.
Okay. Across the street, what are we looking at here?
Finks.
Okay. And if we're looking, we can see there's a number of people just kind of out on the street, right?
Yes.
Playing from this portion at 0 seconds. Pausing at 16, we can again see the same bicyclist suspect stopping for the red light, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Playing from that portion.
Okay.
And pausing. The suspect disappears from view, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move state's exhibit number 51 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Received.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant. That was the portions of the video you guys were looking for and continued on trying to find the suspect. Is that correct?
Yes.
Someone
What
said
was
this-
the point of
this witness is
following
one of the
these
Walking Dead.
videos down this line that you could find?
There were two goals that we had. One goal was to attempt to get a clear video of the suspect's face in order to help identify him. The second goal was to try to figure out where he was going in order to identify him.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as state's exhibit number 86 and 87. and 88. You had indicated that you were familiar with stills that were taken from Casablanca as well as Finks and Bel Air Cantina. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you it's been marked as 87. Does that appear to be at least that one still from the Finks establishment?
Yes.
Okay. And if we turn it over, where does that appear to be from?
That appears to be a still from the Bel Air Cantina.
Showing you what has been
Okay.
marked as State's Exhibit number 86. That's one of the ones from Casablanca on the front page, right?
Officer Asmongold.
Yes.
Okay, and then on the back, what do we see?
That is another still. It appears to be from Finks.
Oh my God.
And 88, what are we looking at there?
This is a still that I believe came from Casablanca.
I was at my local Costco. Customer
see the
service had these same plexiglass walls they put up, except they drilled a bunch of holes in them so you could hear each other through the plexiglass.
Okay.
Which one might suggest rather defeats the purpose of having the plexiglass.
kind of
wall.
missing the point.
Looking and attempting to follow the suspect. This is all you got, right?
Yes.
Were there periods or stretches where you found no video?
Yes.
You looked for it, you just couldn't find it.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibits numbers 86, 87, and 88 in evidence.
No objection.
Fine, received.
No further questions at this time.
Cross.
Thank God.
Cross. Isn't it true you're trying to railroad our client?
Isn't it true that our client didn't flee the scene? You actually abducted him and took him away from the
Oh,
scene.
good. We're going to get angry Lamar back.
I hope so.
I want him to just pick up that whole thing and just slam it down on the ground. Bam. All right, drinking game back in effect.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carpo.
Good afternoon.
Now, I just want to understand your role in this investigation was that you were the lead detective, correct?
Detective Klabundi was the lead detective.
Okay, you were right.
Why
on
does
here. Klabundi, is that right?
I was his partner at the time.
You was his partner.
Yes, I was his partner.
Okay, so are you second in command, or do you both kind of share that responsibility?
There's no first or second in command. We work the case together, and we work the case as a unit together as well.
Okay, so you both share the responsibility as lead detectives, correct?
It's generally the person who documents the crime scene who's deemed a lead detective.
Okay.
Again,
So
Lamar
you
just
didn't
comes across
document
as
the
never
crime
having
scene,
done this
is that your
before.
Testimony.
Yeah.
Detective Klabundi wrote the crime scene report documenting the details of the crime scene.
Okay. And when it comes to video evidence, you hold did you hold the responsibility of kind of viewing the surveillance and determining what you want to download?
From the places that I went to, yes.
Okay. So you also would have access to Fusion, right?
Yes.
And Fusion is a Milwaukee Police Department video poll cam, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you went through the evidence that was on the poll cam and decided which parts were relevant for download, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What did you do?
Oh, no, he didn't.
I obtained video I was working with Detective Alex Klabundi when we both obtained video from Finks and from the Bel Air Cantina and from Zena's Pizza and Lakefront Brewery.
Okay. So who downloaded the video from Fusion?
Detective Fidel downloaded the poll cam video.
Okay. So Detective Fidel would have been able to view all the evidence, all the video that was available, correct? Right? He would view everything that was available from the poll cam footage, correct?
I don't know what exactly he did and how he did his portion of this investigation. I just know that he did obtain a portion of video from the poll cams.
Okay, let's take away this situation for a second. I just want to talk generally, what is the proper procedure? So generally, when you go to Fusion,
Look at his
you
face.
would look at all the video footage.
The questions are hard to understand because they lack relevant context. I mean,
Yes.
he's completely
And then you
unfamiliar with all of it.
You would have the sole responsibility of deciding what is relevant and what is not, so that you could determine what parts you want to download, correct?
Correct.
So when it came to the video that was produced from the poll
At
cams,
the end of the day, you're going to be
that was
testifying
based
to what
Brady
some
Street,
other
where
cop
you captured
did.
a punch, right?
The punch was captured on the poll cam.
Right, and then there was also the incident was captured on poll cam as well, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to review that footage that was captured, that was downloaded by Detective Fidel, correct?
Every detective on the unit has the opportunity to review any video that's obtained.
I'm not interested in other detectives right now. You had the opportunity to review that footage, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you looked at the 1
You
minute
just told
and
him
34
politely to
seconds
ask better
of video,
questions.
Did you make any other inquiry as to any other video that might be relevant?
No.
You decided that 1 minute and 34 seconds was relevant, correct?
No.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, okay. I guess he decided that. There's some of the other
Now-
videos he didn't decide what was relevant.
Do you recall who was the first officer on scene on September 22nd of 2020?
I don't know who the first officer on scene was.
Okay. If I represented to you that Officer During was the first officer on scene, would you have any reason to deny that?
Only
No,
because you're
because I
usually
know
wrong.
that he was on scene.
Okay. Now, the state just asked you questions regarding about the first incident, right?
About the first incident?
Well, what about video that was related to Casablanca, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that from the video footage that you reviewed, you didn't see any incident that occurred on the video from Casablanca, correct?
No.
Can you tell the members of the jury, where did the first incident occur?
I didn't testify to what I viewed on Casablanca video. I testified to what I viewed on Zaina's video.
I'm sorry?
I didn't testify to what I viewed on Casablanca's video. I testified to what I viewed on Zaina's video.
Okay, so when you just were up here, when the state were asking you about what the video from Casablanca would have shown, you're saying that you didn't view video from Casablanca, correct?
Correct.
So the 7:45 p.m. video from Casablanca is not what you were referring to when the state was asking you that question,
Here comes
correct?
an objection.
We were speaking about Zaina's video.
Okay, so you never seen video at 7:45 from Casablanca, correct?
I observed stills from Casablanca, but I may have seen the Casablanca video, but I'm not certain.
Okay, so you
Your Honor, just one thing. Zaina's Pizza also captures Casablanca. So whatever happened in front of Casablanca was on the Zaina's Pizza. That's what we're
Potentially.
referring to.
Let's clarify. Go ahead.
Detective Kirkbold, do you know where the first incident would have occurred at that involved Mr.
Where does that
Edgecomb
point?
in the Clearmans?
By first incident,
Okay.
are we talking about the punch?
I think you need to clarify. It just went into an alleged first incident because he never saw it on video.
No, sir. We're not talking about the punch. You are aware that there are allegations in this case that involve a vehicle striking Mr. Edgecomb,
not
pushing
be
him onto
aware of
another
that.
vehicle with a word being yelled out, "What the heck," or "What the fuck," or something to that nature. Are you aware of that allegation of that first incident?
Yes.
Do you know where that first incident would have occurred?
No, I don't.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what efforts did you make to find out where the first incident
I don't want to ask a
occurred?
question, really.
I know
so
that officers attempted
can you
to
just
do-
narrate to the jury something?
or obtain
Yeah.
video from farther east on Brady. As far as my portion of the investigation, I obtained video, the video that we just discussed from the flight path.
Now, as the lead detective, you manage other officers, correct?
At times.
You give them direction, right?
At times.
You give an officer during a direction on September 22nd, 2020, correct?
I'm not certain if I did.
Okay. So you don't know what efforts other officers might have made to determine where the first incident would have occurred at, correct?
I do know that other officers attempted to view video farther east on Brady.
Okay. Did you ever take Ms. Clearman in a car and ask her, can you please show me where the first incident would have occurred at? Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know any other officer that did that?
No.
Now, there are certain duties that officers have when they're the first officer on the scene, correct?
Yes.
And what are those duties that they have?
In an incident like this, check the victim, try to assist the victim, get medical attention for the victim, let other officers that are responding know what their needs are, secure evidence, secure the scene, block traffic, things of that nature.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
And when you said secure the scene, what does that mean?
That means secure any evidence, secure any witnesses within that immediate area.
And is there a such thing called as preserving the scene?
Yes.
What is preserving the scene?
Preserving the scene is essentially the same as securing that area, blocking traffic, restricting foot traffic from that area, putting up tape so citizens know that there's an active investigation and that no evidence or anything like that gets moved or tampered with.
Okay. And why do you put up tape? What is the significance of putting tape around a crime scene?
To keep people out of that area that don't need to be in that area.
And you do that so that you ensure that a crime scene has not been compromised, correct?
Yes.
And you do that to make sure that evidence cannot be removed from that crime scene, correct?
Yes.
And you do that to ensure that evidence is not potentially moved from one place to another place from the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
And you do that also to ensure that no evidence is also added to the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
That was 4 fast shots.
Are you
Now,
gonna?
Detective Kirkbo, part of your investigation,
Did they fail to
did you
do
learn
this?
that there were individuals who went to Mr. Clearman's body immediately after he was shot?
I don't know when I learned of the fact that an individual went towards Mr. Clearman's body, and we're talking officers or citizens?
Whoever. I want to know everyone that you know that went to the body of Mr. Clearman. Let's narrow it a little bit.
Okay, yeah,
I want
let's
to
do
know who
that.
went to Mr. Clearman's body prior to law enforcement, medical, MFD, any of those individuals. Who went there that were like citizens? Let's start there.
I know for certain that Mrs. Clearman did.
Okay. Is there anybody else that you know would have approached Mr. Clearman's body as well?
I don't know offhand.
Did you make any inquiries as to who else might have went to the body of Mr. Clearman?
Yeah.
If he's never heard anything, why would he ask about it?
Sustained unless there's more foundation.
Mr. Detective,
This is just more thrashing around.
are
trying
you aware
to
that there's
suggest a imperfect
been testimony in this
securing of
case
the
that
site
Ratrell
or
Cameron was at the body of
possibility of tampering with evidence?
Mr. Clearman?
I'm not aware of any other testimony in this case.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Did you
hasn't
see
been in
Ratrell
there for the
Cameron
case.
on September 22nd of 2020?
I don't know if I've ever seen that individual.
Or do you know if any other officers would have gotten statements from Mr. Cameron about what he's seen or witnessed on September 22nd?
Jesus Christ.
Yep.
Sustained without more foundation.
Detective Carbo, are you aware that Stephanie Trotter was was in a red SUV that
He may be aware if someone was in an SUV overruled. You can answer if you know.
I don't know that name of being in a red SUV, but I do recall a red SUV in the vicinity from cameras.
Okay, and
Is he
do
alleging
you ever
that
recall
these
Stephanie
other
Trotter
people
making any
added
type of statement
or
to this?
removed evidence from the scene?
They want her statement, call her.
Right.
This is hearsay.
I agree with that. It's hearsay. They want her to testify. She can testify at some other point in time.
Is this Stephanie Trotter?
Are you?
The
did you
defense
make
said
any
they were going to
inquiry
call her
as into who
already.
was the owner of the red SUV that we see in a 1 minute and 34-second part of the video?
Overruled. It may be relevant. You can answer, Detective.
No, I did not.
Do you think it would be important to find out who that person is pulling up to the scene at 1 minute and 34 seconds of that video?
Yes,
But you did not make that inquiry, correct?
correct.
Now, at some point during the initial investigation on September 22nd, do you recall Officer During coming to you and advising you that there had been an item removed from the crime scene?
The only item that I'm aware was removed was a wallet.
And once you learned that an item that you refer to now as the wallet, didn't you state that's a problem?
I don't know what I stated to him, but I can see how it could be a problem.
Can you explain to the members of the jury how that could be a problem?
If that wallet was on the person of the victim, at that early point in time in the investigation, we didn't have details about exactly what happened. If we learned that some individual removed something from the victim or touched the victim in a certain way, we needed to be able to articulate how this happened, why this happened, who did it, and where that item is now.
Luckily, they were able to do that pretty quickly
Now,
since the item was there.
Did you make any inquiry as to why there was a wallet removed from the scene on September 22nd, 2020?
I don't believe I did.
Now, Detective Kirkle, as we talk about compromising a crime scene, now you can confirm your knowledge of a wallet being removed, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know if there was other items, like a weapon, that could have also been removed from that crime scene, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if other item had been moved from one place and put in another place.
Objection, Your Honor, there is absolutely no evidence that anything was moved.
That's right. There's no evidence of that. Don't imply something, counsel, that there is no evidence of. None. There's been no evidence introduced in this case by any witness that is even close to that. That assumes facts, not in evidence. Sustained. Move on to a relevant question.
You're missing
Don't imply things that have not occurred and are not in evidence. Move on.
Judge is so pissed.
To state 83, please, the during video.
This guy has not sounded happy in his entire life.
This was in front of the jury, folks. This
Yep.
This shout down, this courtroom beat down was in front of the jury.
Look at the judge's demeanor. I mean, if you're not reading the room on this as the attorney, they're on edge here. They have been losing all kinds of shit in front of this judge. He is consistently getting more annoyed. I mean, I thought that out of context, that reaction was a little bit overwrought, but within context of how annoyed he is at the defense today, it makes perfect sense.
And all those times, folks, when I say you can't just imagine or speculate that somebody had a knife or a gun or whatever, that speculation is not a basis for legal argument. This is what I'm talking about. The lawyer can't just get into the courtroom and start suggesting things or implying things, or for all we know, this could have happened or that could have happened in the absence of actual evidence. Well, I'd love to make that judge's voice my ringtone. Move on. Move on.
Move on to something relevant. Come on.
I want to start here at about, we got about 45 minutes and 15 seconds. That should be fine.
Eric Allen says, I feel like the judge got assigned to this dump of a courtroom as punishment for doing something terrible in his previous job.
You got 45 minutes and 15 seconds.
Maybe his previous life.
This is fine. We can play from here.
Spelling everything. And then I have his wallet. Do you want his wallet right away? Or I'll give it to the guy that is in the scene.
They have the wallet at the scene.
You get it back.
He said it would be a problem if they weren't able to find out what happened, when it happened, and where the item was. But the problem with that whole line of questioning is that they know where the wallet is, they got the wallet, and then they know how it was moved.
Can you stop it right there, please? Now, I just
Sophie
wanna-
Ivory Lamar will be a law and crime legal analyst in 3, 2, 1.
This is not you?
I'm sorry, are you?
There's two people standing here.
The subject wearing a suit coat is me. The subject not wearing a suit coat is Detective Kulbundy.
But, okay. All right, can we start from there?
Yeah, because that's actually more so like over here. The detectives that took his wife to interview wanted me to give one of you his wallet. He said, let's just set that on his car for right now. I don't know where the wallet came from. I was
Can you stop
interviewing
right
her to
there?
get a.
Were you just advised that, did you just observe where Officer During says, did that wallet come up out of him? Correct?
Did the wallet what?
Come up out of him.
Come up
I
out
think
of
that
him.
was Detective Kulbundy. that
Okay,
asked
you
that.
were present for that, sir?
Yes.
All right. And he said, that's a problem, or that's not good?
I believe that's what I heard.
Okay. Can we go back 5 seconds, please?
Yeah, because that's actually more so like over here. The detectives that took his wife to interview wanted me to give one of you his wallet. He said, let's just set that on his car for right now. I don't know where the wallet came from. I was interviewing her to get a.
You continue on. You go back like 3 seconds. I want to make sure.
It was on the hood of my car.
Incredible. Can you stop it right there? Did you say incredible?
You said incredible.
I believe so.
Okay. And why did you say incredible at this point?
Because I was being given an item that we just learned came from the victim, and there was no account from where it came from.
Okay. And that's a problem when items come up out of victims, correct?
Correct.
Well, it can be, but
Right,
this is not material evidence in this
Now,
case.
at this point, let's play from here.
Me. We didn't take it. No, so we were coming westbound on Brady, looked at you, about
You got anything else you gotta do right now?
No, they took my witness.
They're going to take this apart on redirect.
Just so we know.
Yep. Thank you.
On redirect, they're going to be like, so you thought this was incredible, right? Because you're absorbing information at the time. Did you later learn where the
Stop
wallet
it
came
right here,
from?
please. So, Officer During is given a direction at this point to find out where this wallet came from, correct?
Yes, by Detective Kulbundy.
And that's an important issue in this case, right?
Yes.
No.
Can you continue playing the video, please?
You guys don't have no extra water in your spots by any chance? I can check. Negative. No. You ready? I'm live. Who got his wallet out of his pocket or where his wallet come from? It was on the hood of our car. The detectives want to know where it came from. I did. We were first was here. Who went in his wallet? Did MFD? No, his wife did. His wife? Yeah. Oh, okay, she got it first. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Wait, dude, it's either MFD or his wife. Those are the only. Let me go ask MFD.
Can you stop it right there, please? So at some point in time, there's evidence that come about the victim that the detectives and the police departments don't know where it came from at some point, correct?
Yes.
And that could be problematic too, correct?
It depends on the situation.
Well, in this situation, that could be problematic, correct?
It has the potential to be problematic, yes.
See, the whole problem is that the problems are resolved as soon as they learn what happened. We right now have evidence that you don't know who shot this guy, right? Correct?
Hey, sir, did any of your guys pull the victim's wallet out of his pocket? Or have his wallet by any chance or see his wallet? No, you don't know.
If it had been an attempted robbery and the wallet was out of the guy's pocket, it could be relevant evidence.
Hey, did any of you guys
No one's claiming
have
that.
his wallet? Did any of you guys see it, or did you remove it from his pocket to get his ID or anything like that? No one? Okay, good. I'll get a search for. How did you get? One of the officers. Okay, probably. So you know what? None of you guys got it, and his wife must have got it. His wife. We didn't reach for ID or anything. All right, cool. So his wife must have gave it to someone because my partner got it. And he either said it was the wife or MFD that gave it to him, and none of the MFD guys said they did it. So his wife must have had it. Your partner is the first cop that ended up having it? Yes. Okay. And that's Rick Mo.
The wallet was full of bullets that were used to kill the victim. What?
Just to confirm, you stated there was no follow-up as to why that took place, correct?
By me, no.
And you're not aware of any other officer that followed up on that issue, correct?
I don't know.
And you know that you've learned that there was other individuals, even outside of Ms. Clearman, that was present at the body at some point or another, correct?
Straying towards that implying.
I don't know how present they were, how close they got to the body. I don't know.
Did you ask those questions to any of those individuals?
I wasn't the detective that was conducting the interviews of those individuals.
Did you follow up with any officers who were conducting those interviews?
Directly, I don't remember doing that, but we do have briefings where we share information.
Okay. Do you remember that information being shared in one of those briefings?
I don't remember.
Detective Cargo, I'm showing you what has been marked as defense exhibit number 1. Do you recognize that?
I believe so.
What do you recognize that to be?
This appears to be the top of a stairwell, and it looks like the same stairwell where this incident happened.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of that stairwell?
I don't know because I don't know where this photograph came from. I don't know who took this photograph.
This is a problem.
And I can't be 100% certain that this is the stairwell.
When you're trying to authenticate evidence on cross, you've got a hostile witness who doesn't have to admit to whatever the thing is.
The stairwell where this incident, finally ended at, correct?
Yes.
How much time did you spend at that stairwell?
I don't know how long I was on scene there.
Okay. Did you go back any other days outside of September 22nd?
I believe I did.
But you're not for certain?
I'm not certain what days I went back, but I know I've been back to that stairwell and that alley, that walking path at the base of the stairwell, likely on the 25th when I was attempting to get video from the area.
Okay. And when you perform investigations as the lead detective, it is important to consider all alternatives, correct?
Yes.
No.
It's important not to be biased when conducting an investigation, correct?
Correct.
It's important
It's not important to consider all alternatives.
Correct.
Was there
Alternatives that a
anyone searched
meteor
that
hit
you
him.
are aware of who would have been present at Mr. Clearman's body at any point on September 22nd, 2020?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Was
of the
there any
question.
searches conducted of anyone's person who got close to Mr. Clearman's body?
Still implying this that
Not that I
somebody
know of.
took something from the
No
scene.
further questions. Thank you.
You didn't search MFD? I mean, they were close to his body, weren't they?
Yes.
Okay. Also, additionally, defense counsel was asking you about, oh, you found out about the wallet, and this is when an officer goes, hey, got the victim's wallet. You say, where did it come from? He didn't really know, did he?
Correct.
That's a problem, that the victim's wallet, we don't know how it gets to an officer, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if we look at the exact same body cam, they didn't play this. I'm going to play it. 6 minutes, and let's go to 2 seconds. When we first encounter the victim's
The
wife.
defense keeps
Let's
doing
play
this to
that.
themselves.
Okay, ma'am, let me get his ID. Yeah, come on, let's walk.
Okay, so Officer Doring, who didn't remember that he and his partner had gotten it from the wife, we can see get it from his wife. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. There was a lot going on, right?
Yes.
Even officers can get caught up in the adrenaline and the emotion.
That's correct.
Okay, so even though in this same video where we see Officer Doring get the wallet from the wife and say, give me his ID, 40 minutes later, he doesn't remember where the wallet came from.
Correct.
Okay, that's one of the great reasons about having the body cam is that problem was answered in the MPD body cam itself. Mystery solved, right?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing else. Thank you.
Just completely obliterated that past 10 minutes of bumbling questioning.
Under any circumstance, no one should ever take an item from a crime scene, correct?
False. Not correct.
That's not correct.
Okay.
Thank
Give me a circumstance where it's okay for an
Objection
individual
calls for
who's
speculation.
a citizen to take an item away from a crime scene.
Objection
As a
calls
citizen, no.
Okay.
It is not acceptable.
Ms. Clearman was a citizen, correct?
She was at the crime scene.
No, they should have objected to that.
You've also learned that there was a knife in Mr. Clearman's pocket, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know who all touched that knife, correct?
Is this beyond scope? I mean, did they talk
I
about
know
the
that it was found in his pocket and
Yeah.
it was removed by the medical examiner.
Okay. You don't know who all touched that knife on September 22nd, 2020, do you?
Only from my point being there and the medical examiner removing it, I don't know if anybody else went in his pocket prior to that.
So it's possible that somebody else other than Jason
Objection.
Clearman could have also touched that knife, correct?
It's speculation?
Yes.
And in fact, there was no DNA taken of that knife, correct?
I don't know that.
No more questions.
All of Milwaukee
Defense counsel
could
said it's
theoretically
possible
have
that
touched
someone else other than other than the ME touched the knife. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that you're aware of that anybody before the medical examiner went into Mr. Clearman's pockets?
Only the fact that Mrs. Clearman had his wallet. Other than that, no.
Now, the wallet coming from the back pocket, is that correct?
I don't know where the wallet was removed from.
Are you aware of how Mr. Clearman was situated prior to the officers arriving on the scene?
Yes,
How was it?
face down
On the stairs, is that correct?
at the top of the stairs.
250-pound man, correct?
I don't know his weight, but I would imagine
So in
roughly.
order for someone to get into his pocket, someone would have to move him, probably pick him up, and get a hand into that pocket in order to either put something or remove something. Is that correct? Also speculation.
No, it doesn't. Overruled.
No, it doesn't.
Yes,
Okay. Additionally, no officer allowed Miss Clearman to take the wallet, did they?
no,
A distraught wife went to his body and took his wallet before the cops even got there, right?
yes.
Did she conceal the wallet? Was it a mystery where the wallet went? Did you learn
All right, you can
immediately where
step
the wallet
down.
was?
You're done? Good. You can step down, Detective. Who's the state's next witness? What's the situation with the witness that may be called out of order?
Well, we still got time, so I'd like to use my time if I can.
Who's next?
I don't know yet. Hold on.
It's like a guy standing outside of a laundromat yelling, "Have you ever seen anybody toss pizza crust like this? Oh my God, can't believe they're tossing pizza crusts all over the place. This pizza crust stuff." It has nothing to do with the laundromat. It's just some guy outside yelling. That's B. Ivory Lamar's entire strategy here, and it doesn't make any sense.
Going in the hallway. If we take a short break, you guys can be honest. Yes, no, maybe. Okay. When he comes back, we'll take a break.
No, they did not charge the wife for theft or interfering with a crime scene. The idea that she interfered with a crime scene by removing a wallet, that's not a piece of relevant evidence in the case.
Come in, we're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break for the jury so you can stretch your legs.
She provided it to
Ladies
police
and gentlemen,
on the
leave
scene.
notepads
She
where they
didn't
are.
remove it
All
from
my
the
bail
scene.
out. I'm not going to insult your collective intelligence by telling you the rules for the 795th time. So, see you in a few minutes.
If there was a shred of evidence that she moved the knife, you would have an issue because the knife could be an issue in the case. Well, you'd have a potential issue, I would say. But she moved a wallet. The wallet wouldn't be a threatening item. There's no testimony so far that the wallet was involved as like in his hand. That
Jury's out off the record. 5 or 10 minute recess.
that the defendant mistook a wallet for a knife or a gun or a dangerous weapon. They didn't indicate on in their opening statements. We're going to show you that Mr. Edgecomb witnessed something in the defendant's hand or in the deceased's hand. Maybe it was a wallet. Maybe it was a knife. We know that he saw something. They didn't do that. They haven't set any sort of idea that this is going to be shown in evidence. So they've got this wallet being moved, and it's outside of some testimony as to why it matters. They're just flailing around. And I was saying the prosecution should have objected in there, but what he chose to do instead was probably the better move. He just did it on redirect. Is there any evidence any of this happened? Do you have any evidence anybody did any of this? You got the wallet right away, right? And that's what you do. You just take care of it because it's silly at this point. But Alpha Fox Adam says arguably it hadn't been deemed a crime scene yet. I mean, the idea of someone tampering with a crime scene is an intentional act to obfuscate something from a crime scene. And she willingly turns over the wallet and says, "I have the wallet. Here it is. Here it is," right away. There's no, again, the
There's
idea
no
that
tampering, there's no concealing, there's no altering, there's no obfuscating.
Yeah, just a lot of yelling. Okay, here we go. We've got a couple super chats to read through. Abe Eckstein says, "Doesn't the fact that his wife is a woman of color bring into question the claim that I will kill you, Binger?" Yes, it will. But that claim actually hasn't been made yet in evidence. It's only been made in opening statement. Now, it seems like the only person they're going to have testify to that is the defendant. And that'll be, they'll have to try and make that not look like a self-serving statement in front of the jury. And it'll be up to the jury to determine if they believe him at this point. And they might.
Who are you going to believe? This poor widow or that murderer over there?
Yeah, I mean, that's the poor murderer who ran away after murdering the guy and fled for 6 months, only to hire a Houston lawyer to come up and argue a Wisconsin case poorly, right? Like that's the idea. But the jury could believe him over her. She has some credibility issues, but they're really working hard to make those credibility issues smaller, in my opinion. William Schoenborn, sorry that your message was retracted, I assume by YouTube. Koi 540 says, "Don't say Asmongold. You will Beetlejuice him into watching your stream on his stream. Then Law and Crime will go after him too." Eric Allen says, "Oh shit, my battery. Hey, I got to get one of these good newfangled cables. I'll get this fixed up. Eric Allen says, I feel like the judge got assigned to this dump of a courtroom as punishment for doing something terrible in his previous job. Squizgar says they want the judge angry and outbursting at them. They are activists. It supports the narrative that the judge is racist. Darren Haviland says, anything else removed from the crime scene? Yes, the defendant. Oh my gosh. Just a second. I'm switching this battery. Okay. Now I'm going to have to buy a second camera to match the dummy battery that I bought that was wrong, or the dummy plug. Then we'll have multi-angle grifting on the show.
Can you use multiple cameras with StreamYard? I guess so, right?
The way I'm doing it, you can. Because I'm actually running it through OBS, and so I could set up a scene that that uses multiple cameras. Hold on. There we go. Let's see. DCV Titan says, Nick, you need to get this judge on the show. Don't even have to talk about the case. Can talk about social media, its interaction with law, and how the participation award generation is dragging society down. I don't know. I think the judge might sit and berate me for a while for streaming his trial that he definitely didn't want streamed. So I don't know if I could take it. A dressing down from this judge might hurt my feelings. I wish it would hurt the defense counsel's feelings a little more. Maybe they'd shape up. But
for people saying no way they're going to put the defendant on the stand, they told the jury on opening argument that they were going to put the defendant on the stand. So,
yep. And we know they were watching the Rittenhouse stream, or the Rittenhouse case, because they hired John Black because of Rittenhouse. And they're likely following the lead of Mark Richards, who said, in Wisconsin, you have to have the defendant take the stand in a self-defense case. I mean, I don't know that Mark Richards is correct on that, as a blanket statement. It's a sentiment I've seen elsewhere. But if they're following the Rittenhouse model, which they've been publicly making statements about, that sort of idea, then that would make sense for them to do that. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't know that. Oh my God. I don't know that this judge wants to go on a social media show to discuss social media. Not so sure that's in his big to-do list. And judges generally don't like to go on. They don't do a ton of interviews, if you notice, because they have to kind of be careful about what they say about, a case or anything that might be related to a case that could potentially come up in their court. They have to be very careful about that. But I just overall like this judge's demeanor, and he is not happy with the defense today. Oh, I never finished talking about the phone call I got while we were on a break earlier. It was from some news media of some sort that are watching this trial, and they appear to be watching through the stream, and they're very critical of how we as the panel seem to be biased in favor of the in favor of the state on this one. They were asking me questions about like his self-defense claim, and don't I think it's reasonable that blah 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 blah. And I was like, bro, if you're only watching today, then you've missed our rather thorough discussions about places where the defense would have a case and stuff like that. So I encouraged them to watch the previous days, since we are now
journalists don't do that kind of work.
Yeah, we're now into like the 25th hour of coverage of this case, roughly. So I mean,
who was the media organization? Can you say? Or
I don't remember. It wasn't like a big one. It was some sort of either independent or local publication. I did encourage them to call me back while I'm not literally live right now. It's like I'm on TV, man. I gotta go. But if they are still watching, cheers for watching. I'd be happy to talk to you. I just cannot discuss these more nuanced issues as we go through, as the judge is coming back into the courtroom. What? You want a bad dream book?
Hey, law self-defense. Get hard.
Yeah.
That's a bad dream book for you.
Yeah. I think we have that somewhere. Ask one of your brothers to help you find it. That'd be great. Okay, you go find it. Yes, I that is my wonderful 4-year-old. She is
have her sing Frozen for us. Let it go.
She's looking at Berenstain Bears books. There's a Berenstain Bear Bad Dream book that she's trying to find on our rather voluminous shelf of Berenstain Bear books. So I don't know. She said she's going to find it, which tells me that in just a little bit, I'm going to walk out of my office and into our library room and find a bunch of books on the floor that'll have to be replaced.
Alphabetized.
Weren't the Berenstain Bears canceled? Yeah, I think so. They had very problematic lessons in some of their books. Mo says Nick's years are like dog years. A couple more and his own kids are going to call him Gramps. Mountain Goat Gaming says, I feel like the defense is doing poorly on purpose to try and highlight some kind of racial injustice. I'm leaning towards guilty just based on B. Ivory's performance alone. That sounds shockingly similar to the scene in A Time to Kill, where Matthew McConaughey is talking to Samuel L. Jackson, and the NAACP lawyers show up, and they had just passed a collection plate around at some local black churches and raised a bunch of money for the defense of Samuel L. Jackson, and the implication was he now needed to hire the NAACP lawyers. And McConaughey said, how many of your death row cases have actually ended up in acquittals? And the answer, of course, was 0. And the implication, back when you could make these implications in books and movies without being labeled a horrific racist John Grisham, the implication was it was more beneficial to the organization and the movement to lose the death row cases and then to make a big deal about the racial injustice in the system. And then, of course, he informed Samuel L. Jackson that he can take that money and he can hire whatever attorney he wants, making it the first case ever in which young attorney Matthew McConaughey would ever get paid in money rather than cookies, cake, and pizza. It's actually a really good scene in a really good movie, but it's just so funny.
Aiden chickens.
My gosh. So do you you have any good takeaways from this case so far? Are you changing your where are you situated on this case right now? Because for me, and I'll start. I'm leaning towards an unjustified shoot at this point. I do not think they have currently sufficiently raised the fear that this guy is supposed to feel from the deceased at the time that the trigger is pulled. And if they want to go back, one of the problems that I think the defense has is that if they want to go back to the point where the car is quote unquote running him off the road right before the shooting, right before the guy gets out and pursues him, then the prosecution gets to say, well, if we're going to go back that far, why don't we go back? If that's the instigating event, if that's the provocation, then we can go back to him being punched in the face and as to why. So to me, if you're going to go back from the time of the shooting, you get to go back to the genesis of the event. And the one that's on video is him punching him in the face.
Well, I think they really need to be treated as substantively as separate events.
I think so.
One can color the other. So, for example, a verbal threat alone is never enough to justify a use of defensive force. But what a verbal threat can do is greatly diminish what you need to see to come to a reasonable perception of a deadly threat. So someone says, I'm going to shoot you, and then they reach for their waistband as if for a weapon. Well, normally them reaching for the waistband alone without the verbal threat might not be enough to allow for a reasonable inference of a deadly threat. But the combination of the verbal threat and the physical motion combined could be enough, even when the physical motion alone would not be enough. So the verbal threat can't justify anything, but it can color what else you need to see. So the earlier car kind of aggressively driving in, I would, if we're going to treat that as a fight, as an attack, I would treat it separately for substantive analysis. But if we're going to treat it as something that might have colored Edgecomb's perceptions at the top of the stairs, I think that's fair, but you still need that nugget of actual physical deadly force threat, something more than a guy standing there with his fists up in a boxing stance.
And I agree they should be completely separate events in the analysis. But if we're gonna, my point is, as the state, for example, if the defense is going to try and color that his perception of the car rolled up on him, so now he's in fear, the state can say, yeah, but the car rolled up on you because you just rolled up on them and punched this guy in the face. And while that isn't a proper legal justification or a legal manner of removing any presumptions or anything that he would have for self-defense, it does go to the jury's mind on how they're going to do this. Like, I mean, they're not supposed to consider if it's reasonable for the deceased, if his actions are reasonable, right? Because self-defense matters on the defendant. It's the defendant's state of mind. But the jury isn't supposed to do that, but they do. Right. And they're definitely going to be thinking about, well, why did this guy want to run up and confront him? It's like, oh, he just got punched in the face less than a minute ago by this guy. You got to ask one of your brothers, sweetie. Go ask one of your brothers. I'm on a show. I can't help you right now. Go ask one of your brothers, you stinker. You can't just sit in my doorway. But anyway, okay, I need you to go ask one of your brothers, please. Yeah, but they'll help you because they're nice. Go.
Let it
Shoot.
go.
Vámonos.
Let it go. The
Can you
cold
sing a
never
song?
bothered me anyway.
Can you sing a song for me? Okay, get out of here, you weirdo. Okay. Anyway, no, my point is the again, not legal justification, just the practicality of what the jury's going to consider. And I really think that punch hurts his case in the eyes of the jury tremendously, because it's legally he's not the initial aggressor in the actual event, but he is the initial aggressor, or he could be perceived as the initial aggressor of the overall encounter. And I think that's a big problem for them.
I mean, from a technical perspective, there's a way that can play a role. I mean, it could mitigate what would have been a murder conviction to a manslaughter conviction. Maybe. I mean, it's hard to, I don't know. I mean, I try to focus on obviously the technical legal aspects. And then, of course, jurors add noise. I mean, that's why innocent people can get convicted regardless of the legal merits. And you can't control the noise. You can try to influence how much noise there is by the clarity of your argument, by trying to convince the jury to focus on what you believe are the key elements, facts and law in the case. Concentrate their attention and deliberations on what you think is important. Frankly, that's one of the reasons how sloppy the defense is being is troublesome to me, because that creates more noise, more unpredictability, less reason, less legal principle in the deliberations for the jury. Then they become just kind of a mob of 12 people throwing shit around the jury room, and that's not how it's supposed to work.
By the way, to the chat that's telling me to go get the book and you'll wait, this is a 4-year-old. If I go get the book now, I'll be getting tons of books for the rest of my life. It'll happen all the time.
Don't be Joe Neerman. You got to keep those women in their place.
My children do know that, when I'm on a show, they're supposed to notice how she's not on camera, and that they know to stay away from the camera, and that they're not supposed to be in here, and that their siblings can certainly help them. And she has enough siblings. Yes. Oh my goodness. We do not negotiate with 4-year-olds. Correct. You'll lose every time. They're better at it than you. Go away, child. Daddy's
Judge
drifting.
is texting out his reservation of bada bing later today.
Sir, if you can stand, raise your right hand.
I need one of those meatball subs immediately when I get out of court today.
I do.
Please be seated. State your full name, spelling first and last for the record.
Sure, it's Nathan, Nathan. Last name is Butz, Butz.
Oh. Oh, that's unfortunate.
This guy's probably
How are
the
you
toughest guy in the
I'm
room.
a sergeant for the Milwaukee Police Department working in the homicide unit.
He went through a rough
And how
childhood.
long have you been a sergeant?
About a year and 4 months.
And prior to being promoted to sergeant in the Milwaukee Police Department, how were you employed?
As a detective for the homicide unit.
And how long were you a detective?
About 7 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the homicide of Jason Clearman that occurred on September 22nd of 2020. Were you involved in that investigation?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now,
He's cheery. He's like the anti-judge.
He's very happy.
just
It's been
turn
made
on
fun of
this
his
TV
entire
for a
life.
little bit.
Nothing can get him down.
There we go. Did you go to any location in an attempt to find some video?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
I went to the address of 1220 East Locust Street.
Now, I want to just kind of orient ourselves in regards to where we're talking about. That is Locust in approximately what?
It's a little street called North Dousman Street.
And what if when we're looking right now at State's Exhibit number 55, which I have currently up on the big screen, what street do we see in front of us right here?
Sure, in the top left portion of the video here, that's going to be East Locust Street.
Okay, and so when I said right here, that's going to be that street we can see running from left to the top right portion with a kind of a, like a Jeep on it at 1 second into the video, right?
Correct.
Okay, now if we're looking down this ramp that we can see dead center in the video, there appears to be some sort of intersection or another street. What street is that?
Sure, that intersection at the top portion of the screen there is going to be North Dousman Street.
Okay. Now, detective, when you are looking for security video, you're part of this team of detectives that's attempting to track where the
Detective has resting lady's face.
So
Ladies?
detectives catch
How you
a
doing?
homicide scene. We see him going down Swing Park, out by Rat Finks, the taco place. Now, if you head from where those videos capture it, is there some sort of bike path or path that kind of empties out or over around here?
Yes, there is.
What can you explain what that is?
Sure, it's a small bike path that runs right by the Milwaukee River there. It runs south to north and north to south. Exits right here on the top of the screen is going to be Gordon Park. Continues to East Locust there.
Okay, so you are attempting to see if a possible path of a bicyclist, if anybody's going to pop up here in the area after the homicide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, was this video completely up to date on the time hack that when you were looking at?
The date was correct. However, the time was slow by 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay. So I'm going to go forward to approximately 4:20. Let's go 7 into the video here.
No one wants to adjust the frickin' clocks on your stupid security cameras. You should. No one wants
I'm
to.
going to play from that.
Do it for me.
Detective, what did we just see?
Sure, in the video, what you just played, it shows a bicyclist enter from the left side of the screen, riding would be westbound, and take a right or northbound turn onto North Dousman Street. The bicyclist is wearing a white t-shirt, what appears to be tan pants, and a dark colored vest.
Now, if we're looking at this, I'm sorry, Sergeant, keep demoting you. He takes a right onto Dousman, is that correct?
That's right.
Can you tell me a little bit about this street, where it leads to?
Sure, North Dousman is actually an L-shaped street. It actually goes northbound and it turns right to a smaller street called.
Now he sounds like a realtor.
It's kind of an L shape and it dead ends.
Okay, so this is basically a dead end area.
Correct.
Now, at this point, you've been able to locate the suspect wearing appears to be the same clothing as our shooter, our unnamed shooter at this moment, comes and then goes on to the douse.
That's correct.
Okay, mug on the way, Nick.
You can see him do on this video.
What was that?
Mug on the way.
Hides his
Oh,
bicycle,
thank you.
Westbound on East Locust, and then takes that right turn northbound onto North Dousman Street.
Okay. Playing from 4 minutes and 32 seconds into the video. And then he disappears from view as we pause at 4 minutes and 35. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving forward now to 9 minutes and 36 minutes into the video. This is approximately, what, 5 minutes later?
Correct, approximately 5 minutes.
What would that have been in the real time of that day?
Well, the video was started at 8 o'clock real time, so 9 minutes into it would have been 8:09.
Playing from that portion at 9 minutes and 36 seconds into the video. And pausing at 9 minutes and 49 seconds into the video. What do we see here, Detective?
Sure, what you see on this video is from that North Dousman Street, you see a subject now walking southbound on North Dousman, and then take a left turn going eastbound on East Locust Street on foot.
Is the bike he's no longer has the bike?
Correct, no longer with the bike.
Is there anything else that appears to have changed?
Well, it appears the subject is still wearing tan pants, white t-shirt, and a dark colored vest, but it appears he's got a backpack on his back.
Playing from that portion in 9 minutes and 49 seconds. And pausing in 9 minutes and 52 seconds as he disappeared from view.
That's correct.
Does this suspect bicyclist ever come back to this location that you're aware of or could find on the video?
Not that I could find on video.
Okay, so the bicyclist after the homicide goes somewhere into this area, this dead end area of around 20 houses, and then emerges now with a bike, with a backpack and no bike.
Correct.
At any point in any one of these little videos, could you see that he had a firearm on him?
No.
All right. Now,
So he ditches the bike.
detective, you basically are starting to think that maybe there's some location within this Dousman area that might be associated with your suspect.
That's correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions, and the state moves State's Exhibit number 55 into evidence.
Received. Cross.
Just very briefly. So Detective, Dousman Street, can you just tell us in general, where is that in relation to Brady or Holton Street, that intersection?
I don't have the exact distance from Brady Street, but it is a short bike ride.
Okay, is it north?
Yes, it's north of Brady Street, correct.
Okay, and are you familiar with the intersection of, well, let's just be more specific, Bel Air Cantina, Finks, that area?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay, do you know where in relation to that intersection, which I believe is Water Street and is it Kane Place? Around that area? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, well, let's just keep it simple. Bel Air Cantina.
Yeah, try that.
Finks, they're on the same intersection, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, do you know where Dousman is in relation to those locations?
Yeah, well, if you continued westbound on East Locust, you'd come to North Humboldt Boulevard, and you could take that directly south towards that area, yes.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement in this case, or was this pretty much just it?
This was my investigation as a video recovery.
Just this one location video, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
State.
What
Just
do you
one
have
more
to?
thing about this location. This street Locust, you talked about if you had gone kind of further down the street, you get to Humboldt, if you take a left, that would have taken you to Finks and and Bel Air, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So would it be fair to say the direct route from Finks and Bel Air on the roads wasn't taken? There was kind of that bike path area that was taken.
Yes, that's correct.
Something you'd think a bicyclist would do.
Yes.
If you just continue down Locust, pop up here, instead of turning on the Dousman, you continue down to Locust, continue west down to Locust, could that take you to a police station?
Yes, that's correct. There is a district station on 4th and Locust, which is further westbound.
Okay, nothing else, thank you.
That was kind of slick.
Thanks. You can step down. Thank you. State's next witness.
Has Edgecomb been charged with felon in possession of firearm? He's not a felon. As far I don't believe he was restricted because of release conditions.
There's someone I actually hope to do later in the case, but I'm going to take him right now because he has to get back to his state. We're going to call Trooper Richard Ellis from the Kentucky State Police.
Fine.
Tupac Shakur says Legal Bites doesn't come on anymore. I don't know that doesn't come on anymore is a accurate representation. She hasn't been on in a little bit, but
she's busy.
Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter?
I appreciate anybody who does come on. I throw the invite out, and people who show up when they can are great. People who don't show up are terrible.
This is Richard Ellis, R-I-C-H-A-R-D. Last name is Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
Woo! We got a Southern boy.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a trooper with the Kentucky State Police.
Oh, this is the guy who caught him.
How long have you been with the Kentucky State Police?
I've been with the Kentucky State Police for 5 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically, sir, to March 4th of 2021. Were you employed as a trooper with the Kentucky State Police on that day?
I was.
Okay. And on that day, did you have an encounter during like a traffic stop with anybody in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Your Honor, could the defendant please lower his mask?
Yes.
No, Attorney Tom doesn't get an invite. I mean, he would. I put it up on the counter, but I don't have any stools around for him to stand on.
Can you please tell me where he is and what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's seated to my right. He's wearing a gray suit.
And there's a lot of gray suits.
There's a lot of gray suits. Is he on the left side? Yes, he's on the, well, I guess he'd be on the left if I'm looking at it, yes.
And he's on our left, their right.
Yeah. Yes, Judge.
And I guess, does he have a tie clip on?
I can't see that far. He's got a dark colored tie.
Okay, dark colored tie. Okay. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that the trooper has identified the defendant?
He has, yes.
Okay. Now, sir, in terms of this traffic stop, when you encountered the defendant, his hair has changed a little bit since then, is that correct?
It has, yes.
We'll get back to that in a little bit. When you first encountered the defendant back on March 4th of 2021, did he tell you that his name was Theodore Edgecomb?
He did not, no.
What did he tell you was his name?
He told me his name was Agu Newman.
Say that again.
Agu Newman.
Yeah, I can't believe it either.
Agu, A-G-O-O?
That's
Wait.
correct.
What was his name?
Newman,
What's your name?
conventional spelling?
Nobody.
That's correct.
Nobody. My name is Nobody.
Mr. Magoo.
He did.
And what was that date of birth?
It was January 12th of 1986.
Did the defendant tell you anything about whether or not he had a driver's license?
He did.
What did he tell you about that?
He told me he had a driver's license out of the Bahamas.
He literally named
Like
himself
actual
New
islands
Man,
of Bahamas.
as
That's
if he
correct,
was
yes.
running away and changing
Did he
his
tell
life
you,
forever.
Where he was en route from and to?
Yes, he told me he was en route from Texas to Paducah, Kentucky.
And the vehicle,
He was en route from Texas to Paducah, Kentucky.
is that P-A-D-U-C-A-H?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Did he provide you any photo identification or driver's license or anything other than just saying, I'm licensed in the Bahamas?
No, he did not provide me with anything.
The vehicle he was driving, was that listed to him or what was the deal with the car?
No, it was a Hertz rental vehicle.
And did he tell you who rented the vehicle for him?
He did.
What was the name he told you?
Ruby Mazel, I believe.
Ruby Mazel, R-U-B-Y, Mazel, M-I-Z-E-L-L.
I believe so, yes.
These are all names he got from
Were you
watching SpongeBob
actually able
SquarePants.
to confirm that that vehicle had been rented by a Ruby Mazel?
I was.
And where had it been rented from?
From Wisconsin at the airport.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Milwaukee, yes.
At the airport?
That's correct.
I'm starving.
Now, you're talking to who you think is at the time Agu Newman, a registered licensed driver from the country of the Bahamas. Do you come to realize that that is not his name?
I did, yes.
How did you realize that?
I performed a search of the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, I located his identification.
And what was the name in that identification?
Theodore Edgecomb.
Okay. And in addition to the name Theodore Edgecomb being on an identification for the defendant, did you guys check his fingerprints?
We did.
And did they come back?
They did.
What did they come back as being wanted on something?
It did return an active warrant.
For what?
There were 2 warrants, actually, one for bail jumping and one for murder.
For homicide.
So that's correct.
Mike Brogan, I agree. Many members of the Invoice have been missing out on a great shit show. This trial's been very entertaining. I'm liking it. Hoping we can do some more of these quick hit trials too. I don't like the 3-week marathons.
Yeah,
they just
those
get
are hard, especially if they're multiple and serial.
Yeah.
But Kayla Giles' trial is coming up. That might be interesting.
Who?
Kayla Giles. She shot her husband or ex-husband during a custody transfer.
He was wanted for homicide. Once you
Claim
learn
self-defense.
his true name, do you ask him if that's his name?
I've warned him again if he's given me the proper name.
And
he
what
wouldn't
did he
speak.
say?
He didn't speak anymore.
Okay. Did you observe anything in the vehicle?
Clothes, a cell phone.
Now, when you ended up getting the defendant back to the station to be taken into custody, did you allow him to make a phone call?
I did.
Did he say who he was going to call?
He told me he was going to call a lawyer, an attorney.
Did he call a lawyer?
No, it didn't appear to be.
Who did he call?
It appeared that he had called his mother. It was a female.
Okay, and what did he tell her?
He told her where he'd been arrested and that she knew what to do.
I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 90.
Judge, we're objecting to this photo.
Because
Unfairly prejudicial. I think the court should look at it.
fine, I'll look at it.
Now I want to see it. I really want to see what this prejudicial photo is. Is it him like beating a child like actively? What could it be? What could this prejudicial photo from Kentucky be? Is he in disguise, like an obvious disguise? Does he have the like little
Got like
the
a
glasses and the
Ronald
big
McDonald-
nose thing
big
on? or
Ronald
whatever?
McDonald wig.
Yeah.
The big clown shoes. No, Bermuda. This is Bermuda country.
I want him to testify in auto-tune.
It's too prejudicial, Your Honor. I mean, with that hair, it just makes him look like a drug dealer.
Yeah, he did get the haircut. Come on, counsel. He's going to
Anybody
allow
limping.
Discussed it, the objection's overruled, the state can show the detective, the witness, or the officer.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 90. Do you recognize the person in that photo?
I do. This is Theodore Edgecomb.
And is that the manner in which you encountered him at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Placing State's Exhibit number 90. One moment.
I don't know if we're going to get to see it. What's going on with Zeminski? I don't know. His trial would be coming
I
up.
would move State's Exhibit number 90 into evidence at this time.
No, that wasn't. I mean, that was
There
just his
already an
picture.
objection, but it's overruled, it's received.
I have no further questions of this witness.
And by the way, that exhibit was on the screen for maybe 2 seconds. Defense, questions?
Just a couple of questions. Trooper Ellis, so when you did encounter Mr. Edgecomb that day, he wasn't confrontational, right?
No,
He wasn't hostile or anything, right?
no, he wasn't.
He was cooperative, right?
To an extent, he lied to me about who he was.
No, I understand about the name Agu Newman, but other than that, I mean, he didn't resist you or anything.
I wouldn't
like
be
that,
repeating
right?
the name Agu Newman if I was the
That's
defendant.
correct, right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
He certainly wasn't violent or aggressive, correct?
That's correct.
All right, no further questions.
He wasn't honest. Thank you.
Anything else from the defense?
No.
I think
Thanks.
This guy's so happy he can get out of Wisconsin back to Kentucky.
back where people are normal. I'm pretty sure this is the picture that
State calls Detective
they
Tanner.
just showed to the chat. If you can see this,
Yeah,
chat should be able to see this, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the picture. I don't see why it was prejudicial. But look at him. He had hair and a beard. So
You solemnly swear the testimony given in this matter will be the truth.
15th state witness.
I do. Please be seated. State your full name, spelling first and last for the record, please.
Michael, Michael, Tanem, Tanem.
who's this guy?
How are you employed, sir?
Yes, sir.
Said how, not if.
I'm employed.
He was assuming you're employed.
I'm a sergeant with the Milwaukee Police Department.
I'm glad you still have a job. Now, how long have you been a sergeant?
Been a sergeant for about 4 months.
And prior to being a sergeant, how were you employed?
I was a detective with the city of Milwaukee.
And what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the homicide unit for
Man, a lot of guys got promoted from
Now, I want to draw your
detective to
attention
sergeant.
to September 22nd of 2020. Were you involved regarding a homicide investigation that occurred on that day in which Jason Clearman was killed?
I was.
All right. Now, in particular, I want to draw your attention to the address of 2916 North Dousman. Are you familiar with that address?
I am.
Okay. And what was your involvement with that address?
Sure. I responded to that address along with the tactical enforcement unit to execute or to assist in the execution of a search warrant regarding a homicide investigation in which Mr. Clearman was the victim.
And to be clear, Milwaukee Police Department had, pulled security stills, gotten some video in an attempt to figure out who this possible suspect shooter was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you received some tips as to a possible identity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Including people associated with the suspect's family.
Correct.
And who was the person that people associated with the family told the police was the suspect?
Theodore Edgecomb.
Now, as a result of that investigation, were you able to secure, along with other members of the Milwaukee Police Department, a search warrant at 2916 North Dousman?
Yes, a search warrant was drafted, applied for, and approved.
Now, I want to kind of go bit by bit in terms of some certain items that were recovered. I want to start off down in the basement. Were you present for the recovery, or in fact recover yourself, items down in the basement?
I was.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 56. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it was a bicycle.
Okay. And as we're showing at State's Exhibit number 56, I'm going to do a close-up on State's Exhibit number 57. That's not just any bicycle. That appears to be a specific type. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 58, what do we see that it is?
It's a GMC Denali with the number 700, green, primarily black with some green stripes, along with the white lettering of the GMC Denali.
Okay. I'm also going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 59. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's the handlebar portion of that same bicycle.
Okay. Now, this bicycle appeared to match the bicycle that had been used by the suspect. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 60. Did you have portions of the bicycle swabbed for possible DNA?
They were.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 56 through 60 in evidence.
No objection.
Did you inspect the bike to see if it was struck by a car?
Marked as State's Exhibit number 61. Do you see where we're looking here?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
That's a bed which is located in the northeast bedroom of the address at 2916 North Dousman. That's going to be one of the bedrooms in the residence.
All right. Now, I'm just going to see if I lower, we can see that there's some things on the bed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Appears to be, we can see some documentation as well as a piece of paper, some things with a name on it. Do I have that right?
Yes. The two that I can see are two Scrub-A-Dub receipts that have the name of E.
The hell's a Scrub-A-Dub?
Car wash? Maybe?
Oh, yeah, probably. What car?
Oh, laundromat?
Also
I
a
don't know.
handwritten sheet of paper.
I guess he had to get to Kentucky somehow.
Theodore Edgecomb on it.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 62. Can we see that?
Yes, it's the handwritten envelope with his name. And then there's also what I believe is a YMCA athletic membership card.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 63. Can we see that card in a little better relief?
Yes, that has his picture and along with his name, birthday.
All right. Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit, or I'm going to move into evidence 61 to 63. Now, we had talked about a number
If he'd read Jordan
of
Peterson, he would have made his bed.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what has been
You
marked
got to
as
go
State's
out and make
Exhibits
your
number
bed because someday you may
79
wake up and find yourself in a murder
through
trial.
81. Actually, before I do that, let me make sure the defense has seen it.
Someone in the comments, is that the same car wash used by Dante Wright?
Finally found it.
While they're doing that, I'll move on so we don't have too much time. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 64. And let me move that back just a little bit and come out. Now, Sergeant. Who was listed or who lived at this residence?
I believe her name was last name Menzel, along with Mr. Edgecomb.
A Ruby Mizell, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was she present when the search warrant occurred?
Yes.
Oh, so she rented the car for him.
Yeah.
Now, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit number 64?
That's a closet in the same northeast bedroom. In that closet, I can see one of the two magazines for a firearm. There's also a farm and fleet bag with paperwork as well.
Okay, now, before we get to the farm and fleet bag, I want to just talk about State's Exhibit number 65. You said two items.
Oh.
What were they?
Those were Ruger
Magazines.
9mm magazines. One of them was loaded with 9 unfired cartridges, and the other magazine was empty. I believe both of them had a capacity of approximately 19 rounds apiece. As I stated, one was loaded, one was unloaded.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 75, 74, and 76. I'd ask you to take a look at those for me.
Give me an open them, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wow. A guy who knows you could just rip open the bag. Was it this trial or was it the Halderson trial? I think it was the Halderson trial where there's like a guy with a little scalpel trying to like gingerly open it. And it's like, dude, just open the bag.
Yes, in the chat, I did get my SIG 365 for Christmas. Just waiting on the holster.
To begin with, taking a look at State's Exhibit number 76, when we opened it, and we pull out, what was in there?
Cartridges,
What caliber?
9mm.
Okay, how many of them were there?
9.
Your Honor, State would move State's Exhibit number 76 in evidence.
Received.
Now, additionally, you referred to 2 other items that were recovered. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And which one was in which? 13 and 15, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we are looking at these, what are these?
Those are magazines for a firearm.
And when we're referring to a magazine, we're not referring to like Sports Illustrated, are we?
Correct.
What are a magazine in terms of firearms?
A magazine is it's an item that goes into a firearm, into a semi-automatic firearm, in which cartridges, live cartridges, are loaded into the magazine. That magazine, once loaded, fully or partially loaded, is inserted into a firearm. After a firearm is fired, rounds that remain in the magazine chamber into the firearm, and it's used in a semi-automatic firearm, those are magazines for a semi-automatic firearm.
Are these, in fact, the 9mm magazines that were recovered from that residence with Ruby Mizell of paperwork to Theo Edgecomb?
Yes, there was paperwork in the room to Theo Edgecomb and paperwork to Ruby Menzel, yes.
Okay. And just to be very clear, these are the 2 magazines that were recovered from there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Horrible question earlier. I apologize. Your Honor, State move 74 and 75 in evidence.
Received.
Did you find any firearm?
No.
Did you look for one?
Yes.
Did you attempt to see if any other firearm-related evidence was recovered?
We did.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 71. Does that show the shorter magazine in a certain way?
It does.
And what does that show us?
It shows that magazine, which is loaded with the cartridges that we just had up here in front of me on the table.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, the State would move State's Exhibit number 71, 65, and 64 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Steve.
Mandalore Wyatt says, God, that was probably the
wanna
most
draw your
irritating and
attention-
idiotic definition of a magazine I've ever heard.
To State's Exhibit number 72. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is it?
It's a firearm cleaning kit, in particular a pistol cleaning kit, which is located on top of a bassinet in the same bedroom.
Right next to a bag that looks stupid.
Child's bassinet, and we have a pistol cleaning kit on the top of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it specific to a caliber, or is it just for any pistol?
Generally cleaning kits are any pistol, and I believe this one is just for any pistol as well.
Any pistol?
You said it again. You said it again.
Detective?
Generally pistol or cleaning kits are universal for pistols, but I believe this was just a universal pistol kit. I don't believe this was a pistol kit particular for that gun.
Okay. State moves State's Exhibit number 72 in evidence. Now,
I guess the
sound
next one is going to be the defense
found a
witness.
pistol cleaning kit. You had previously mentioned that there was a farm and fleet bag, or I should say fleet farm. I don't want to forget two brothers own the same, basically similar businesses. But in State's Exhibit number 61, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a Fleet Farm bag.
And
Plastic.
what, if anything, was recovered inside that?
Very Midwest.
Paperwork for a firearm.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 68. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a look inside of the bag, which recovers that, which holds the paperwork.
Okay.
It's a photo of the inside of the bag, which has paperwork in it.
Okay. And if we are looking here at State's Exhibit number 70, what are we seeing there?
That's a firearms order form.
And what is that form related to?
The purchase of a firearm from Farm and Fleet.
Does it have a serial number on it?
I believe it does. I don't see it here though.
Additionally, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 78. Do you recognize that paperwork?
I do.
What is that?
This is the same form that's pictured in the on the screen.
And what form does that tell us?
That's the firearms report, and this does have a serial number that's on it.
Okay. Now, in particular, from the receipt, can you tell us the caliber of the firearm that was purchased?
Yep, a 9mm.
Didn't find one in the house, right?
That is correct.
State move 78 in evidence.
Received.
All right. Now, last, I'm just going to go through very quickly State's Exhibit number 79 through 82.
He was a prohibited possessor, but
Previously,
maybe
I've
not
taken a
when he
look at some
bought
of
the
these.
gun.
Can you tell me what they are?
They are the scrub-a-dub receipts, the YMCA card, along with a piece of mail with the name of Theodore Edgecomb, along with the handwritten name on the outside of an envelope, and a.
What was his prohibition status? Was it because he was on bond for something?
Yeah.
I'm not even sure that would show up on a
A
NICS
number
check.
of different documents connecting.
Yes, I
Theodore
don't-
Edgecomb to this residence.
I don't know when that
Was
started or when
Is
he
that
bought the
correct?
gun.
Correct.
The state would move 79 through 82 in evidence.
No objection.
Received.
What day did you do the search warrant, Detective?
September 28th.
Of 2020?
Yeah, correction, September 28th of 2020.
So approximately 6 days after the homicide, the Milwaukee Police Department has a possible identity.
Correct.
About a week later.
Yep.
And search warrant.
Looks like a washed
Ruby
up
Mizell is there,
WNBA coach.
But no defendant.
Correct.
No Theodore Edgecomb.
That is correct.
No gun.
Correct.
It's
No
funny
gun.
because it's true.
Looks like he just sat down on the bench, distraught after his star player just missed her third career dunk.
Got beat up on the court by a dude player.
Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Guessing now the defense is going to call their witness.
Your Honor, at this time, because the defense has a witness that is only available today, we've agreed to allow them to call their witness out of order.
Fine. Who's the witness?
Your Honor, we would call Mark Robinson. We would ask the court for 5 minutes so that we can bring our witness in the hallway, please.
God, he hates
Five
that.
only. It's already 4:05. 5 minutes. We'll take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, can you follow my bailiff out, please?
They seem to need 5 minutes very frequently. They've asked for several 5-minute breaks today, but before in transition for a new witness.
Well, they lost a paralegal.
That's true. That Star Wars girl. Hey, what's up? Says, what is this case about?
On recess, off the record.
This is a case about a guy who shot a man in the face. Same case we've been watching for the past 2 days. I thought you were here and got that answer the other day. Do you have amnesia?
For those who are asking while we're on a break, so the new pistol is a SIG 365 XL with a Romeo dot on it. I'm waiting for my keeper's concealment holster to come in. They take about a month. Should be arriving any day now. And then I'll be all set to go. Got the extra mags, got all the other doodads I need. So
Why do they take so long?
That'll be the new carry gun.
Why does a holster take so long?
It's I don't know. It just takes Spencer a long time to make his holsters, but I'm very fond of his work product, so it's worth the wait.
Okay. I gotcha. I didn't know if it was like a custom job of some sort.
I'd call it semi-custom. They basically make them when you order it, so it's not sitting on a shelf waiting for someone to order.
Well, you wouldn't want your gun holster to mold or anything.
No.
Sitting on a shelf.
Nope.
Very risky. Eugene says, man, the closing arguments from the defense will be lit. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the alleged victim was a vicious racist. He wanted to frick black people so strongly he married one. Come on. Oh my gosh.
The folks asking if I've taken classes at the Sig Sauer Academy. I've taught there for almost 15 years when I was living in Massachusetts. So yes, I've taken a lot of classes there. And the new gun is the new concealed carry gun. Yes.
That Star Wars girl, this is the road rage case. It's the same one. The alleged road rage, which was kind of a strange way to frame it, but that's kind of the way the media is going. Involved some event where a car drove in near proximity to a bike, and then the bicyclist drove up alongside the passenger side, punched into the car. Then the car followed that guy. The punchee gets out of the passenger side, follows the guy further, and the guy pulls a gun and shoots him in the head when he gets very close, within 4 to 6 feet. So hopefully that helps. The shooter is charged with first-degree intentional murder or homicide, I guess, first-degree intentional homicide, and some bail charges that he pled guilty to already. And then the defense that he has raised is self-defense. So he's admitting to doing the shooting, admitting to being the cause of death, essentially, but is saying, I did it, but I'm justified because I was in fear for my life. So there's some interesting quirks and problems to the case for both sides. But so far, I still think the state right now has got a better end of the argument, but we'll see how it goes from here. Oh my goodness. No, this is not an Alfred plea situation. Someone said Alfred plea, but an Alfred plea is where you do not admit to the wrongdoing, but you acknowledge that the state has enough evidence to prove its case against you. And so you enter a guilty plea sort of without admitting guilt. Therefore, if something comes up, some exculpatory evidence is discovered that you think may be out there that you weren't able to locate, and you make your appeal, you're not appealing your own, profession of guilt. I did this thing. When you make a guilty plea, just a normal guilty plea, you are admitting to sufficient level of facts to establish that you did the thing. You're admitting those facts to be true, and you're saying you did them. And that is the basis that the court can use to then determine your guilt. In an Alfred plea, you're not admitting those facts. So you're saying, I didn't say I did this. That way, if you do decide to contest them later on appeal, you're not confronted with this big problem. It's almost like, people can retract a confession, but if you retract a confession, they can still play the confession in court. And it's going to be really hard to say, yeah, but you said you did it here. Why do we believe you now when you want to say you didn't do it? So I hope that clears up the Alfred plea question, but that would not apply in a self-defense case, because the Alford plea, you are admitting to the facts. You're admitting to the fact that he pulled the gun, pointed it at the guy, pulled the trigger, bullet enters, in this case, his head, and he dies. You're admitting to all that. You're just saying that you had a good reason to do it and that you were in fear for your of imminent death or serious bodily injury. So that's the difference between those two situations. One is a plea of guilt, just not admitting to facts. The other is an affirmative defense of self-defense. Dale Barnard says Scrub-a-Dub is a strip club by night and a car wash by day in Negril, Jamaica. So there you go. I would assume it's for a local Scrub-a-Dub in Milwaukee, which is probably just a regular car wash. How is an Alford plea different from a nolo contendere or no contest plea? They're essentially the same thing. The reason it's called an Alford plea is the case where they established that type of plea was Alford versus whatever. I don't remember. But it's essentially the same thing.
Often with a no contest plea, you're not challenging the criminal prosecution, but not necessarily admitting liability for any civil case.
Lars Larson says, quandary one, burden of proof is on the prosecution to prove it wasn't self-defense, which we've said several times. He says, you have it precisely backwards because Nick is biased. Yeah, the burden of proof is on the prosecution to prove it wasn't self-defense. But remember that the prosecution essentially does that by proving the elements of the crime until the defense raises reasonable doubt. It's weird because the prosecution has to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. But when they prove the murder, they prove it beyond a reasonable doubt unless the defense has raised a sufficient defense to raise reasonable doubt. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of a backwards way to think about it, but saying that the prosecution has the burden of proof is true because they have to front enough evidence, but the defense has to raise that doubt sufficiently. They have to make the argument. They have to convince the jury. They have to point to something which would say why this murder was justified. And so far, and to be fair to the defense, it's not their case in chief yet, but so far they haven't really done that. The prosecution has easily proven that this guy is the guy who pointed a gun at this guy's head and pulled the trigger. Now the defense is going to have to tell why that guy believed he was in reasonable fear of imminent death or serious bodily injury from the lawyer. They've got some facts. He followed him when he didn't otherwise have to follow him. He appears to have squared up in a fighting stance. But one of the facts that they seem to be missing is that we don't have anyone testifying to a lunge or an advancement or a swing or a weapon in the hand or anything like that that would go beyond merely being like this. Right now, if I walk up to you in public and go like this and you shoot me, you'll probably go to prison forever.
Right. The legal defense of self-defense here has to justify the use of deadly defensive force, meaning there has to be at least a reasonable doubt that he was threatened with deadly force. Where is that? I mean, again, to be fair, the defense hasn't presented their case in chief yet, so I have an open mind on it, but it's not obvious here where that is. You know, when Rittenhouse was being hit in the head with a skateboard or stomped on or approached with a gun in hand or fighting with someone over control of his rifle, there was prima facie present.
15, we're going to go for about another half an hour and then we'll break. I appreciate your patience today and over the last number of days. This next witness is a defense witness. The defense is calling this witness. He's being called out of order. After this witness is done, either today or Monday, we'll continue with, I think there's hopefully just a few more states witnesses. Make sense?
And since I saw the question in chat again,
Sir, can you stand, raise your right hand, be sworn in, please?
This is not a public defender. It's two private defense attorneys. And so since this is a defense witness, in this case, the defense will be asking the questions first on direct exam, which means they're not allowed to do leading questions and stuff like that.
Mark Robinson, spelled MarcRobinson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson. Where are you employed?
The name of my company is Authentic Forensics.
Okay.
Authentic Forensics.
You the microphone, speak up, please. Sorry.
Private forensic investigator.
This is the
looks like.
defense
Mr.
witness.
Robertson, where's your
Yeah.
business located?
In Wayne, New Jersey.
My
And
basement.
what services do you provide?
I provide analysis, enhancement, and authentication on audio and video files.
And how long have you been providing these services?
Full-time since 2014.
And if you could tell us a little bit about your education.
I have a degree in electronic engineering technologies. I'm a certified audio-video forensic analyst, and I'm also a certified cybercrime examiner.
Are you involved in any forensic organization?
I'm an expert for the state of, an audio-video forensic expert for the state of New Jersey, Office of Public Defenders. I'm the board of directors of the Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, and I serve as the education chair. I'm also the manager of Forensics, Audio Video Innovations and Solutions, which is a professional organization with over 6,000 active members.
Okay. Have you had a paper published in an industry magazine?
I was published in July of 20 in eForensics magazine.
And have you ever testified in federal court before?
I have.
Okay. And where was the last time that you testified?
As
in
a
federal
defendant.
Last time I testified was in Sioux City, Iowa. Case was State of Iowa versus Dwight Charles Evans.
court? And what was that case?
Last time someone testified
It was
against me
homicide.
ended up in a river.
And who represented, who retained your services in that case?
The Woodbury County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, so in that case, you worked for the prosecution, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And my office contacted you about a surveillance video we wanted you to examine and enhance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how did you receive this video?
I received it electronically through a secure file transfer.
Okay. And how did you begin your examination of the video?
Whenever I receive a piece of digital evidence, first thing I want to do is create a working copy. It's called a working copy. So how you do that is you take the original file, you run it through a program that generates a hash output. The hash is a long series of letters and numbers, and you can think of it as kind of a digital fingerprint of that file that's unique to that file only. I then made a copy of the original, ran a hash on the copy, and reviewed to make sure the two hashes were the same numbers and letters. And once they were, now I know I'm working with an identical copy of the original file.
Okay, and after making the working copy, what did you do then?
I then imported it into a program called Video Cleaner.
Say that again, video what?
Video Cleaner.
And if you could explain to the members of the jury, what is video cleaner?
Well, put
Video
soap on a
Cleaner is
video and
forensic
scrubs it.
enhancement and tamper detection software. It was originally designed for law enforcement, and then the developers released it to the public. The program is an open source, which is important because that means all its filters and tools are subject to peer review. I've contributed to the
review.
development of that program, and I'm also certified as an expert in its use. Certified as an expert in the use of Video Cleaner.
And you were compensated for your services as it relates to preparing a forensic video, correct?
I was.
And if you could explain to the members of the jury, what was your fees in this case?
To clarify the video, I charged $8.95 to render the videos.
$8.95.
And as far as your testimony here today, what is your fees related to that?
I charge a flat rate of $2,000 per day. It includes my expenses like hotel and ground transportation.
Oh man, you
And what
got
is the
it.
total cost that
Better
you
than that.
received as far as
Yeah, no kidding.
compensation?
Get $2
for
grand plus
the
expenses.
Of course, at
testimony
least.
that you provided today?
Total cost for this case, approximately $5,500.
All right.
Cheap.
With that being said, I want to now go into what is being marked as defense exhibit number.
Someone says food mostly. Come on. This poor guy.
Defense 25.
Two grand a day is not unreasonable. $2 a day without expenses is very reasonable, I would say. I mean, you're taking off a couple $100 for a hotel room, couple $100
Mr.
for
Robinson,
food,
What are we
transport.
looking at here?
You're sitting in
This
court
is the
all day
video
doing
that
nothing.
I exported out of Video Cleaner. So the original video, my goal was to improve the viewability of the video. So I adjusted the levels to make it a little brighter in the darker regions. I also added a little sharpening to make the details a little clearer.
And if we could go ahead and play the entirety of the video, please.
What if I really want it to just be a giant meme gun that comes out like way oversized. Big giant knife, obviously photoshopped in.
Big Rambo knife, bandana around the forehead.
I hope he's going to have a zoomed in video. I think that would be helpful. So we're going to see her get back out of the car.
I guess she's actually not in the bike lane there. It looks like the bike lane ends immediately behind the vehicle. Like the bike lane ends as you begin to go over the bridge. You got to get up on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Robinson, there was another version of this video that you made as well, correct?
That's correct.
And that other version would be named Clarified Zoom Sequence, correct?
Okay, good.
All right.
This is
You're
what
going
I
to
wanna
ask
see.
him on Cross how any of these algorithms work. He's going to say, I don't know.
Now,
That'd be great.
Mr. Robinson, if you can explain to the members of the jury what
You ever compare it to the original? No.
In this video, I applied additional enhancements because the subjects were moving away from the camera. I applied zoom so you could follow their actions. I also paused it on certain frames. I annotated the video. Annotated means when you add like arrows or descriptive writing. In this case, I used a red circle. I also took a segment of the video and rendered it in slow motion so you could see the actions more clearer.
All right, we go ahead and play the Clarified Zoom Sequence.
On a scale of 50 to 100, how many walnuts are in your jowls right now stored up for winter?
Hey, listen, life's been tough ever since The Sopranos has gone off the air.
I used to have steady work. Now I don't have any work. It's crazy. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, so he looks like still advancing at the time of the shot. He takes a step, and then he's falling.
Oh, right. So what looked like a lunge to me in some of the previous versions is just him getting shot in the head and falling forward.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because that doesn't help me. That doesn't help me for the defendant there. Because I almost thought he was like going for a push, like people had suggested over the railing, but it looks like he's going for getting shot in the head.
And this is slowed. Yeah.
But I don't know. I mean, it might help some people. For me, it's not currently, but
It's always dangerous when you do these slow down, freeze frame, speed up, zoom in, because people begin to see what they want to see.
yeah. It does make it clearer. Yeah, it is clearer. I mean, and it doesn't look, again, the big problem with the Rittenhouse Zoom was they were talking about adding in a specific thing that wasn't in evidence anywhere else. This idea that he raised the gun. They didn't have anyone testify to it. They could have, and they didn't. They didn't have the Zeminskis come in to testify to that. In this one,
Mr. Robinson, were both of those versions a fair and accurate representation of the original video, with the exceptions to what you just testified that you did to those videos?
Yes, they are.
At this time, we move defense 25 into evidence.
Any objection?
thinking about it.
More on 25 than what you played. Are you moving everything on 25 then? Yeah, just those two that are, yeah, no problem.
That's
Fine,
interesting.
Admitted.
So there's some.
No more questions for you.
That
Some
was it.
other
Just to get that
piece.
introduced. They're just going to use it at closing.
Yeah, I guess.
All right, you can step down.
Wait.
Hang on.
Wait.
Hang on.
Forget it.
Step down.
Looked like it was hard for him to get up. Well, forget it. He can just go. So yeah, no cross exam because I mean, all they did was introduce some
As
video.
another witness, we can at least start with that person.
Honestly, Judge, I just saw what the defense gave me right there before, so I thought it was going to take a little longer. So I didn't have any other witness. I thought this was going to take. I know you said that. You said 10 minutes on a couple drops. I don't have anything else.
Okay.
How many additional witnesses are you expecting Monday?
4 or 5.
Oh my
All
God.
of them relatively short.
Fairly short, yeah.
4 or 5 more witnesses
Yeah.
for the state. Wow.
All right. That being the case, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for today. It's 4:30. Obviously, or hopefully it's obvious, I'm trying to push forward as much as possible and get as much testimony in as I can. I appreciate, as I've said earlier, all of you being patient, being here on time, being back from lunch on time. I certainly appreciate all of that. My initial estimate was we'd be done on Monday. Now I think Tuesday is more realistic. So a few things. Obviously, as you've heard all week this week, I'm going to ask that you not watch any online reporting of this case or TV reporting of this case. If there's a newspaper article or anything of that sort, I ask that you not read it. If anything's passed along secondhand, if somebody puts this on your Facebook page or somebody forwards you a text or an email or anything related to this case, please ignore it. The evidence that you are assessing and you need to consider is the evidence, the testimony,
He
the
hates
witnesses,
Facebook.
the video, and other things that have been shown to you over the course of the last 3 or 4 days and over the next day or two. I trust that you will follow that instruction. Given that it's the weekend and instead of just overnight, it's a couple of days, please don't discuss this matter with anyone else. Don't discuss with your family, your friends, your neighbor, anybody. You all remember the story Mr. Hubner told during voir dire that includes your neighbor, best friend, or even your bartender. Please don't discuss it with anybody. Certainly, again, I appreciate your efforts. The lawyers appreciate your efforts. There was a lot of testimony today. I don't know about you guys, but that was the first time I ever noticed the difference between farm and fleet farm. I'm dead serious. I've never noticed that in my entire life, that there were 2 separate firms. But years ago, I presided in a probate case and in a probate court. I can tell you what probably happened is that the multi-million-dollar company was probably left to 1 or 2 siblings. They got in a big fight, and they resolved it by one being Fleet Farm and one being Farm and Fleet. So you learn something new every day. Have a good weekend, everybody. Go Packers. We'll see you on Monday at 8:30.
You learn on.
Before we go, I talked to your clerk pointed out that 68 and 70 had been moved in.
68 and 70?
68 and 70.
Fine. They're received. Again, go Packers. See you on Monday.
I love that the judge just educated the jury on something that he didn't know about and completely made up the backstory on. There you go. You learn something new every day. You learned it from me right here. This is how it happened, even though I have no idea or any way to know that because I didn't even know 2 different companies existed before this morning, frankly. And the state, again, just right there at the end, we saw another instance of the state being extremely, I would say, overly cautious and professional.
Excused. We're done for the day. We're off the record. Back Monday at 8:30.
The state being overly professional and cautious in this case. There were 2 pieces of evidence that were supposed to be moved into evidence by the defense, and it seems like they didn't do it. They forgot to move them into evidence. So right before he dismissed the jury, he said, hey, by the way, defense, these two 78, 79, 80 or whatever didn't get moved in. Do you want to move them in? Or maybe it was him. I don't know if it was the defense's evidence or his evidence. It would make more sense if it was his evidence. But whatever. They wrapped it up there at the end. So hopefully that got, or whatever. Not hopefully. They did get in. There was no argument about it. Oh boy. Yeah, it makes more sense for it to be the state's evidence, but
Hey,
all
I'll be
right.
back, Nick, if you're going to do super chats, just got to step out for a second.
Yeah, I will. I'm going to get started on the super chats here, but I was going to see if Andrew has any insight when he gets back into what today's events. Yellow Flash 2 says Law and Vagina Network. Oh my goodness. Yellow Flash 2 did a video today, by the way, talking about my law and crime situation with the Law and Crime Network. Again, if you're interested in my ongoing dispute, rather one-sided dispute, because I didn't really care, with Law and Crime and the cease and desist letter that they sent me, and the legal and professional threat implied by that cease and desist letter. If you want to find out more about that, you can watch my stream from not last night, but the night before. And you can watch tonight's live stream, in which I will be going through my lawyer's response to Law and Crime, in which we attack their claims head on and tell them exactly how we feel about what they have said in their letter. So typically, or I shouldn't say typically, but many times, oftentimes, a cease and desist letter is meant to intimidate someone, and a lot of times various claims will be made in a cease and desist letter that are not quite accurate. They're slanted, we'll say. They're slanted towards a certain position. And the idea is to scare someone out of doing a course of action. The problem is when you're not doing something wrong and you know that, it's hard to be afraid of the cease and desist letter. So my lawyer has sent the response, and I'll be covering that tonight if you're interested in that sort of thing. Jeff R. sent a donation. Thank you. Brandon Lesko says, Nick, I'm going to leave this one in your hands, but I need to hear Mark Richards appear upon this homicide scene. If it was Murphy found face down, he would have to recover evidence. What, like RoboCop? Like, I don't, what do we have? Oh God, I mean, Murphy is, are you in there still? This is gross, kind of gooey. You're in pieces. I'm going to have to reach into your front right pocket there, Murphy. I hear there's a knife or something maybe in that pocket. I got to extract it. So if you feel a little tingle, I'm just trying to get, my fingers might be in on, you know what I mean, in the pocket. I don't know what you wanted with that. I hope that made your day better. Whatever that was. Eric L says, way too many law and crime simps on Twitter. Not enough. Actually, they're getting ratioed pretty hard on the situation last I checked. So they probably need some help. Okay, Andrew, before I start the final round of super chats here, I just wanted to ask if you had any good impressions or takeaways from today, that anything that stood out to you that you want to note on.
Again, unimpressed by the defense at a profound level. They just don't seem to be performing at anything I would recognize as a professional level. They've got a tough case. I'll be interested to see what evidence they bring forward when they present their case in chief. I still have an open mind on this case. So I don't know where their evidence is going to come from, except from their defendant, and their defendant effectively destroyed his credibility with his flight and evading arrest for 6 months, but we'll see.
Yeah, that's the thing. And it'll be interesting to see what John Black says. John Black is a video analyst as well as a use of force expert. And if he is indeed on this case, as I've read that he is, I believe that he is, if he's on this case and and is going to analyze that enhanced video and then make some claims about what would be reasonable in terms of responses to threats. You know, they may be able to paint a picture where that enhanced video shows that his actions were reasonable. It'll be
normally
if
I
the
would
navigating-
expect that this is a defense expert. You'd expect his testimony would be favorable to the defense. But of course, they wanted to put those Facebook things into evidence too, and they were completely ambiguous and would not have been particularly helpful.
Right.
Which is why they weren't admitted. So I don't know if John Black could get up there and just say, well, this could be this or this could be that, and not have it be particularly helpful to the defense. They just felt obliged to put up an expert.
And the other problem they could have with John Black is if they're not careful and they try and get John Black to testify about what their client perceived and found reasonable, they're going to run into issues, because that is not the expert's job. A use of force expert is to talk generally about what types of things constitute a threat, what types of response are proportional responses, stuff like that. They're not supposed to try and make a determination about what happened in this particular incident that they're not a witness to, that they're coming to later. Unless I'm mistaken on that.
No, that's right. That's one of the reasons their prior proposed expert was rejected, because that's explicitly what he was going to testify about, in part, was the subjective state of mind of the defendant, which is nobody knows what his subjective state of mind was.
Right.
Except maybe him, maybe. But what John Black might testify to, you know, if we assume he's an honest expert, and I do, he's not going to lie for the defense, but he might say, listen, if the victim had a knife in his hand, he was a deadly force threat at that distance and could lawfully be shot. I can't tell you for certain from this video. I can't see definitely a knife in his hand, but if he had a knife in his hand, if there's other evidence of that and you believe that to be true, he's a deadly force threat.
Right. And the problem that they're going to have is that if they do this, the only person who's going to testify to that knife is, again, Theodore Edgecomb. And whether people will believe it is interesting, because he typically, in a self-defense situation, you would have the benefit of making the claim in your initial encounter with police, even if it's maybe, hopefully you've got counsel with you or whatever. Guy came at me with a knife. I didn't know what to do. I had to shoot him. I had to stop the threat, or had to defend myself, whatever it is. But guy came at me with a knife will be a consistent narrative from the moment of the shooting through the trial. This guy's got a 6-month gap where no one's heard from him at all, and evidence has been collected. And by the time he's actually apprehended and retains counsel, you know, all of this narrative is built out, and he gets to be reactive to it. And that doesn't sound so good. It sounds a little more self-serving. So we'll see how it goes. I'm pretty interested. Let's see. Someone says, I had to go last time, so this may be a repeat. It is. I can't see what your name is. Sorry. But is it possible to get It's a Gundam and Drex on for live stream? Their stories would be hilarious. Maybe. I don't know. It'd be up to Gundam. And I don't know when Drex is coming out next. Fractal Machine says, I don't blame Joe for wanting his wife to drive. Jewish folks sing a song every Sabbath called Eshet Chayil about what the ideal woman would be like, and describes all manual and physical labor that she does. Music and Fiction says, pour one out for Meatloaf, passed on at 74, great musician and no court cases to speak of. Justin C says, in my opinion, him running defeats the whole argument of there being a knife present. Why run if there was a knife? The only reason to run would be if he knew he had no right to deadly force. Now, I want to caution that, because he did have outstanding warrants. He could articulate an argument that he thought the system was racist. He could have a particular experience with police that makes him believe that they would be conspiring against him as they're kind of building that narrative. So there are potential reasons he could run. He could be under some other threat. He could have already been leaving and feel like he's not safe staying in the city, you know, something like that. They're not great arguments, but they are potential things other than I didn't think I was justified. But in this case, you know, they're going to have to explain away his running. And to me, it seems like, well, he was running because he had bail warrants out for him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe his
and he
hotel
just shot
in
a guy.
Kentucky was non-refundable. He couldn't just cancel that vacation.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, the narrative that I can see on the bail on the running is I had active warrants out for my arrest for bail jumping, and then I also was illegally in possession of a firearm that I also used to kill someone. Whether he argues that that's self-defense,
That was
still,
their argument. I mean, that's why they
Yeah.
tried to get the consciousness of guilt evidence excluded entirely, the defense, but the judge didn't go for that.
Yeah. The woke of Boba Flash says in Hank Hill voice, man, law and crime, I tell you what, I work for Ricada Law and I sell law and law food accessories. I also have a narrow urethra and I'm not afraid to kick your ass. Now get off my lawn. I think that was a failure, so that's good. Blurry Light says Nate is so sharp and funny too. Glad he is on the panel. Love having Nate around. Always fun. Dante Burns says, hey, Nick, I don't know if I'm a bit behind on the news, but have there been any new developments in the overturning of Roe versus Wade? Nope. Waiting on that decision still. Actually, so the Texas case is still live, and the Texas appeals court kicked it up, I think, to the Texas Supreme Court or something like that. And so that it further delays it, and there will be some action on it coming soon. But as for the U.S. Supreme Court case, attacking Roe versus Wade, the Missouri one, that's going to be a little bit, or Mississippi, whichever one it is, that's going to be a little bit longer. Charlie Eckert says, huzzah, Andrew, Kurt, and Nate. Nick Naylor says, Colonel VLC. Josh Fabian says, please tell me you'll be covering the Johnny Miller Take Your Swing guy whenever they finally decide to do that trial. Trial of Hillbillies seems like it'd be a lot of fun. Yes, I will. If it's televised, for sure. And I'm hoping to do that soon. Mo Zamboni says, O/U over under for days until renal failure for the prosecutor. Willie says, I don't know if anyone has mentioned this yet, but the DA looks exactly like Mike Moffat from Seinfeld. Thomas Jefferson Starship Troopers says, law and crime, we have copyright. Ricada Law, I doubt it. Law and crime says, we'll sue you. Ricada Law says, take your swing. Crafty Huragok says, they are speed running this trial. 11 Bravo Crunchy says, what do we think the judge's Halo Infinite rank is up to today? CR Music Videos, welcome to Paralegal. Pete Hill says, I've been in that courtroom several times. It's always looked like that.
Wow.
There you go.
No wonder the judge is pissed off.
God, yeah, because that's his courtroom. Man, finish it up. Not Applicable says, cue up Drexel, hashtag erase women, get it. Not Applicable says, welcome to Team Bigot, Nate. We're the good guys. Brett Kormeyer says, wait until slightly over their prime men athletes retire from men's sports and transition to women's sports to continue their career. DeHobbs9 says, excellent. Thumbs up. Did anyone see that M&M's went woke? I did not. Bianca says, welcome to the Joanna Man Sports League. Blue-Eyed Roof Curry in the base says, hey, Nate, rumor has it Rapinoe is afraid of trans soccer players. How is it possible there aren't enough trans soccer players for U.S. women's soccer? Casey Moody says, tennis stats, come on out of that closet, sweet Nick. Master Vintage says, Nick is anti-bow tie. I am. UNSC forward unto dawn says, bow ties are cool, I guess, if you're weird. Deep Service says, Judge Murder Eyes competes in Russian slap fight leagues. Putin follows him on Twitter. He coaches a soccer team for 4-year-olds and breeds teacup poodles. AA Ron says, sad to say we just lost Louis Anderson. Yes, we did. Louis Anderson, a very funny guy who is now deceased. Potentially Criminal says, he then screamed, this is MAGA country. Inquisitor Frost says, justified or not, her testimony sounds like BS. Feels like she is trying to cover up anything that makes her husband sound bad. Even how much he had to drink sounds false. Yeah, I think 3 beers is clearly an underestimate. For a 250-pound guy to get to a 0.12, 3 beers I don't think does it. But people often understate how many beers they have. That's a common thing. It's weird, but it's common. Quantum Bits and Ian McCarter, welcome to Paralegal Status. I appreciate that. Kryson says, cell phones do not require a code to dial 911. Torque Hammerwolf says, when I was in the Army, my medic used to tell us the quickest way to stop the bleeding was to stop the heart. He's not wrong.
No.
Blue-Eyed Roof Curry in the base says, couple celebrates burdening taxpayers with immigration, drinks and drives, and almost kills defendant, hunts guy down to act tough and surprised at outcome. That's one way to frame it. Violet Beauregard says, chat is so inconsistent, it's almost like two people. Well, it's like 9,000 people all arguing with each other. Cassandra Fuji says, I want to hear from grief counselor Eric. Give us a lesson, please. Jeff Baker, thank you for the donation. Q Revere, how many times did Kyle say violently? I don't know. DCV Titan, oh, dude's innocent. That's clearly the wife of a racist bigot. Can clearly see him and her chanting white powder, white powder. Kevin speaks on it. I absolutely believe he sized her up and shooting her. TXAG007 says, judge from the top rope. I'm kind of torn on the judge on her being sized up by Edgecomb. I like what Eric said, that she might be projecting that upon him, that he wasn't actually like looking at her. But at the same time, he shot someone. She's a witness. He may be thinking he needs to shoot the witness, or if he's actually afraid and acting in self-defense, he may think that she's a subsequent threat.
And people don't remember things correctly under stress. So he may have glanced at her. They may have made eye contact for a moment. And for her, it's like 5 minutes long.
Right. Q Revere says, plot twist. What if she's nailing the defendant? Well, that would be very interesting. Jonathan M. Thomas says, everyone was convinced that Edgecomb wrong and poor white man is a victim without a doubt. His black wife testifies and everyone here turns on them. JH says, fake and gay. Lord Vader says, a cautionary tale for Joe regarding the dangers of letting your wife drive. Rob Guyette says, they sped up the recording where she says, why did you pull out your knife? I didn't hear that recording or that and I don't know what recording she would have said that. Oh, I guess when she was like wailing. If that's in there, the defense would have.
We would have heard it 10,000 times already. That's
Yeah.
not in there.
Yeah.
They would have said in their opening statement, you will hear in the recording.
Yeah. Tony T, with her already lying to try to protect her husband's memory or credibility, I feel maybe he did have the knife out and she would have moved it. You can come to that conclusion. Q Revere says, hold his wallet. In Biden auto-tune voices, come on, man. This woman is, the thing. Dragon's Treasure says, F for Louis Anderson, died today. Casey Moody, did their 4th of July plans include a barbecue with the Haldersons? JK Wynn says, she isn't faking. She couldn't cry because Jesse Peterson said women are incapable of love. That's why betas act like women and need to forgive him. Joe need to forgive. Hi, Joe. Amazing. Jesse Peterson's the funniest interviewer on the planet. Jonathan Bradley says, civil engineer here. The towers fell due to the planes hitting then and the resulting fires, including Building 7. Any other conspiracy theories are fair game. Cameron Nelson says, make spicy sidebars great again. Justin Toohey says, holy shit, what are these defense attorneys? They have to be the worst in the country. No, probably not, actually. Morgan Babcock says, this is what happens when advocates can't get their ways. Tabitha Bevel says, as a future paralegal, what are the penalties of this type of situation? Could you get in trouble for the lawyer? I mean, if she actually represented herself as a police officer, impersonating a police officer is a felony in Wisconsin. And I don't know the specific law, but a lot of times impersonation laws have a subsequent element for the gain of the impersonator or for the detriment of the person who is the victim of the impersonation. And in this case, it would have been a little bit of pretty much for the gain of the impersonator. So they impersonate a police officer for the purposes of getting something that they might not have otherwise gotten, get information, access, whatever it is. And so if she had done that for the purpose of gain, professional gain in this case, that could be a big problem. I don't think she's going to face any penalties here because it doesn't look like anybody's interested in actually pursuing that. And there's a big question about whether the guy that thought she was a detective had any reasonable belief that she was a detective or if he was just an idiot.
Yeah. I mean, and it can't be an ambiguous situation. I mean, she might have felt like she was acting as an investigator for the law office and showed up and said, hey, I'm investigating this case. And he heard that and interpreted that to mean she's with the police. That's different than if she shows up and says, hey, I'm Detective so-and-so with Milwaukee PD. Here's my badge.
Right. Big differences there. And again, the accuser didn't even seem to really be accusing her. It was it got conflated really quickly. The problems for the defense counsel was that they knew all of this had happened. And then even if they didn't know it was their person, they asked questions knowing that their person did contact this guy, implying that their person didn't. So they asked a misleading question to the court, or it's misleading to the court and misleading to the witness themselves. And that was a big, big no-no.
The same guy every time.
Yeah. And
B. Ivory, he gets out there and he says things that are completely evidence-free or appear to be intended to deceive, create a false truth.
Right. And the other problem is their paralegal was acting as an investigator, but investigators who go out and collect witness statements, for example, they are witnesses to the statement. They are witnesses to any evidence that they gather. They have to authenticate it. They have to talk about how they got this information, what they did to investigate. So if you have a paralegal do that, they're going to be a witness and they need to be out of the courtroom. So you can do that. They just can't be in the courtroom with you after that. Maybe shouldn't be someone in your office because of other issues outside of court. Like, are you tainting them? Are you coaching the witness? Stuff like that. But in general,
kind of a Chinese wall set up between that function and the other functions in the office. I was an investigator for a public defender's office, not a sworn cop, just an investigator for the public defender's office. And that's how we were treated. We were sent out into the community to do different things, but we were segregated from the law practice part of that office.
Because if you're going to testify to stuff, you cannot know about what's going on in the case with sort of insider information. But yeah, here briefly, as a future paralegal, if your boss asks you to go pretend to be a detective to interview someone, maybe put in your 2 weeks and look for another job. Your boss should not be doing that. That would be an ethical issue.
Well, they're probably doing it because they don't have enough money to hire an investigator, and another reason not to be working there.
Someone did say B. Ivory Lamar's webpage says, if you're guilty, your case is free. So I
don't think you're allowed to do that. No jurisdiction I've ever worked in. You can't make criminal defense contingency based.
Let me see.
The outcome, then the lawyer has a financial interest in the outcome of the case.
It might be that's probably no fee unless you win. Oh, he does personal injury too.
Oh, that's different. Right.
Yeah, never charges upfront fees on injury cases. Wait a minute. Practice areas. Oh, he does criminal. This website. Oh my goodness. This picture. Hold on.
I want to see that.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. Here we go. Hold on. I gotta. Whoops. I don't want all of those things on screen. Here we go. Here is B. Ivory Lamar's webpage. Beautiful. He looks like a dating coach in the in the picture.
Hey, baby. Hey, babe.
So here you go. As seen on CNN, Fox, Yahoo, NBC, Telemundo, and HLN. So here's this. No fees unless you win is for injury cases. Yeah,
that makes sense. That's allowed, of course.
Focus on personal injury cases, but they do criminal defense in their practice areas. So I guess, I don't know. He's got a weird approach to this case. But you talked about this. Just because someone does criminal defense doesn't mean that they're a good self-defense attorney. Self-defense is a specialized area.
And especially if they mostly do civil work, it doesn't mean they're a good criminal defense attorney. I mean, it's a different world.
Yep. 4Low716 says, can he use the few good men approach? But Your Honor, I strenuously object. You could try.
Strenuously.
Q Revere, how is this different from Binger's RE 4 doors, more whores? I don't know what you're referencing there. So the Facebook thing. I don't know why.
No, he had the gun. I mean, there was lots of things different. He had the actual AR in the picture.
Right.
Which
that's it. No, that's part of it. Yeah.
Kind of ties it in.
Kiiverdam says, why does the live view count keep switching back and forth between 1 watching now and 8,000 watching now? It's a glitch with YouTube over the past couple days. It's not just this stream. It's happening on a lot of them.
And the other thing with Rittenhouse, with his whatever that was, TikTok, or I forget what the social media platform was, but he says on it something about looking to be famous.
Yeah, just trying to be famous.
Right. And so Binger turned that into an argument of, listen, he went out there to get into a confrontation so he would be famous.
Right. Even though I think at the time that he went out there, that TikTok was closed, but maybe they closed it down after. I don't know. Ray2 Kill says, I love this judge. Contrarian says, this judge could save America. One Step Too Far says, just got here. Can you give context on the paralegal? He does say to ignore that later, so I'm not going to answer. Synapse says, judge is based. Ian McCarter says, I feel like I should simp for this judge. UNSC Forward Unto Dawn says, this whole case is reverse of the Rittenhouse trial. One Step Too Far says, when does he point the AR at the jury? Lillian Short Timer says, project much. Robert Wiles says, hey, Chrissy Mayer has a vid talking about that trans guy who won the swimming contest caught cheating. Mojo Each says, can we get that as published statement, Your Honor? The Facebook. Koi 540 says, can someone be charged with murdering someone's law career? Because this man not only shot the victim in the head, but his lawyer's career as well. Chicken Tendy says, this is what the BLM affirmative action ED gets you. Havelock Veterinary says, Mr. Ricada, did you ever notice people leaving the pool in a panic as you were practicing your backstroke? Yes, that happens all the time. I don't know why. Whalier says, I saw, you saw, he saw, we saw, they saw, I asked, you asked, he asked, we asked, they asked. This is preschool stuff. Deep Surface says, good logic, son of great logic, grandpa of ball logic. Base Crocodile, the defense makes me want to string up the defendant. Trashman, did the wife explain how she called these other people when she said she couldn't call 911 because she couldn't input the code to her phone? No, they never really got into asking her how she did that.
No, she said she couldn't do it at first, and then she calmed down and was able to.
Yeah. I didn't, well, I know that she got there. I didn't think they said it enough personally, but
I will
if I was
say,
the defense.
I've mentioned how we often used to run students through a self-defense simulator, video simulator. A lot of times we'd have them run through with this fake gun and fake pepper spray thing and solve the problem. And then we would have them do it again, but have to get their cell phone, their personal actual cell phone out as if they were calling 911. And suddenly they couldn't do it because they're right-handed. They have the gun, the fake gun, in their right hand, and they usually use their right hand to access the phone. So now they don't know whether to keep that guy at gunpoint or to holster the gun so they can get their cell phone, or there are just things that people don't think through, and the motor skills are completely different when the situation suddenly goes sideways.
And the other aspect, I think there's a lot of useless focus on the 911 call because 911 got called right away. She testified that she was asking someone to please call 911. The other guy who testified in the jumpsuit, I can't remember his name, but he testified that he talked to her about it and that let her know that he had called 911. So like 911 got called really quickly in the situation. It was taken care of. And so then like her being on the phone, calling someone else isn't calling family members to tell them what happened, freaking out. Isn't that weird to me? That whole like you didn't call 911. What's the argument? Is the argument that she wanted her husband to die and would have otherwise saved him? Like, what are you trying to elicit with, oh, she didn't call 911? What does that have to do with you shooting her husband in the face? And there's a lot of noise in this case from the defense. And the reason there's a lot of noise is because they have some problems with the facts, I think, is the big deal. And so they're trying to point blame at different people, her, the police, whoever, to after the fact of the shooting to overcome the problem that their client ran. And so this focus on the 911 call, to me, again, her being unable to dial 911 or even unwilling. What if she flat out didn't want to call 911? What does that have to do with you shooting her husband in the face?
And frankly, this focus on these largely irrelevant matters does not foster confidence in what their case in chief is going to look like when it's their turn. Because if they had a good game coming in, they wouldn't be doing this stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. John Andrews says, it seems like the longer she's on the stand, the more sympathetic the jury will be towards her husband. Why are they doing this? Yeah. I mean, and I think that's what happened. Because I think at the end of the state's questioning of her, she had some credibility issues. And I think by the end of the defense questioning her, no one cared. Or I didn't.
They played that video, the defense played that video of her wailing miserably in the back of the car 2 or 3 times. I mean, that's not good for the defense. Why? So they can catch a one misstatement frozen in time that then on redirect, the state was able to clear up immediately.
Yeah, it's a terrible, like just bad strategy. And several times we saw that, at least 2 times we saw that happen today, where the defense played video, and then on redirect, the state comes up and says, they played you part of the video. Let's watch the rest. And it obliterates the entirety of what the state just did. And or what the defense just did. And it shows, 1, they're wasting your time. And 2, they're trying to get you tripped up on these irrelevant little details. They're trying to fool you. And you never want the jury to think that you're tricking them. One step too far says, do you think the defense strategy is to make all black men look bad by showcasing the ineptitude of even the smartest black men lawyers? No, I don't think so. Don't think that's their strategy. Pink Panther says, someone release Dylan Roof into the courtroom, please. No. Oh my God.
And by the way, I feel obliged to point out there's plenty of world-class black lawyers out there. It's got nothing to do with being black.
No,
these guys in particular on the defense are completely unimpressive to me. Clarence Thomas is black. Nate is black. There's other attorneys that have been on this channel that are black and are awesome attorneys. So it's
one of the greatest defense attorneys of all time is Johnny Cochran.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, I mean,
Master.
So no, that's not any sort of point. Ed Saru says, what did he actually think he was going to get from this cross? All he's getting is bad answers and looking like a bully. CS says, I've known a couple of children who keep their dead father's wallet in their pocket at all times. Neighbor 605 says, hashtag 3 beers, no fears. Sage 5. Nick, if you had to pick between Binger and Krause or this defense to be part of your all-star lawyer team, who are you picking? Have to pick one. I pick Binger.
Yeah, Binger was a good technical lawyer for sure.
Yeah, Binger was acting like a dirtbag, but he did the best job. Well, he did about as good a job you could do with the fact set that they have, and they probably shouldn't have brought the case, but he did it competently. I would pick Binger.
Let me put it this way. I wouldn't work for Binger, but I would hire Binger if I could put constraints around what he's actually doing. I mean, technically, he's a proficient lawyer.
Q Revere says, he may be guilty and lawyer may suck, but she's lying. Richard Freeman says, after the video, defense got her to the point of disassociation. Anyone with trauma on that jury utterly despises that lawyer now. Edgecomb equals borked. David Bowser says, only one car. Apparently immigration law doesn't pay very well. Either that or the dude was a pretty bad attorney. Look, I'm going to say,
break it to people, but there's plenty of attorneys out there who don't make a lot of money, folks. If you think being a lawyer is a license to print money, maybe there was a time that was true, but it hasn't been true in my 30 years practicing law. There's attorneys who make a good living, and there's a lot of them who make a lot less money than you would think.
And the ones who make good money, the top quartile of attorneys make like $250,000 a year. Like that's I guess the average of the top 25% of attorneys that are reported on, like, if you go like look at attorney salaries online. Now, granted, they're going to be personal injury attorneys who individually make very large amounts of money when they get a big settlement or a big judgment in a year, because they're going to take 30% of that and it's going to be huge. And firm owners are going to make a lot, but we're talking salaried attorneys. Like the top 25% of salaried attorneys are making $250,000 to $300,000 a year, which is good money.
And a lot of them are in places like New York City and LA, where $250,000 a year does not go nearly as far as you might imagine.
Yeah, but it's the overwhelming majority of attorneys are not guys pulling down 7-figure incomes, 8-figure incomes each year. That's not the way most attorneys turn out. But the other thing, guys, if you have not figured this out yet, I don't know how else. I've been avoiding saying it. This is a middle-aged white attorney who's an immigration attorney.
So his clients have no money.
And he's probably liberal and may not have, they share a car that may be an ethical sort of choice, you know, like maybe this idea of conservation, like look what it's a Kia. They have one car between them and it's kind of a beater. I mean, it's a Kia Soul. This guy might not have a lot of money. He might not want a lot of money, and he may have different values than other people as far as that goes. So
I saw a comment here I'd like to answer. So
yeah,
someone asking me where I'm based out of. I live in Colorado. I'm a member of the Bar of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, but I consult on cases all over the country, all 50 states. But effective this year, I only consult on cases for our Platinum membership program. So if you're ever contemplating you might need me, we turn away consults all the time, folks, because people are not Platinum members. So if you're interested in that, you can take a look at lawselfdefense.com/platinum.
Hero of Time says, damn, I drive a Kia Soul. Yeah. Does yours have like dents and rust marks on it like this one? Again, I don't think we can easily infer from what we know that this is a super wealthy attorney.
He's not driving a Mercedes or a BMW, right?
Right.
In whatever condition.
Yeah. And he seems like, like he doesn't drink anything but beer. He's not like he's not a wine snob. He's not a whiskey nerd like me or something like that. It seems like just kind of like a normal guy. And that's a lot of attorneys that you'll meet, and they're good folk. One step too far. Well, no, they're not. They're attorneys. One step too far says he's, okay. I got you. What you're saying. One step too far sent a bunch of chats thinking the deceased husband was black. And so he told me that's why he wanted me to ignore those. Ray Marshall says, meanwhile, Binger is already awaiting applications from the defense team with glee. It's almost as if the phrase, and then it got worse, is their legal slogan. Emmy Carrizo says, legally blonde had better line of questioning when the daughter was in the shower. Zoa King says, the worst thing going for this defense is his grammar, Lamau. No, it's not, but I get the joke. Seth Williams, does this lawyer know he's supposed to be working for the defense? Roy Handy says, Nobel Prize for Nick. Hey, thank you. Adam Riley, Eric, police the chat. N-word towers intensify. Oh, God. Potentially criminal. It says a first-timer in mock trial is better than this. Geez. One step too far. Says disregard previous chats. Marie D, can you fix Twitter too? Yes, I will. I'll get right on fixing Twitter. I'll make a tweet about it in a little bit. In Exile says random question generator seems to be defective. Kingslayer Damocles, for staring down the wife the whole time, that was a good shot. That was a good shot. For staring down the wife the whole time, that was a good shot. Also hit the untruthful statement, hit the foggy memory, and move on. Daniel Williams, this segment of the stream brought to you by VLC. If VLC can't play it, then it's just not meant to be played, ever. Potentially criminal. The real crime is Edgecomb paid for his legal representation. Chris Dreyer says, you watched Life with Louie as a kid. Today, Louis Anderson died. Please take a shot for him and Meatloaf. They are together in heaven. I got to avoid the shots because I got to do some driving when I leave the stream. Jillian McIntyre says, does the B&B Ivory stand for basketball? I don't know. Darren Haviland says, the victim isn't violent, but the judge is. That one guy, Kaz, says, if this lawyer and the one who did closing in the Chandler case teamed up, they could both be their own prosecution and defense. Paul Stringer says, as lawyers, are you nervous when a witness clearly screws a lawyer from the stand? You shouldn't be in that situation. Usually, if you're a careful lawyer, the time that you get absolutely dumbstruck in court is when your client didn't tell you something that they really should have told you.
Yeah. That's the worst.
Like, because and a lot of lawyers will ask questions like, you've got to tell me anything and everything that could potentially come up that I never want to be caught with my mouth open in court. So tell me everything. I don't care. I don't judge you. I've met someone worse than you. I've defended someone worse than you. Just please tell me whatever the bad thing is. You bought 85 hookers in Belize and 4 of them died in a boating accident.
Fist bump.
Tell me.
No, just kidding.
Like, tell me.
Yeah, I mean, we're trying to help keep the client from getting fucked, right? And
Yes.
if we get blindsided, that's not good.
And you never want to be there in front of a jury and going, about an answer ever. Zavin says this whole defense cross screams, I'm a lawyer. I watched all 20 seasons of Law and Order.
It does.
Mema X says, has he even got lights on his bike whilst on the road at night? Train of 26. How about don't use race baiting tactics to justify a murder? Tiffany Dixon says, I just looked up B. Ivory on the State Bar of Texas, and he just got his bar card on 7/11/2019 and graduated from Howard University. It all makes sense now. Ponton 21. This guy's doing nationwide cases, and he graduated in he got his bar card in 2019.
Well, he may have.
He may have practiced somewhere else first.
He was in Georgia first, I think, and then.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would. I mean that because Ponton 21 says the lawyer I know here in Atlanta is the same size as the husband, and even though he knows the law and risk, he would have gotten out and fought too. Filter Bear, look at my lawyer dog. I'm going to jail. Cameron Nelson, Bronca, is she legally within her rights to squat up on this defense attorney? Brian Miller says, is this lawyer new? Kingslayer Damocles, who else thinks the attorney said something more vulgar than I want to talk to him? Depends. Because I bet he said something more vulgar maybe to the guy who was punching him in the window. But at the time that he says, turn, she testified specifically that he was extremely calm. Maybe he was by that point, right? Like she starts driving. He's like, no, turn. I want to talk to that guy. Like that doesn't, you don't have to say anything vulgar if you're just.
Yeah. I mean, listen, a jury can apply their common sense, right? If someone just got punched in the face and then they're closing on that guy in foot, it's probably not to have a, have you met, has Jesus come into your life kind of conversation? It's probably going to be more confrontational than that, but that doesn't mean it's going to be a deadly force attack, which is what is necessary for this shooting to be justified.
Jessica Mulvaney says, love the stream, Nick. Will you take a drink for my birthday tomorrow? Jessica, I'll have to push that drink to tonight because I'm sorry, I got to drive, and I'm not Joe. I'm not going to have my wife drive me around, and then I'm not this other lawyer because I know what happens when wives drive lawyers around. Chopper says, I had to come back in late. FB is the downfall of society. This judge is my hero. CS says, damn, this lady's police connections run deep. I mean, her niece's boyfriend looks like he's been out of the academy for at least 5 years now. Charlie Eckert says, we need assault judge superset on clips. Blue-eyed roof Korean in the base says, Nick is wrong. BLM/Antifa are exactly Rico. JK Wynn says, if this was Blake's lawyer, he dodged a hypothetical bullet by catching 7 in the back. Genius plan? ? Canabro lawyer versus young Crump. Wisconsin's got issues. Igor Ivanov says, can we get Bronca's reaction to Frank Castle versus Boogie incident? I feel like it'd be hilarious. Not right now. Maybe on a nighttime stream we could do that.
I'd have to know what that is too.
Yeah, that's I'll send it to you to review. Okay. and then maybe we could talk about it. It'd be a fun internet drama case. Mr. Scott J87. I was doing good this week, working the graveyard shift this week, watching Ricada Late Show. Now I got COVIDs and can't sleep.
Sorry.
Ranjikar Patel says, sir, I want to thank you for great show. In India, no more man great like you, and the old man who looking like turtle and man with big nose. Vishnu blesses you, my dear. JK Wynn says, can he explain AOC trauma on 1/6 and how that cop trying to protect people turns to the fear of grape by wild mob block always, which led to haters wanting peach? I think I understand that. That was for Eric. He's gone. CS says, Eric Allen, are you currently employing therapists and only LPC or LSW included? Thank you. Ark Scottadin says, CS, maybe check out his website. Ark Scottadin says, yep, we are all going to need this head doctor after watching you lawyers all day. Mike Mishbach says, got in a car crash and I remember staring at my phone and trying to recall the numbers 911 for what feels like minutes. Daniel Williams says you should have Eric on more often. Sonaliel says, my grandfather and a friend's dad both died of heart attacks in public. Both had their wallets stolen. Always get the wallet. Steve says, everyone knows after someone dies, you have to loot the body. It's video games 101. Blue-eyed roof Korean in the base says, widow hiding the fact she tried to kill the defendant. DCV Titan says, her purpose at the defense table is the same as Piper Perry's purpose on the couch. Stop that. Dermy Wormy says, this paralegal is Piper Perry. Stop it. Jackson Kai says, so no tomfoolery, but what about chicanery? Craig Road Jr. says, message deleted by Law and Crime. Nick Naylor says, Mythmar Master Server. Deep Surface. Asheron's call is greater than EverQuest. You stop that. Diato Poppet says, in the case with Canabro, the prosecutor accused the defendant counsel of lying. How is that different than Richards accusing Binger of lying in Rittenhouse? Well, one, I think, wasn't Binger actually lying? But to me, the big problem was the prosecutor accused the defense counsel of asking the jury to lie. That's a prejudicial statement that doesn't belong in closing arguments. But I don't remember exactly what Richards accusing Binger of lying was. I don't remember if that was in front of the jury or not. I don't know. But there's also a very big difference between what a prosecutor does and what a defense attorney does, because the prosecutor has the power of the state and the defense has a presumption of innocence. So without knowing the context, there are still differences. Francisco Linares says, Joe, soy vey. Barry Dworak says, hey, thanks for the Canabro analysis suggestion. In the future, when the judge reads the verdict, put it through auto-tune. Aaron E says, woman, noun, someone who drives Joe around. Delhi 8079 says, Joe, hands-free driving Nearman. Not applicable says, hey, Eric, what dysphoria is it if you fear fatherhood so much that you opt out of dating and stop understanding why people are obsessed with women? Viper, my dad is one of those male feminists in Hollywood. Ended up my mom on the street. She's got a home and doing a lot better. Love your show, Nick. Glad to support. Steve from PA says, Eric just needs an AC/DC shirt to be the live action butthead. Crusader Saracen, in Arnold voice, what is best in... I'm not going to do Arnold voice for this. I'm tired. What is best in life? To crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and to monetize their stupidity on stream. SoCal Patriot, the judge sounds like Billy Bob Thornton in Sling Blade. Some folks call it a sling blade. I call it a Kaiser blade. Got some of them French fried taters. Mm-hmm. Shelby West says, there ain't no laws when you're drinking claws. Snowboard Dan says, White Claws in the back where Joe sits while his wife drives. Eric Wolfrick says, damn her White Claw privilege. Captain Spire, Edgecomb trial brought to you by White Claw. Jeremiah LC once, my brother died of cancer at 32. He had lost 90 pounds. As I was holding him up to pee, he said, I may only be 135 pounds, but 5 pounds is still cock weight. Gallows humor. Oh, man. Historian Warrior says, ain't no laws when drinking claws. Case closed. Daniel Williams says, White Claw drinkers aren't people. Change my mind. Q Revere, I bet he does want to bring attention to her rear door. Mac, sorry you just witnessed your husband getting murked, but I got to write you a ticket for that open container, ma'am. It's the law. Phantom Kitsune 0. Hey, Nick, can we get some of the defense attorney questions in Richard's voice? I feel like they would complement the absurdity. Amateur Anth, Nick, how many times do I have to ask you if you want fried chicken? Well, right now, no times because I can't eat it and I'm sad. Never mind says, this guy's cross-examination feels like cooking a meal with a wrench and a screwdriver. Kyan Rennell, B. Ivory, be lying. JD Valdez, welcome to Paralegal. Kyle Bogue, as always, this is a great stream, but I think we should get one trial where Bronca isn't wearing his tie. Late night Bronca during the day. Let's go. Hitman 132I, message retracted. Amateur Anth, I now know why this isn't a big CNN story, because the wife is black and the mainstream media don't care about black on black crime. Snowboard Dan says, don't forget about Red Lion Pub officer. Oh, what was this? Bonu A says, attorneys don't like surprises in court, to be honest. Of course not.
For sure. Absolutely not.
Crusader says, what's the difference of vigorous defense versus this defense? Hopefully competence. The end is near, beware.
Yeah, it's not just vigor. I mean,
yeah,
Lamar is doing plenty of shouting at times. At
he's
trial.
vigorously, and zealously advocating.
It's not professional. It's not coherent. It's not directed. It's not focused. It's not productive. That's the problem.
The end is near. Beware says, at first, not me versus self-defense. Been better chance. Okay. Jade Phoenix says, this judge is super pissed at the defense. Mr. Vintage says, base judge. Snowboard Dan, this judge is a Chad. Julian J. Judge previously jailed a defense lawyer for being rude in court in 2018. Someone sent me the story. I'll check it out. Justin Toohey says DeIvory does realize for self-defense to work, the defendant admits to killing the victim, right? Feels like his strategy is my client didn't kill that man. Paul Farrell says, have either of those defense lawyers been in court before? Probably. Don Moyer says, do they know she didn't already have it with her? As a beta, my wife normally carries my wallet as she's the one spending most of my money. Not applicable says, buy a giant book to smack your kids with, law of self-defense / get hard. Johnny Stavol says, with kids, it's a ratchet, never allowed to do less. Tamara Holloway says, judge looks like Angry Joe Isuzu. New Age Cuck says, you get a wannabe activist lawyer, you get what you pay for. This dude gets screwed because someone wants to make a name for themselves. Asia Frazier says, remember Harry Butts from Ace Attorney? Any relation? You know, it is possible that B. Ivory Lamar is doing this case pro bono for the notoriety. I don't know, you know, but it's hopefully not.
It's the same. You know, the trouble with these cases is if you're doing it for political reasons, it's a win-win either way. Either you get your client acquitted and it's a win, or he gets convicted and it affirms your narrative of a institutional
racist system. Yeah. And that may be good for the lawyer. That's not good for the client.
No.
Drunk Shovel. This is about the wallet and why she grabbed it. A personality stains a possession, for better or worse. A wallet's a wallet, but his wallet is his wallet.
Yes.
Yeah, her grabbing his wallet is not strange to me in the slightest. In Exile says, a Goo Newman equals a good new man. Pride or Honesty says, help me understand why Rittenhouse bringing and pointing a gun was explored as provocation to nullify self-defense, but this punch is not being mentioned. I don't know. The alleged gun pointing of Rittenhouse. Well, first of all, you have to understand the main problem is that the attorneys in Rittenhouse were doing the wrong thing. They were trying to improperly raise this provocation argument. I mean,
so
that's
the claim of provocation in Rittenhouse was bullshit. It was not legally sound. So it wouldn't be legally sound here either.
Right. That's thank you. I was having trouble figuring out how to articulate that, and that was better. Babbling Brook sent a here sticker. I'm dumb, but I ain't that dumb. Says, has the defense asked if the victim was tested for the Rona? This may just be a simple pandemic death with comorbidity of bullet to the head. Mandalore Wise says, the judge sounds absolutely sick of the defense. Now I see that the bingers aren't limited to the prosecution's office. Walter B says, so if I kill and run, burn my fingerprints, lol. Lull says, what's Attorney Tom's deal? I missed it and don't get the jokes. Look, he's just got small man syndrome. That's the problem with Attorney Tom. He's very short and he just doesn't know what to do about it. We're at a current war of who is shorter, and he is winning. He is much shorter than I am. Al Fivera says, Bronca, any thoughts on the likelihood of ATF's proposed pistol brace ban going through?
I don't do gun law, folks, so I wouldn't have any particular insight on that now.
But let me follow that up with, because you've said it on the stream several times, you don't do gun law, but your personal opinion is that basically any restriction on guns outside of like a felony charge or something like that is unconstitutional. Any restriction at
any
all.
preemptive gun law applied to a law-abiding, mentally sound American citizen is facially unconstitutional, period. That doesn't mean they won't put you in jail if you break their laws. I'm not telling you to break any laws, but that's my personal, political, and professional opinion.
Quicks DC 614 says, bets on whether or not they vilify ammo. Well, you know, they haven't really focused on the ammo that much, so we'll see. I didn't see anything about the particular type of ammo. I mean, they were Full Metal Jacket, which was mentioned, but I don't think they harped on it. Maybe they will on Cross, but I doubt of the defendant, but I doubt it. Skeleton says this cop looks like if law of self-defense was left out for too long in the sun. Patrick Allen says this dude looked like Johnny Depp fever from WKRP. Ponton 21 says law specification correct. It's arbitrary. It's arbitrationary requirementation, Your Honor. Garrett Pederick says law of self-defense. What's the best carry insurance? You get to ask this all the
Yeah,
time.
I know. It's amazing. My personal preference is CCW Safe. I'm a member. My wife is a member. I think they're head and shoulders above the others. I can't tell you what's best for you, but if you want to look at them and save 10% on becoming a member there, you can go to lawofselfdefense.com/CCW Safe. Use the discount code LOSD10. That's LOSD for Law of Self-Defense and the number 10.
Matt from Tinder says that Star Wars girl, Peaches, is an honorary member of the Liminal Order. Chopper says watching this defense has made me confident that I could become an attorney. Kay Vegdal says, is that background picture O'Neill's? I was just in there after pheasant hunting. No, that's not O'Neill's. That is just a personal painting that my wife had commissioned for me. It's a couple of my Happy Place bottles. But I was just in O'Neill's last night. So very cool. Not Applicable says you have to offer him an entire lamb as retainer. Matt from Tinder says that's a lot of $5 footlongs. Oh, no. Steve says my worst fear is being called for jury duty and not being able to watch your stream if it was being covered by you. Mandalore says, with them getting off early, will you be talking more on the law and crime chicanery? Not now. No, I want to go eat. I've been on for 9 hours. TG, welcome to Paralegal Status. We're almost done here. Chad Castillo says, from Fleet Farm's frequently asked question website, there's no connection between their company and Farm and Fleet. Judge was 100% talking out of his ass. Eric L says, way too many long crime sims on Twitter. STFU says, Fleet Farm and Fleet founded 1955 by two friends. Rob Dorr says, Nick just sent you the Edgecomb media order. One camera in the room and live streaming by local media outlets is not permitted without the permission. There you go. That's so Law and Crime was wrong on their thing. Thank you, Rob Dorr. By the way, he helped me get a couple of the orders in this media stuff for dealing with law and crime. I'll be sending that copy of that order over to my attorney so that he can forward that along and further help to bury the words of law and crime. Thank you for that. And just so everybody knows, what I'm talking about here is Law and Crime represented to me in their letter, their cease and desist letter, that their content was not pooled content. And they technically said the majority of their content was not pooled content. However, the implication is that the footage that I was using might not be full pooled content. Every single piece of footage I've used from Law and Crime is from a pooled camera in a court case that's publicly broadcast. And it's never from their direct website. So, yeah. Anyway, the misrepresentations in that letter are pretty funny. STFU, wait, I read that one. Bitter Snuffleupagus says, at what point does the defendant realize he has better odds representing himself and pulling a Ronnie O'Neill? At least Ronnie didn't get the death penalty, so that was good. Lost Coyote says, would you and Bronca look at and give your opinion on the old Joe Horn shooting case out of Pasadena, Texas? Your opinions would be interesting. Is the Joe Horn shooting case where a guy came to arrest a guy who is on a reservation, he came to arrest a Native American on a reservation, and then he shot the officer in self-defense. And I think that's the one. I just
don't remember. The name is very, very familiar, but I can't tie it to specific fact. Sorry, folks. I look at maybe 1,000 or more use of force cases a year. So I know the name Joe Horn. I just can't remember the facts of the case.
This, if I'm right on this, it's a really old case, like late 1800s, early 1900s case.
Well,
and
I mean, okay.
And people use it as justification that you can use deadly force against an unlawful arrest. And I will humbly suggest that the times where it's
not that old case. So I just Googled it quick. It's Joe Horn shooting controversy 2007.
Okay.
Pasadena, Texas.
Gotcha. All right.
Oh, this is the guy who shot and killed two burglars outside his neighbor's home. I remember now. He looked out his window. His neighbor's home was being robbed by two burglars. Well, burglarized by two burglars. And he shot them from his home. So he set up his rifle and just shot them as they were attempting to steal his neighbor's property.
And he went to prison, I assume.
I don't know. I don't remember the facts of the case, but it's I would not recommend doing that, even in Texas. But
Huggy Bar. Someone says, yeah, but that's Texas. I don't, defensive property of others might not be, but who knows? It doesn't
it
matter.
was
Huggy
also
Bar.
it was also all recorded on 911. Jesus.
I'm thinking of Tom Horn from the 1800s. Thank you, Too High Strung. I thought Horn sounded familiar towards that, but and people use that Tom Horn case or whatever to suggest that you can use deadly force against an unlawful arrest. I'll humbly suggest the amount of times where you are justified in using deadly force against an unlawful or against any kind of peace officer where you're actually justified can typically be counted in on a single hand per decade to 3 decades.
Yeah.
Like
Yep.
you cannot use deadly force against a peace officer who is in commission of some sort of duty or in uniform the overwhelming majority of the time. It is extremely rare.
So apparently the 2007 Joe Horn case, the grand jury in Texas declined to return a true bill. So he never went to trial.
Oh, there you go.
But
Good.
that doesn't mean it's lawful, folks. That just
Yeah.
means that particular grand jury decided not to indict him.
I would not want to hang my hat on that one personally. Huggy Bar says, today's show made my workday fly by. Thank you. Hey, you're welcome. Sledge Entertainment says, love your work. Wondering if you know about the Mises Caucus. Dave Smith and Michael Malice gives me hope. I mean, I've heard of it. I haven't looked into it. Yes, I've heard of it. No, I don't know much about it. Kevin Johnson says, what about the fact that he was drunk? You are assuming a reasonable person, but could an angry drunk not be in full control and be a threat to life?
Theoretically.
Yes.
So where was the deadly force threat? Show it to me.
Yeah. And that's the defense's job, is to show how that they have it. They have a toxicology report showing in 0.12, show how that threat manifested and did it. Remember, in Chauvin, you had a toxicology report that suggested that there was a guy high on fentanyl and it was not, they were not able to sufficiently argue that it justified Chauvin's actions in restraining him. Now, people can make their statements about the motivations of the jurors and all that stuff, but I just want to point out that just because you have the toxicology, you have the fact, doesn't mean that you can successfully link it to your defense. And
in fact, you might argue that in terms of a barehanded attack, the fact that the guy was drunk might make him less dangerous. I mean, if I have to get into a fist fight with someone, I'd prefer I was sober and that guy was shit-faced.
Right. Trin says, go Packers. Braden Grimaldi says, maybe if he'd had a Ridge wallet, he would still be alive today. Well, certainly if he was wearing a headband with a Ridge wallet strapped right about here,
maybe
stop the bullet.
Or a law of self-defense hardcover book at lawofselfdefense.com. Get hard. If you just carry it right there, it would probably deflect a 9mm Full Metal Jacket round, probably.
Hopefully.
No guarantees. Not suited for a particular purpose.
Don't try it at home. One Step Too Far says he tried to implement the Jesse Lee Peterson method and just insist on incessantly repeating the same question over and over and over again, but failed. Yeah, Jesse Lee Peterson is the best person at doing that ever, and it's great. He's also not in court, and a judge would murder Jesse Lee Peterson if he was in his courtroom doing cross-exam or examination. He would hate it. Music and Fiction says B. Ivory. What does the B stand for? Beta. Steve says legal bites. Disgruntled D says, so you and Attorney Tom are the same height then? Not a chance. Don't you dare. Eric Wolf, Stephen Cooper says, better lawyers than us are starving, quoting Charles Dawes to John J. Pershing. Eric Wolfrick says, I've been really trying to hold out for this knife theory, but man, the state just appears to have every angle covered and has been systematically demolishing the defense. DCV Titan says, my biggest question is why didn't the defendant just go down the stairs instead of letting the guy approach? But then I'm at work when the video plays. Look, I'll simp for the defense on this one a little bit, or for the defendant. You're carrying a bike and you may think that you can't get down the steps with the bike in your hand before that guy gets to you who's accelerating towards you. And if you're carrying a bike on the steps and the guy comes up behind you, that's not where you want to be personally. So there's a little bit of reason there in my opinion. But it does ask questions. I mean, you could have kept going and you stopped. That's a reasonable argument to make too. Marco Vital says half of everyone in the courtroom looks like Knucklehead, Jerry Mahoney's sidekick. Timothy Reaper says throat cancer voice box
It's getting hot in here. So take off all your clothes.
Oh my God.
One
That's
step.
terrible.
I know. I could make it worse by putting the auto tuner on it. I'll do that tonight. One step too far says, hope this defense is pro hetero flexibono because this crossed is ex post redundo. And then finally, a couple Odyssey chats, and then we're all done. I love when the jokes catch up to the chat. Watching them respond. Let's see. Where was it? Rajveer says, Nick, you should probably know, as you were AFK, Branca said guns are overrated. I'll show you a real weapon. Then he stood up and unzipped his fly. Sorry for snitching, Branca. Dusty Debt says, now you know what he was doing on the computer. The farm and Fleet Farm story is true. American Legend says, there are no alphas, no betas. There are men and boys, period. Great US says, just realized Nick's chat is almost the same as webcam porn chat without the focus on sexual acts. Also says, newsflash, lefty artards have been crazy that women and men are the same since 1960 in modern times. Leftist champions Lucia Riker till the mid 1990s when she fought amateur AU kickboxer Somchai JD as she would prove both sexes were equal. She was knocked out. He also says, sports ball, in case it wasn't posted yet, 203rd ranked German Karsten Brasch beat Serena Williams and Venus Williams back-to-back at the 1998 Australian Open. So 208th ranked male tennis player beat both of the Williams sisters back-to-back. Great US says, not even think of asking you to play a 90-second click or 90-second link before knowing your policy for Andrew Branca. As for YouTube chat being racist, he's not seen the Odyssey without mods.
That's true.
Odyssey chat's devastating. Great US says, forgot to post. Pass on the link to Andrew Branca, please, dear gentle soul sir. What the hell is wrong with Joe? Light agenda, alpha male driving agenda, Gen X agenda, FFS Joe. Stop drinking the New Jersey leftist water. MGTOwn Podcast says, hey Nick, did you know that Drexel is also on Odyssey? Any updates in the Vic case? When is your 24-hour stream? No. Tato Chip says, what is your opinion of Twitter people getting mad over NFTs? Personally, I do not even care about NFTs. I just find it funny how people get mad. I don't know. People think NFTs are a scam, and they may be, but everything has the value that people believe it has. So if people are willing to pay
an NFT,
it's basically like a similar to a cryptocurrency, but it's like
is that the art thing?
Kind of, yeah. It can be art. It can be anything. I mean, I think I could technically sell an NFT of my birth if I wanted to. Okay. Long story short, it's a registration on the blockchain that you're buying. It's a recognition of something, an authentic representation. Best way to think of it is a digital baseball card because you can limit the amount there are. Okay. So Sword Caliber says, Judge knows they serve easy casserole in the cafeteria. Oh, easy casserole's gross. CC says, Andrew should stop shilling his book in class until he can actually fulfill them. Ordered weeks ago, nothing.
Hey, I can answer that. So we are way behind on shipping books. Sorry, folks. You bought a lot of books. We have to get more printed up. But if you're tired of waiting, and I would totally understand, just contact support@lawofselfdefense.com. We'll give you back every penny you paid us without question and make you whole. I mean, you won't get the book, but you'll get your $8.95 back. So if the $8.95 is that important to you, then get it back and no hard feelings either way.
Otherwise, as the books come in, you ship them out.
That's right.
So there you go. Cynthia says, contrary opinion, 0.12 blood alcohol for a 240-pound man is 8 drinks. Just Googled. Jesus, that's a problem. I don't know why they didn't press her harder on the 3 drinks. There's no way that guy got to the 0.12 weight limit on 3 beers. I mean, it's just, or 0.12 blood alcohol on 3 beers. It's a big guy. 3 beers wouldn't get me to a 0.12.
Those beer glasses in the big wooden frame that you see sometimes.
Yeah.
It's like 3 liters of beer.
Those boots, like the beer boots or whatever that they've got. Yeah, no, I unless they're very light. Now, it could be 8 drinks. I don't know if that's an 8-ounce beer or a 12-ounce beer. We don't know what type of beer, but let's say it's 3 pints of a high alcohol or ABV beer. Maybe you get there, but I think that she's way understating how much that he drank if he's at a 0.12 personally, or he slipped a couple shots in on the side. That's her defense. I only know about the 3 beers. Maybe walked up to the bar and had a couple Jack Daniel shots that she didn't know about. I don't know. But anyway, that's it. We're done. Well,
All right,
thank you,
awesome.
good sir.
Another long day, Nick.
I know.
You're becoming like my office wife.
Aw, so sweet. I'll expect
know.
chocolates.
Well, it's been great being here again. I really appreciate it. Nick, I hope you have a great weekend, whatever you're doing tonight. Have a great time doing that. And
Yeah.
I guess the trial will be back. Is Monday a regular day? We're done with Monday holidays for a little bit.
Monday's a regular day. There is a possibility that I will not be able to stream. I'm trying to work it out. I'll let you know. And of course to the chat, I will let everybody know what the plans are as soon as I can. We're trying to get it. I may be streaming from a hotel, but we'll figure that out and I'll let you know if I'm streaming. And of course you'll be invited. So
Sure. Sounds great.
all right, guys.
All right,
have
folks,
a good
have
one.
a great weekend. Stay safe, everybody.
Peace.
Bye-bye.
Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an ardbeg, a bow, more of that brook. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Dante to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed